play calling taken away from him. That's what
I think he gave
believe.
it up, but that's fine. We could agree to disagree on that. I think he chose to give it up.
I think he was encouraged to give it up. How's that sound?
That's fair. I think he chose to give it up.
I believe Nick Sirianni is here in large part, and this is my theory, and I think a lot of people share similar ideas, but I think Nick Sirianni is in the position he's in because the Eagles feel very comfortable with a guy who is not going to try to take the team away from him like Chip Kelly did. I think that is something we don't talk about very often because it was such a dark era for this team. But certainly, the guys up top, Howie and Jeffrey Lurie, they don't want to ever see that again. We, as a fan base, never want to see that again. I mean, that dark, dark times, miserable times. And what they have now, it feels like they're guarding against that happening. Now, Nick has proven to be an incredible communicator with these players. I can't fault him for that, but I absolutely believe he is overrated as a coach, in large part because he's told us on several occasions, if I knew how to fix it, I would. He is not the biggest, most important expert at football, like he likes to say, on this team. He has to import that. He has to import that every season, and that's why it feels so up and down. That's why it oscillates the way it does. That's a problem for me. The consistency matters in the coaching of these players. Jalen Hurts has been hurt by the inconsistency, and I wish it weren't the case. But again, there's a lot that I would change about Nick Sirianni, but there's a lot that I would keep the same. I think he's had incredible success here. I will not argue that. I don't think he's the greatest coach.
215-592-9494. Do you agree with Richie? I think Nick Sirianni is underrated. I'm going to tell you why coming up next. There's a lot of points in this article where Richie takes them that way. I go the other way with some of these points. Like to that first point, I do think Nick gave up the play calling willingly. I think his lack of ego in that department is a good thing for him. And I think it's a collaborative thing with Jeffrey and Howie. Yes, they want to be able to be involved, but I think they found someone who works really well with them. We'll get into all that coming up next. 215-592-9494. We got AMA coming up at 7 o'clock. You can get your questions in on that now. And this Sirianni thing, simple question. Is Nick Sirianni overrated or underrated as a head coach? John says he's overrated. I say he's underrated. I'm going to tell you why next. It's the morning show. We're coming right back.
One of my favorite parts of summer are my weekly trips to the shore, which I get to do in my new RX 350 from Lexus of Cherry Hill. I've been leasing the RX 350 from Lexus of Cherry Hill for a very long time. The more I drive it, the more I appreciate it. Super comfortable, quiet, incredibly smooth, and it makes every trip more enjoyable. One thing I really appreciate about the relationship I've built with the people at Lexus of Cherry Hill for over a decade now is things they help me with. So I got the new RX 350. There's some new technology features that are a little above my head. So I have to call over the team at Lexus Cherry Hill, help me navigate all of them. They took the time to answer my questions. They'll do the same for you. They want to make sure that you are absolutely getting the most out of your vehicle from Lexus of Cherry Hill. They are family-owned and operated, veteran-owned, and they truly care about their customers long after the sale. Stop by Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Parking Authority. On your exclusive home for the Phillies 2026 season.
Back, looking up, and it is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
The Pro Basketball Draft will once again be held over 2 nights in Brooklyn, with the first round taking place on June 23rd and the second round on June 24th. Teams around the league are expected to explore trades as they position themselves in what many analysts consider a stronger draft class than we've seen in several years.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent, the future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. And we're still doing it every day. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. For 50 years, drivers have trusted Meineke to take care of their cars and their budgets. Because real value isn't just about price, it's about honest recommendations, quality work, and service done right the first time. From routine maintenance to major repairs, Meineke delivers dependable car care from experienced technicians you can count on. That's why generation after generation continues to choose Meineke. 50 years of trust, 50 years of value. Meineke, doing car care right.
Let's be honest. Nobody wants to think about home repairs. At Sela, they get it. And right now, beat allergy season and take $100 off any duct cleaning service or indoor air quality product so you can breathe easy. If you need a bigger fix, take advantage of 0% financing options on major HVAC replacements and installations. I trust Sela at my house, and you should too. Get yourself a guy. Call my guys at Sela for all your heating, plumbing, cooling, and electrical, and get your peace of mind. Go to Sela.com. That's SILA.com today.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
The Jack Daddy sales event at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. Plus, go to DellChevrolet.com/daddy to receive an additional $500 off a new Chevy.
Jack, sell them for less.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Today, warmer with an afternoon storm possible, high 86.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
BetMGM is giving you a special new player offer to get in on all the summer sports action. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on sports and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court or on the field, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this spring one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Philadelphia Parking Authority. Slow down, save lives. Once again, slow down, save lives. Philly's got a strong outing from Jesus Luzardo on home runs, from Kyle Schwarber, Alec Boehm, and Brandon Marsh in their 8-2 win over the Marlins.
3 balls, 1 strike. Sosa leads at first. The pitch. Marsh swings, hits it well, up the alley, left center field. Marcy back, pulls up at the wall, and it is gone! Opposite field, Brandon Marsh, a 2-run home run. Number 9 on the season for Brandon, and it's 5-0 Phillies here in the second.
Scott Fransky, the call. Marsh has homered in 4 straight games at Citizens Bank Park. Luzardo took a no-hitter into the 5th. He finished by striking out 9 over 7 innings, allowing 2 runs. Schwarber's got 25 homers, 9 seasons in his career of at least that, including 5 straight with the Phillies. Weather brought to you by Nas Cancelleri, local asbestos attorneys since 1983. Warmer chance of a storm later, high 84. It's currently 65. Nas Cancelleri, over $500 million collected for their clients. Call 215-546-8200 or visit nascancelleri.com. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Because it's better than waking up to poultry. Jonah Camera and John Ritchie, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I want to get Rhea Hughes' thoughts on this as well. But, John, I think you make a compelling case, and I understand there's a lot of this that's gray. We don't really know if he did give up the play calling or not. You know, we have our own conjectures. We're not in the building and all that. But what we can say, and obviously I know it's contradicted by people who don't believe in him, but he does have an insane record as far as winning games goes, as far as bouncing back after down seasons. And I understand he's got a roster, but what great head coach has won without a roster? There are none.
He's got the greatest GM going.
Find me a winning team that didn't have a great roster. There are none of them. There's zero. Like,
I don't think there's
win
any
in the NFL without a great roster.
I don't think there's any historical precedent for what the Eagles are doing. I think this is so.
Well, I mean, there have been teams that have been as great. I mean, the Patriots, the Chiefs. I mean, we just saw it.
Not with a coach who is a yes man.
See, that's where we disagree. I think you do not give Nick Sirianni nearly enough credit for how involved he is in this, and I think this article proves it. I mean,
hold on. You know what really bothers me, and this is separate from the article. This is the yes man concept. You cannot say that doesn't apply here. You cannot tell me.
No, what I can tell you is that it's collaborative. I understand what you're saying.
But what about when it goes a step further and Doug Peterson, the first coach to win a Super Bowl here in Philadelphia, basically gives up his job because he's asked to make changes on his staff.
I think Nick's a better coach than Doug.
No.
Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Doug says no.
Doug failed in Jacksonville.
Loyalty. Doug has the loyalty to say no to his friends because he doesn't want to fire them.
That was a mistake. His guys weren't good enough. They've proven that. Press Taylor, Mike Rose, these guys aren't good enough.
Nick appoints his guys, and they consistently fail.
Well, Shane Steichen didn't fail.
Okay,
I mean, he did great.
That's one example. That's the only example you can give. His guys
so I
have
think the point is
consistently
Nick
failed.
is good at knowing that his guys aren't good enough and allowing Howie and Jeff to help him.
Or you could say Doug had a backbone, Nick did.
I don't care. Nick's a winner, man. Like,
you don't care?
I don't care in terms of, I don't think it's
If
a
I'm a
backbone
player,
thing. But Nick
that
has a backbone
matters.
with the players. It's in this article. Like, this is here.
Yeah, John, the stuff in the article, there's a part, there's a part in the article where I disagree about him, being a yes man. It's one of the people who spoke to Silver said he's able to remain assertive and secure in a building where, in the words of this person, it's always 4th and 1. We're a pressure cooker, high place. So they say he's allowed to be assertive. And the players in here, Saquon Barkley, Jordan Mailata, Cooper DeJean, Literally, Saquon Barkley.
There is
let me
way
read this
these
quote.
guys could say anything
Let me
different.
read this
This
quote.
is the acting
Hold
head
on.
coach.
Let me read this quote from Saquon Barkley. And yes, obviously you're going to talk good about your coach, but listen to this quote. Like this is effusive stuff. Here's what Saquon Barkley.
It's Saquon.
Here's what Saquon Barkley says. Obviously, Saquon Barkley would vote underrated on this poll. Saquon says he doesn't get enough credit at all, in my opinion. I don't get why he doesn't. Like, what he's doing in real time is legendary. If we're being honest, no one talks about it enough. Like, we love to talk about me rushing for 2,000 yards. We love to talk about Jalen Hurts. We love to talk about the Eagles. But he's like the last one to get brought up, and it doesn't really make sense. That's Saquon Barkley. Look, I get it. Players are going to say positive things. That's not true. Saquon has been pretty
Okay,
real
how about
with
Zach
us.
Ertz, who's not here anymore?
Yeah, how about
Zach Ertz got in a fight with them.
But then he
after the
said
game.
nice things about him in the article.
He said nice things about the way he encourages accountability.
That matters as head coach, doesn't it?
I did.
Meetings are elite.
But then he
Elite.
got in a fight with Zach Ertz.
But they
Nick
like this about
Sirianni-
Nick.
Hold on. Nick Sirianni was in a screaming match with Zach Ertz after we played the
So
Commanders.
it means even more that he's
What?
very complimentary.
His
No,
players
it
like
doesn't.
this
It
about him. It's
actually
in the
does.
article, though.
It
They
means
say
nothing that his players are complimentary. If you're a player, what are you supposed to say? Seriously.
Don't
this
have to
guy
be quoted.
holds
You
your
don't have to go
future
over the
in
top,
his
man.
hands.
You don't have to go over the top and be
Sure
like
you do.
effusive and be like, screw
It
everyone who
serves your
doesn't think our
purpose
coach is
better.
great. I get your point, man, but I think these guys really like Nick. Like these,
I agree. I think they really
and
like
I think
Nick
they
too.
think he's a good coach.
I don't think they think he's a good coach. I think the fact that Jordan Mailata says the new guy, Sean Mannion, is a mad scientist. He says, I love this mad scientist. He comes in here. He knows so much about football. By comparison, that is such a factor to me. That this guy who's never called plays before, and we don't know for sure if he's going to work out, is a mad scientist who knows everything about football because it's what Jordan Mailata. Remember, he's a guy who hasn't seen a ton of football. So he's basing this on a smaller sample size. He sees Sean Mannion. He's blown away. Holy
He's
cow.
also incredibly complimentary of Nick Sirianni in this article. Like, Jordan Mailata is one of the main voices in this article talking about how great Nick Sirianni is and how he's their coach and it's them against the world.
And
I
that's
do
why
think Nick creates.
he's their coach.
I think Nick.
They
I think
will
you
say nice things.
I think you underrate the culture that Nick creates in terms of not just. Hold on.
Well, how can you not rate the fact that he doesn't do what he was hired to do?
I don't care about the offensive stuff. Like, you care a lot more about him calling plays. I don't care. I've said this a million times, whether it's Mike Tomlin, whether it's John Harbaugh. There's a million coaches who don't call plays, who don't call their offensive or defensive plays. They just coach the game. So I'm good with that. In fact, Dan Campbell, there's so many. I prefer it. And Dan Campbell, when he took over offensive play calling last year, how'd that work out? It was a disaster. So, like, I get your point. I like this setup. Personally, I like this. I'm just telling you how I feel.
I hate this setup
I know,
because
we
every
can agree
year,
to disagree on
every
that.
year it's a new run around with your hair on fire, try to figure out what you're going to do for an offensive coordinator. That sort of oscillation is terrible for every guy on this roster trying to learn how to play
It's led
offensive
to a ton
football,
of success.
including our quarterback.
I think it's led to great development for a lot of players. Again, like, Jalen Hurts has had a great career so far. Like, yes, last year wasn't great, but he was great in 24. He was great in
Jalen
22.
Hurts
Like,
has been done a disservice in his career thus far. Jalen Hurts has had the toughest route of any starting quarterback worth his salt in the NFL because every year he's learning a new language. That's such a massive factor in all of this. And it's unfair to the offensive linemen. It's asking so much to redo every year. And that's the predicament that we're in. It's not ideal. There's no way you can convince me of that. The fact that guys are over the top effusive in this article, that speaks to what we already knew.
You can't use Mailata being over the top effusive about Mannion on one side and then not use him using it on Sirianni. That is talking about both sides of your mouth. No, you did.
I'm using it as a statement of fact. This guy
So
who
why
doesn't know.
Why do you believe it for one but not the other? Why is
Because
what
it's a different concept. This guy who doesn't know football except what
unfair,
he's seen
dude.
here.
I think that's unfair. You're saying
Jordan Mailata never
about
played
this,
football
but not
until he got here.
He's been
Jordan
playing for 8
Mailata
years, man.
is a unique voice in this situation.
But hold
I
on,
don't
why do you believe
care.
one side but not the other? Why do you believe what he says about
That's
Mannion is
not
true?
what I'm saying.
Well, hold on, can I just ask you a question? Why do you believe what he says about Mannion is true, but what he says about Nick isn't? Why?
Because he's only seen this much football.
But that doesn't have to do with your saying that you believe one thing he's saying but not the other.
That's pointless. What you're saying does not matter. What you're saying, what does that matter? Are you why are you doing that?
I'm
why
saying
are you
that you
digging
pointed
into
out.
that?
I'm not. I'm saying you pointed out that Mailata said Mannion's this offensive genius.
I
and
understand what you're saying.
But then you're saying what he says about Nick doesn't matter. Why does what he says about Mannion matters, but why he says about Nick doesn't matter? That's what I don't understand.
This is so I don't even know how to respond to what you're saying. I don't even understand what you're saying.
I don't think it's that confusing. Like, do you understand? Okay, so
It's an article. I'm supposed to follow along and believe what everyone says. I believe the players are doing what they're supposed to do. They're saying nice things about their coach. Mailata is saying a nice thing about a different coach. I'm saying everyone says nice things about their coaches, but the fact that Jordan Mailata has seen this much football and he already can tell this guy knows his stuff, that means something to me. That's the fact that Mailata sees this as an X's and O's upgrade, a guy who just got here, that's striking.
I think it's striking to hear what Mailata says about how much he loves Nick as a head coach and how he's their guy and they support him. So I get your point, but I'll take the Mailata side on the other side is my point. Like, we could take both things Mailata says as truth. If we're going to believe Mailata, believe him. You know, if he believes Mannion's a genius and he believes Nick's a great head coach who's their guy, who they go to war with, doesn't that matter too? That's my point.
Not really.
Okay, I think that's unfair.
Maybe it is, but if you're a player being asked by Mike Silver to do something on Nick Sirianni, I doubt you're going to come out and say, you know what? I've often thought he's been kind of foolish in the way he's called games. I've often thought this guy doesn't know his from a hole in the wall with offense.
You don't have to be quoted.
Sure, but you're being asked. What does that mean?
It means you don't have to be quoted. You could say, Mike, I got nothing to say for your article.
You
what
don't
do you
have
mean?
to be quoted.
So what do you mean?
John, I don't even know how to discuss this with you.
215-592-9494. Let's get to the phones next. We're up against a break. We're a little late for it. We're coming to you next. I see some callers online. Get on the line now. I want to see how everyone else thinks because this is clearly an issue where I think a lot of people are on both sides. There are a lot of people, we've gotten so many calls, who don't believe in Nick and the way he goes about his business, and a lot of people who do. Obviously, I'm on that side. 215-592-9494. Plus, coming up next, we'll tell you can win a really awesome prize. Get on the line now. It's the morning show. Don't go anywhere.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an odds boost token and no sweat token. An odds boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boast your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Among the group stage surprises, Belgium's 1-1 draw with Egypt in Seattle. Belgium was heavily favored but needed an own goal in the second half to scratch out an equalizer. Belgium had a slight edge in shots, 15-14 over Egypt, and dominated possession, but trailed for much of the match after giving up a first-half goal. I'm Mike Conti.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Jack Dell has always been your daddy. And while others tease, Jack Dell and Dell Toyota always deliver. It's the Jack Daddy sales event all month long at Dell Toyota. And this month, the Jack Daddy himself has something big waiting for you. Over 300 vehicles available with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Toyota. Plus, for a limited time, go to DellToyota.com/daddy to receive an additional $500 off your best deal on a new Toyota. That's DellToyota.com/DADDY. Drive one of Daddy's vehicles home from Dell Toyota, right on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DellToyota.com/daddy. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Low APR % financing offer on approved credit.
Want to stream the soccer matches while working from home? Your secret is safe with us. Verizon Mobile customers can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month, or get Fios and score 3 months of the Fox One perk on us. Then $15 a month to catch every match without blowing your cover. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. For new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount, enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Come on, ref, end the game.
What's the rush? We're winning.
And we're going to keep winning if we get to the Nissan Summer Sales event.
What?
The event where you can score great savings on a new Nissan Rogue, Pathfinder, and Frontier.
Can it hold off 10 minutes?
Oh, sure. You think the #1 brand of new vehicle quality by J.D. Power is just going to wait for you?
I get it, but we waited years for this match.
But look at these incentives.
Wait, are you serious? Come on, ref! Blow the whistle! Blow the whistle!
The whistle is blowing on these savings. Hurry in and bring home a winning offer at the Nissan Summer Sales event. Now, well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. For J.D. Power 2025 US IQS award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $1,748 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N6/3026.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you could trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Kalshi can trade every match from the opening stage all the way till the final. On June 22nd, France will take on Iraq. Right now, France is trading at 88% to win the match, which means a $100 trade on France would pay out $112.68 if they win the match. On Kalshi, you trade against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you could buy in and out of your position for a limited time. Download Download the Kalshi app and use code GIGLIO to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation.
And the 0-2 to Edwards. Check swing, strike called. Got him looking. And there's 9 Ks tonight for Jesus Luzardo, who goes 7 innings for the second time this season. He does so against his former club.
Scott Fransky, the call as Luzardo didn't allow a hit until the 5th inning of the Phillies' 8-2 win over the Marlins. Brandon Marsh, Alec Boehm, Kyle Schwarber homered. Schwarber's 25th to reclaim the league lead. Schwarber also playing first base, first start there since 2022. Trea Turner out after being hit by a pitch. Don Mattingly says he expects Turner to be able to go when the Phillies go for a sweep of Miami this afternoon, 1 p.m., live here on 94 WIP. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. Warmer, chance of showers later, a high of 84. It is currently 65. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
Starting your day with a
This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
They had like the rough copy
An
of all
epic
these
song
songs.
too. It's like a 7-minute song or whatever.
I was like, man, I think it's kind of boring. Don't you? Don't you? And yeah, Billy was like, no, man,
not really,
A lot
man.
of people are giving us really strong feedback. I was like, oh man, it's just horrible.
Maybe
That's
your
my
worst
least
take,
favorite
yeah.
song I've ever heard that you've written, man. That's really not
I do
my
appreciate
thing.
you just telling him how you felt, though. You kept it real.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's why we haven't talked for a while. I mean, I don't talk to him much.
Yeah,
anymore.
the guy knows what he's doing. That's for sure.
He's
That
really good.
album, one of the better ones. Really, really great job. All right, 215-592-9494. So much to get into with this Nick Sirianni thing. We'll get into the Phils this segment as well. Phils winning 8-2 last night, 7-0 the night before, playing some better baseball than the frustrating weekend in Milwaukee with those 2 games against those great pitchers, but we'll get into that coming up. Plus your calls, we're going to tell you how you can win a great prize coming up. This Nick thing is really interesting. I think, look, we have a really interesting time here with Jalen and Nick where these guys have accomplished so much, yet there's real divided opinions on them. I actually think the Jalen thing is even more, like the extremes are further. I think the people who don't believe in Jalen really, really, really don't believe in him, and the people who love him are really believe in him. Whereas Nick, I feel like there's a lot more people kind of in the middle. So I think it's a fascinating discussion. 215-592-9494.
I think there's something to something that was said in this article. Again, Jordan Mailata, when he was talking about the intro speech that Nick sort of failed at. He admitted, like, he was like, I'm wondering what he's trying to say, but
Here, I have
don't
it. You want me
make
to read
fun
it?
of my coach, basically.
Yeah, that's basically what it was.
We're allowed to pick on our coach. You're not allowed to pick on our coach.
Yeah.
I think there must be something to that. And I've never experienced that. You know, like the coaches that I've played for have been very dialed in and esteemed.
Old
from the
school,
get-go.
yeah, sure.
And even in Gruden's
Gruden's
case,
not old school, but yeah.
He was heralded as this offensive genius.
Yeah.
And he was.
He was, yeah, no doubt.
So very different than my experience, but yeah, the quote. Yeah.
I have it. It's right here.
Go ahead.
So the Mailata quote was, hold on, I just had it. And I put it down. Here we go. So he said, this is after the introductory press conference. He says, I was kind of like, yeah, he effed that up, recalls Jordan Mailata. I ain't going to lie to you. What the F was he saying right there, we thought. But he saved himself because he used that as a coaching moment later in the season. It ended up working in our favor because we were like, all right, you're not allowed to pick on our coach. We're the only ones that are allowed to pick on our coach. F you.
Yeah.
I do think,
this
John, to your
is a
point,
different dynamic.
there's something there.
Yes.
And I do think the article, and coming to the phones right now, but the article highlights that Nick's authenticity and his willingness to lean into that is something that does resonate with his players. And I do think that's believable, that he's genuine, he's who he is, and seemingly consistent. There are anecdotes about this, like he's freaking out in practice like he does in games and all that. Like he's the same guy for those guys at least.
Well, now, once upon a time, Howie Roseman sitting up there at a press conference with Nick probably wasn't feeling encouraged by some of the things that were said. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for Howie, but I do notice as of late when Howie and Nick have been on the stage together, they're laughing.
Yeah, they've got rapport.
Yeah. They really genuinely seem to like one another, and it doesn't feel fake. And Howie is laughing with Nick. It's not targeted. Hey, you said something dumb, or it's they are really in this and of one mind. And I think that speaks to the way it shows on Sundays. I think it speaks to the way you believe this is such a collaborative effort that they've been working on this whole thing.
5 years.
Yeah, for quite some time. And it has polished over the years.
Yeah.
It has gotten a lot smoother, which, should be to Nick's credit. And I don't want to make it. I
Look, I know you don't think he's a disaster. He's not the worst coach in the NFL or anything. It's just you. He was brought here to be one thing. He's not that thing, and that thing is the type of coach that you are drawn to. That's what you believe in.
And yes, and it eats me up that the fluctuations are in large part. Yeah. I wish they weren't. Consistency is something that really matters. Like, look at the schedule for any of these teams. It is so disgustingly predictable, and Nick does not provide that predictability, which is something that I can't even conceptualize based on my own experience. It's clearly working for them.
215-592-9494. Where do you come down this? Is Nick Sirianni underrated or overrated? Coming up in a couple minutes, we'll tell you how you can win a pretty cool prize today. Let's go to the phones, talk to our guy Chuck in Mount Airy. Chucky!
Hey, Shells, what's going on, man?
What up, pal? How you doing?
They got a little crazy, man. I just want to say I respect you, brother.
Oh, good, man. Chuck, I love your calls. That was fun, man.
Yeah, it wasn't fun to me though, because I get a little overhand when it comes to that guy.
I get it, man. No worries.
And we don't agree on the quarterback, but it's no hard feelings.
No, never, Chuck, never. I never have hard. When it comes to, I just want everyone to know, when it comes to sports, never any hard feelings with anyone. Like John and I will argue in a segment, and then be like, "Hey, man, love you, all good." Like that, it's all good. So love you, pal.
Yeah. All right, just wanted to make sure. John, what up, John? What's going on?
Hi, Chuck. Lots.
Hey, listen, I don't call back-to-back days much these days, but this is a good topic. This is a great topic because I've grown to like and respect Nick Sirianni. I think he's an excellent head coach, and I don't think he gets enough credit for what he does.
Wow.
I mean, to win as many games as he's won with a quarterback that's not as talented as the quarterback we had, or he doesn't have as much talent. His quarterback doesn't have that much talent. And he's been hampered with this quarterback. He's been handcuffed to this quarterback. He hasn't gotten a chance to pick his own guy. He hasn't done with Sean McVay. Sean McVay was able to have two guys that he handpicked, to go ahead and win. And I just think that the guy doesn't get enough respect, not even from his own organization. He was able to pick a guy for the first time last year as offensive coordinator because he won a Super Bowl. But, I just think he does a lot of winning around here. And he does seem like the type of guy where you can have a drink with him. You can have a beer with him, and he's down there.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that, Chuck. But do you think that he makes good decisions when he makes decisions?
I think that he does. I think, like I said, I think that he can't do some of the things he wants to do, as a head coach because, he's stuck with one style of play with this quarterback. And I think that he can't.
I don't know that that's true, Chuck.
That he has.
What we're hearing is they've got a different style on the field right now.
Well, and the quarterback don't look so good in OTAs from what I'm hearing.
Well, it's
like
a shorts and
first 2
shells.
games,
They're not
first 2
playing
days.
football yet. Yeah, and he just is learning the offense. I think I do not. I take 0 from the mandatory minicamp OTA. You know, Chuck, they're not playing football.
Okay, so listen. The rubber's going to meet the road.
I
this year,
agree. We're going to find out.
And everybody's going to see, what this quarterback really is. I don't think he's that talented, and I think that Nick Sirianni to take lemons and make lemonade out of it. I think he.
That's
doesn't get enough credit
unbelievable
for
to
that.
me, Chuck. So you think that Nick has somehow lifted this whole team over Jalen's abysmal
Inefficiencies? Yes.
Wow, that's unbelievable to me.
Absolutely. I think he's won in spite of because I've seen the guy win without Jalen Hurts. Seen him win a few games.
Well, yeah. I mean, those are here and there. Back
in
a handful. That's
yeah.
not a strong.
Hey, Chuck, great call,
three
man.
Games.
Chuck, we really
He won
appreciate.
3 games without him. So it is what it is.
Great call,
that's a
Chuck. We
big
appreciate it. I
sample
think
size.
that was I thought Chuck had a great call until the very end. I
Yes.
think that's not a great point, but I think I agree with Chuck's point. I disagree with the Jalen part. I think Nick and Jalen have helped each other.
Oh man.
But I do think it's a fascinating perspective.
It bothers me that he says he's lacking in talent. I mean, that's
Well, it's a good thing you weren't here yesterday because
unbelievable.
his call about Jalen yesterday was
Off the
much
rails.
much more
And
off
I'm
the
not
rails.
the biggest Jalen fan.
Yeah,
and it was
yesterday,
off the
Richie.
rails for me.
Good thing you missed it. He really went in on Jalen yesterday. All right, awesome prize today. Right now, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Rush, the 50-something tour on August 23rd at Xfinity Mobile Arena, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com. John, you know how a lot of times, so we've had these tickets the last couple of days, you know, a lot of times we'll get a caller to a show who are like begging for the tickets, who are like, I really want to go to this, whatever. And we always pick the best winner because that's what we do. I've gotten like 6 calls the last 2
been
days.
amazing.
No.
People calling me like, I want this ticket so
Buttering
bad.
you up.
Well, Rush is awesome. I get it. And they're back for the first time in forever. Like, it's a really neat thing, neat thing to be able to go see. And obviously, if our calls are any indication, this is going to be a hard ticket to get. So, John, to win those Rush tickets, at the end of the show, we're going to pick the best winner. We got a fun side topic for you today, one that we haven't done, I believe. We're going to talk about one-word song titles, John. I'm trying to remember why we did this in the first place. There was an original.
Oh, Mandy.
Thank you. It's Barry Manilow's
Yes.
birthday. Happy birthday to Barry Manilow in honor of the great song Mandy, which is an entertaining song. Not my favorite, but I like Mandy. Thank you, Rhea.
I remember
there is
certain
not.
things.
I think the 4 people. Shout out to Dan Wilson producing the show. 4 people here can all agree there is no worse feeling on the planet than forgetting what you're going to say on the radio. It is like devastatingly terrifying. All right, John Ritchie.
Yeah.
So many great answers. We're looking for the best song that has a one-word title. John Ritchie, your answer.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with breadth on this one. I'm
Like
gonna
it.
say creep.
Oh
Because
yeah, a little Radiohead.
You've got Radiohead, you've got TLC,
Mm-hmm.
and you've got Stone Temple
I
Pilots.
just went straight to Radiohead. Yeah, I like what you did
Yeah.
there, John. That's clever.
There's a lot of people making songs called Creep.
That's clever. Really well done by you. Rhea Hughes, one-word song title.
The first time I heard this song, I thought it was really weird, but I've become a huge fan of it. Tusk.
Oh, yeah, Fleetwood Mac. That's a
Mac.
great song. All right, Dan Wilson is going to be technically taking his 3rd song of the show because he was teasing the side topic, I guess, with Respect and Holiday as his first 2 songs of the day. Don't think I didn't notice that, Dan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Slipped it in there.
You did.
Oh.
And the real takeaway from that is Respect could have won on this show today,
Yes.
but it will not win today because of Dan Wilson.
Yeah,
So
that's
when you
kind
call
of
up-
too bad.
Right? If you want to call up, when you first heard this, you thought Respect, call up and say, hey, Dan, I hate you. You ruined my day. And then say, Dan, you're awesome. I love you. All right, Dan, you got an answer for us?
Yeah, so I want bonus points for this one because not only is it a one-word song title, it's also the only lyric, Tequila.
Oh, yeah, you're right about
great
that.
one,
You're
man.
right about that. It's
Really
just-
great.
I don't know where to go. I had like 15 answers that just popped off the top of my head. So I'm going to play to my audience. And it's the audience I haven't seen in a few days. I'm playing to my guy, John Ritchie, Isabella. Awesome Jimi Hendrix song.
Truly.
Just a banger, man.
That's an underrated.
It is. I don't think it gets
Gypsy
talked about enough.
Eyes and Isabella, both very underrated.
Underrated and a great name, too. Like if
I
I had a
agree.
second daughter, she might have been Izzy, you know?
Oh, that's cool. You're right.
I know, it's a great name.
I missed that opportunity. So I'm looking at Tusk. Have you ever seen this video? It's Stevie Nicks she's doing
with the marching band. Are you talking about?
Yeah.
So I've seen a few of them. I've seen with other members of Fleetwood Mac playing with marching bands and
She's
stuff.
a talented baton twirler.
It is. It's a good marching band song too, Tusk. It really works with the marching band.
It's wild. The first time I'd never heard anything like it. It was just
it's
the
a
most
really
wild
It's a really cool song. It's a great answer. All right, 215-592-9494. So in addition to your calls on Nick Sirianni and the Phillies, which we will get into, give us a one-word song title. Best answer is going to win the tickets to see Rush. Let's go back to the phones and talk to our pal Patrick and Tabernacle. Yo.
Yo. Hey, morning.
I like that. Who are you saying come on to there? You're like, come on. Let's go.
Listen. This
is that you psyching yourself up for the call before that we don't know that before you go on? You're like, come on, Patrick. Don't stink today.
Slapping your face in the mirror.
No. It's Gloria the GOAT. Gloria just doesn't get it.
Is that another one-word song title off the board?
Well, actually, it is. Actually, you know what? That is my answer.
Okay, it's a good answer.
You got to go to the Van Morrison where you go G.
Yeah, it's a great song.
Gloria, Gloria.
I love it.
Excellent.
So, Richie, welcome back.
Thanks.
And by the way, Mommy declared that Eddie Van Halen is the best guitarist ever. What a
well, he's
joke
wrong
that
about that. I mean,
is.
Eddie's good, but he's wrong.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
Mommy, can I just say something? Mommy talks too much. You know, I know that he's a radio host, but he needs to shut his mouth a little bit more.
There are a lot of people who would agree with Spike on that, though.
Yeah, well, you know.
I mean, he was really, really gifted, and his techniques maybe the most impeccable of any guitarist who ever lived.
Mm-hmm. Jimi Hendrix lived, though, so
I agree.
Stevie Ray Vaughan lived. You know, I mean, we could, you know. Anyway, go ahead, Patrick.
He lacked creativity. Technically, he was awesome.
Kind of like Spike. That's Also, if you could not understand human emotion, then it would really be Spike, and then we'd be really sad. You know.
Okay, so we're talking about Sirianni, and listen.
Hey, Spike takes so many shots at me. I will take as many as I can at him. Spike, I'm coming for you. I also love you, pal.
Patrick,
listen, Sirianni.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
What? So listen, I'm listening to Richie talk about Sirianni, and like there's part of me that thinks I can't believe this guy's a coach. There's another part of me is like, this guy is such an unconventional coach. I don't care. You know, it's like the results matter. And then I go to that argument down that rabbit hole. I'm like, well, results matter because of Howie Roseman or because of Sirianni? And when I try to net it all out, it's like I almost want to say, I hate to admit it, but like, results matter. This is results business, John Ritchie. You could be, listen, Andy Reid could leave Kansas City and go 0-17 for 2 seasons or a season. It's a results-oriented business.
Yes.
And I just can't. That's where the weight of kind of my decision and thought is like, the guy's a coach. Somehow, John Ritchie, unconventionally and untraditionally, like, we're not living in the era of 3 yards and a cloud of dust and, the coach who, runs, the whole camp, the whole university, the whole organization. Coaches don't do that too much anymore. Paterno's gone and like all these old time we're not in that era. But like at the end of the discussion, Richie, it's like the dude wins. Other than A.J. Brown, if you throw that out, it's like back in the Stanford days. Did they do this? They throw out the high and low score test, and the rest is what you get. So, like, if you throw out the knucklehead like A.J. Brown, like, when I net it out, I just can't. You can't argue with results.
Patrick, if we're talking about results, if we're talking about the knucklehead, if we're talking about, hey, you're the culture guy, we've taken everything else away, or someone has taken everything else away, except set the culture, and the culture puts you in really bad spot. The last several,
it's also put him in good spots too,
years. The last couple years,
last year,
the center point of this team's identity has been the rift
Oh, well,
The
they won the
rift.
Super Bowl 2 years ago with that rift. And Nick, you have to give Nick credit for managing that and all that. You know, you could go both ways.
You either give him credit or you give him blame for not being able to get past
I give him
that.
no blame. They won the Super Bowl that year, for that year at least. You know, I get it moving forward. Patrick, give us an answer, one-word title. Oh, you gave us Gloria. Gloria, great call. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll continue this topic coming back. So much to get into. It is a volatile topic. I think there's really people coming down both sides. It's fascinating. Again, plus we'll get into the Phils. Plus, Ask Me Anything's coming up next. So you can still get your questions in quickly on Twitter and on the text line. It's the morning show. Don't go anywhere.
Well, John, June is officially here, and that means the Philadelphia humidity is starting to settle in for the long haul. We're all looking forward to summer, but for homeowners with aging windows, the heat is about to make those electric bills a total nightmare.
It really is the most expensive time of the year for a house with poor insulation. When seals fail on older windows, the AC has to work twice as hard just to keep up, and it leads to higher costs and a home that never truly feels cool. That's why so many people turn to Window Nation.
It's a smart move for long-term comfort. Window Nation windows are custom built to provide a permanent weather-tight seal that keeps the heat out and the cool air in. And right now, Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale is in full swing. Homeowners can replace every window in the house, and half of them are free.
Plus, to help with the summer budget, Window Nation is offering 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 full years. It's the perfect time to secure the home against the rising temperatures. Don't wait for the next heat wave. Go to windownation.com today to schedule a fast, free consultation. That's windownation.com.
Sports Radio 94 WIP's official travel partner is Fans of Philly. Fly with Fans of Philly to catch the birds this season as they tackle Arizona, Tennessee, Chicago, and Jacksonville across the pond in London. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Reserve your tickets now at fansofphilly.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the Teeth in a Day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spellbook.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this June with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango.
Equipped with V8 engines.
Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our...
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
It's the Robin live, loud, and perched on air from Robin Ford, Elko's preferred Ford destination for over 6 decades. It's summer road trip season, and the Robin is making sure your vacation has less squawk. First up, Amy from Marple.
We're heading down to the shore, but my small SUV is packed so tight, I may have to choose between the kids or my husband.
Sounds like your flock is packed beak to cheek. Good news is Robin Ford is offering employee pricing on every vehicle, so you can get into something bigger without your budget cracking wide open. You pay what we pay, but for a limited time only. Spread Eagle in a new 2026 Ford Explorer Active for just $499 a month. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield.
Need something for projects on the weekend and maybe hauling the camper.
Get into a new 2026 Ford F-150 STX for just $499 a month. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. 2026 Ford F-150 STX and Explorer. Active 36 month lease. 10,500 miles, $995 due at signing offers. Subject to credit approval and can change at any time. Excludes taxes, title license, and dealer fees. Offers end July 6, 2026. See dealer for more details.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Welcome to the Kylian Mbappe Show. The French captain put on an absolute clinic in New Jersey last night, scoring a brilliant second-half brace to send France to a 3-1 victory over Senegal. Mbappe becomes France's all-time leading international goal scorer with 58. I'm Drake Toll.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Ask Me Anything. Ask me a question. With Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
That's right. It is Ask Me Anything with John Ritchie and James Seltzer today. Dan Wilson on the ones and twos. Danny, what we got today?
Yeah, so we got a few questions from both the Twitter and the text line. We're going to open this one up. John, it's based on something you said earlier, or actually, James, you said earlier in the show about how connected a guy John Ritchie is. Who's the most famous person in your phone, and who's the most famous person in your phone you could get a reply from? Because apparently you have a relationship with Billy Joe Armstrong I did not know about.
Oh, get out of here. Yeah, that's a great one. Yeah, good question.
I don't have Billy's number.
You could get it and probably reach out to him. Though,
yeah, well, he changes his number a lot.
Makes sense.
Do you have an email? Like, if any?
I have other guys in the band's number. And I have Billy's wife's number.
So you can get a hold of him if you need to.
Yeah, but not his. He is he's way up there. I mean, that's for sure. He is way up there, and I don't remember a lot of them. But a friend of mine sent me a clip over the weekend of Metallica doing their
I saw that. It was so cool. Oh my God, it was awesome. Yeah.
That was in the parking lot of the AFC Championship game. Metallica showed up on a flatbed and played this whole concert. And James Hetfield, the lead singer of Metallica, was wearing my jersey, which, that was a dream
that's
come
too
true.
much right there.
So he would be.
That's a great answer.
The biggest deal.
Great answer. All right, what's next?
Where or why, rather, are Joe's vacations so secret, and how did this whole thing start?
It's a great question. I wish I had an answer. So how it started was his first big vacation he took with Amy a while back or whatever it was. He just left without telling us. Not only left without telling us that where he was going or anything, he left without telling me and John that he was going. Yeah. So we came in on a Monday for work, and it was like, Joe's not here. And it's like, wait, hold on, I'm hosting the show, all that. Like, we had no idea. And then it's like, he's also gone for a week. And then
he still didn't say anything. Did he say anything to you this time?
No, I don't know. So we talked about this a little yesterday. All I have is he sent Ava a text of a picture, and I texted it to you so you could see it too.
I saw
It's just him and Amy on a boat in like a sunny locale.
It looks like they might be on another cruise.
Yeah, I would guess. My guess was like Europe, Italy, Greece. It has that kind of vibe. We know they like that there. That was my guess. But
they just go cruising.
Yeah.
Does it feel sort of elderly?
A little bit.
Like it's kind of, and I don't know. I've never been on a cruise. But if that's only thing
Joe could be described as
Joe
sort
is
of elderly.
Yes. Mentality-wise, you could describe him as incredibly elderly.
Yeah.
James and I joke about how low he wears his glasses sometimes. You ever notice that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
Like when he's reading?
Yeah, he looks like
Have you ever
1,000
seen him
years
read
old.
without his glasses?
Oh, my God, the one eye. He literally goes one eye up
it's
against his...
terrible.
Oh, yeah, I'm on YouTube. Here we go. So ready? Here's my phone. This is Joe when he's reading. Ready? He'll go like this and take the one eye, close the eye, and go like this. Put his phone like right up against his eye, and it's like, bro.
He's
got to
like
do a better job.
Send screenshots of videos instead of linking the video, stuff like that. It's so funny.
Yeah, so I think it's born out of the fact that first time we were genuinely like, what the hell, where are you? And now he thinks we actually care.
Yes.
And it's like a big, oh my God,
like
where's
running
Joe?
bit,
Let's keep everyone in suspense.
Yeah. Now, what we're going to do, and we've done in the past, but I think we really need to hammer this home, and Rhea, you'll have to be involved in this too. When he comes back, we shut down. Yeah. We don't care where he was. We don't ask him.
Pretend like you forgot.
It'd be even funny if we pretended like he was never off. We're like, oh, hey,
That's
good to see you again, Joe.
I would like to try that.
As a show, I would like to try and do that.
But it seems like that's really tough to
It's impossible, but we're going to try. I think we at least need, maybe the first segment, we need to try something. And we need to get to the point where he's just like, fine, I'll tell you guys, without us asking or whatever.
Yeah.
So that'd be
getting frustrated that people aren't asking him.
Exactly. Well, does anyone care? I want that vibe. And if we get that, I'll feel it's a win. All right, let's do one more quick.
Last one for both of you. Do you remember your first kiss?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Maggie. Shout out to Maggie.
Who doesn't?
I know. Yeah, I know.
No, like you are.
Are we getting any details? I don't know. That was the question.
Insane question. The question was not, what was your first kiss? The question was, do you remember your first kiss? Yes, I do.
Right.
Am I allowed to ask a personal follow-up or no?
Yeah, I remember my first kiss.
do.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting.
I don't even know how much
I don't think it's a great story. It's
it.
just not even a good story. I kissed a girl, and I liked it.
I kissed a girl.
All right, Katie.
I kissed a girl while dancing.
There you go.
I was dancing,
That's
but it was
good.
slow dancing.
Do you remember how old you were?
I was 12.
Yeah, it was 5th grade, so whatever that is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. I was in 6th grade.
Same range.
Yeah. She wasn't.
Hey now.
Uh-huh.
Hey now. Boom.
Older or younger?
She was old.
All right,
just slightly older.
Saying.
We're talking
She was
to
in
the
a
best high
different
school
grade.
football player in the history of his area. Yeah, no big deal. All right. Let's shut it.
I wasn't a high school football player.
She knew.
then.
They knew.
I was petite.
They knew.
At that point.
They knew. All right, with that, we'll shut it down.
Ask me anything with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
It was totally innocent. It really was more about the dancing.
Yeah, I bet.
And the slow dancing. Like back then, slow dancing was the best it got.
Well, yeah, and you also dance to get a brick wall between you. Or like, there's that huge gap. I mean, no one's like up against each other.
But it started to get a little closer. Like a little bit closer. And then you're like, whoa, what
Did you
do I
leave some
do?
room for
What do I
Jesus?
do now?
Isn't that the saying?
Well, the best, right? Well, the best is when they would play a song like Stairway or something where it's got like the slower parts and you do the slow dancing and then it rages out and we're like, oh, we got to dance now? Like that's always great. All right, do a 5.
Chaperones in the corner, awkwardly watching.
Oh, buddy, yes. I do not want to be one of those chaperones someday. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up next, again, the Sirianni thing on the table, overrated or underrated, based on the really interesting Michael Silver article, which we'll continue to get into. I want to get Dan Wilson and Rhea Hughes' thoughts on it. We've gotten a bit of what Rhea thinks. We're going to get them on the Sirianni thing. And again, the Phillies. We'll get to the Phillies next. They win 8-2 last night. A 105 game today here on WIP. So a day game against the Marlins. Then a big series coming up against the Mets. Not that the Mets are a huge contender, but the Phillies have obviously struggled with the Mets in the past, and that is a big series of national games on that. We'll get into that later in the show as well. It's the morning show. We're coming right back.
Temperatures outside are rising, and the last thing you need is for your home's old AC to give out, leaving you hot and miserable and unsure what to do. But don't worry, you can count on Horizon Cooling to keep you and your family comfortable all summer long. With 24/7 emergency AC service availability, Horizon won't waste time getting you the help you need, even on nights or weekends, so you'll never be stuck walking around wondering when your AC is going to actually get fixed. You can trust Horizon to get you back to enjoying the comfort of your home. And right now, get a new system for as little as $105 a month, plus an up to 12-year warranty. With Horizon, you can always trust the job's going to be done right the first time, with the peace of mind of an up to 3-year parts and labor warranty on all repairs. Stop worrying about whether your home can hold up to the summer weather. Stay cool and comfortable this summer with Horizon Cooling. Book your visit today at horizonservices.com.
For the first time in 30 years, the All-Star Game returns to Philadelphia.
How about that?
This summer, when the game pauses, the action doesn't.
How about that for heroics into the second deck?
Sports Radio 94 WIP brings you the brightest stars in baseball.
Shohei Ohtani!
And the voices that bring it all home.
Swung on! Did it! Crushed!
July 14th at Citizens Bank Park. WIP's All-Star Game coverage brought to you by Netflix House Philadelphia in King of Prussia.
For 50 years, drivers have trusted Meineke to take care of their cars and their budgets. Because real value isn't just about price. It's about honest recommendations, quality work, and service done right the first time. From routine maintenance to major repairs, Meineke delivers dependable car care from experienced technicians you can count on. That's why generation after generation continues to choose Meineke. 50 years of trust, 50 years of value. Meineke, doing car care right.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active. And it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Today's Matchday Preview is presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Teams begin their second matches of group stage as Canada faces Qatar on home soil in Vancouver, and Mexico will battle South Korea in Guadalajara. Qatar got a surprising draw in their first match against Switzerland. They're heavy underdogs again this time around against Canada at about 10-1. Canada also got a draw in their first match against Bosnia and Herzegovina and will look to bounce back and record 3 points. Meanwhile, Mexico and South Korea will battle in Guadalajara for the top of the standings in Group A after both teams won their first matches. Mexico is plus 100 to win the match on home soil, while South Korea is plus 300. This has been your official Odyssey Sports Match Day preview brought to you by Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Listen in ahead of each match day for the latest betting insights from Fanatics all tournament long.
Meet Sophia, a huge soccer fan. With her Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's streaming 3 games, video calling her cousin in Mexico,
and running the quiniela all on my new Samsung Galaxy.
She's practically running the whole tournament from her phone.
Good thing I have Total Wireless.
Switch to Total Wireless Total Max 5G or All Access plans to get on a network that won't put you second. Plus, a Samsung Galaxy on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 7/8/2026 or while supplies last. Device taxes and fees may apply.
The Reading Fightin' Phils have been the AA affiliate of the Philadelphia Phillies since 1967 and played America's classic ballpark in Reading. An our Phils game is like a trip back in time. Free parking, affordable tickets, and food. Take your family to an our Phils game and see the Phillies' top prospects play in baseball town. The our Phils are home Tuesday through Sunday. Saturday features Mega Blast, the largest fireworks ever. Father's Day Sunday, men receive a golf shirt and all fans play catch on the field with Dad. Tickets online at ourphils.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
From backyard barbecues to homegrown herbs, the best parts of summer start at Lowe's. Right now, get 3 Fairy Morse 1.3 quart vegetables and herbs for just $12. Plus, get 4 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for only $10. Whether you're planting something new or giving your garden a refresh, now's the time to make the most of your outdoor space. Save more on what you need this summer at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Jack Dell has always been your daddy. And while others tease, Jack Dell and Dell Chevrolet always deliver. It's the Jack Daddy sales event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. And this month, the Jack Daddy himself has something big waiting for you. Over 300 vehicles available with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Go to DellChevrolet.com/daddy to receive an additional $500 off your best deal on a new Chevy. That's DellChevrolet.com/DADDY. Drive one of Daddy's vehicles home from Dell Chevy, right on Route 30 in Paoli. Online at DellChevrolet.com/daddy. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Together, let's drive. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Low APR % financing offer on approved
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Back-to-back games for the Phillies with 8 runs. They followed up an 8-0 shutout of the Marlins with an 8-2 defeat of Miami. They got home runs from Brandon Marsh, Alec Boehm, and Kyle Schwarber.
The pitch. Swung on line. Down the line and right. It's high, and it is gone. It just clears over the wall and right. Line drive home run for Kyle Schwarber. Number 25 to lead Major League Baseball.
Scott Fransky, the call. Schwarber also got the start at first base as Don Mattingly wanted to get Bryce Harper off his feet. Phils will go for a sweep of Miami, 1 p.m. today. Live here on 94 WIP. It'll be Andrew Painter on the mound. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Weather brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Partly sunny, chance of a storm later, a high of 84. It is currently 66. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Setting an alarm is how we ruin days we haven't even started yet. Wake up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Mornings on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Richie, I think the biggest thing about last night, obviously Alec Boehm homers as well, Brandon Marsh, again, the biggest thing last night, the lineup change, Mattingly aggressive against a right-handed pitcher. Brandon Marsh in the leadoff spot goes Marsh, Schwarber, Harper, 3 lefties at the top. Obviously, we talked a lot about Trea Turner yesterday and his struggles. He was out with the wrist contusion yesterday. What did you make of the aggressive left-handed top of the lineup with Mattingly?
Going way back, I mean, when we first started doing this show, when we were in the midday, I was just sort of picking up the scraps, learning as we went with baseball, having never watched really anything baseball-wise. How amazing. Is this, the 5th time Marsh has been in that spot leading off? I've heard it's a real challenging concept to switch places in the lineup. I've heard you always want to alternate left, right, left, right, left. I didn't expect to see this. I love that it seemed to work with the score. The fact remains, I think we only had 6 hits. I'd like to see that up, but I guess if you score anyway, what does it really matter?
Look, all that matters are runs at the end of the day on the box score. I will say, I generally, I thought it was a fascinating thing to do, and that's actually something Fritz has talked about on the High Ups Pod, mentioned as an idea of getting those 3 lefties at the top to kind of jump on a righty who struggles against left-handed pitchers or isn't great against left-handed pitchers. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, they put up 3 runs in the first inning. They jumped right on him.
So you think that's what did it, or just the fact that
I think it's part of it.
He got in his head.
I think it's part of it.
His former team that he grew up, watching.
Well, I think there's all kinds of factors for players and stuff like that. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, I think Mattingly deserves credit for the aggressive move. I thought Topper went too far with the righty-lefty thing. I think he was almost a slave to it. And there are reasons for it. You don't want to get late in the game and have a tough lefty come in and have those 3 guys in a row and you can kind of just pick them apart. Now, the good thing is Schwarber is so good against left-handed pitching. Man. Harper is pretty good against left-handed pitching, so it negates that a bit.
That's a good way to put it, though. I mean, I do think Topper was
I think he was way over the top with it.
I, as a watcher and learner, attempting to be a learner of baseball, I thought that was a lot more expected than what it must be. The left, right, left, right, left, right, hold to that come hell or high water. So I guess I was in a way sort of shocked, dismayed, but then also relieved and happy to see that we know this game so well with our manager that he's able to take those rules and bend them and break them when necessary. True mastery of the game. I expect that that's what we're dealing with Don Mattingly. Not that Topper wasn't at that point, mastering the game as well. But, man, I do think he held to some strategies a little too
I agree.
tight.
Yeah, I agree. And I've been impressed with what Mattingly's done so far and the willingness to make these type of moves and all that.
Do you think Mattingly is less inclined to really follow the analytics and more follow his gut?
I think, I think partially, sure. And I've always said, I think you have to be a mix. You shouldn't be a slave to one or the other. Analytics are information that's there for you to use. Use what makes sense and use what you find works and throw the rest out. I'm good with that.
I love in his case that he can think back to specific lineups.
Well, he has so many experiences.
I remember when we did this.
I actually think he
worked.
learned a lot in Toronto from Schneider. I think that being up in Toronto, seeing the way they manage, we talked about this a lot in the offseason that, they're the type of team that, tried to put the ball in play a lot, tried to not strike out, kind of had a different offensive approach from the Phillies. And I think Mattingly learned a lot up there and has transferred it over. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming to the phones in a sec. Rhea Hughes, the Nick Sirianni thing. Overrated, underrated. Where do you come down?
I think he's rated. I think he's properly rated.
What a cop-out! No, I'm kidding.
I think he's a good coach. He sometimes veers into great coach territory for me. Obviously, 22 and the Super Bowl year. I think what struck me about this story is that in the headline, it mentions that he's a hothead. And I go through and I'm reading all the things in it, and it said the most important person in the building is obviously Jeffrey Lurie, and he doesn't have a problem with it. It's
he said the good outweighs the bad with it, essentially.
And I think we all, we've all worked in workplaces where you have great people you work with, and they've got the one thing that drives you completely insane, but you just deal with it. And that's what I kind of took it at it. And I take a lot out of the fact that Zach Ertz said very complimentary stuff since they had a very public thing. He said his meetings are elite. We've talked to Jason Kelce for years, and Jason Kelce says he's run the best team meetings he's ever seen. I think that those things matter. So I think he's, like I said, I don't think he's great. He veers into great for me occasionally, but I think he's a good coach.
Yeah, I go great, but I agree with a lot of what you had to say, and I do think that I think that Nick's fieriness can be a detriment at times, but I think it's more of a detriment with the fan base getting upset.
I hate the antics.
I think
like
in
the antics.
the article, and look, things we've heard over the years, it does feel like those players like it. Those players like the authenticity. They like the us against the world vibe that he brings, and I do think those are powerful motivating factors. I've always said that I think the us against the world is the strongest motivating factor for athletes there is. And Nick's good at it. Plus,
he compounds it almost. I mean, they're like, "Hey, he's our guy. No one else likes him."
Yes, he kind of creates it in a way.
We can say he's messed up and saying crazy stuff and acting out.
Oh,
but
Saquon said that
can't.
he didn't like him when he was with the Giants.
A great point.
And he said, if you don't know Nick Sirianni, it's easy to not like him.
Yeah,
which I thought was one of the most interesting.
Yeah, I think it is.
There's a quote in here, another one from Zach Ertz. That sort of bothers me, though, because I don't know exactly how to read it. When he's talking about, as Rhea said, his team meetings are elite, and we have heard that. But his superpower, according to Zach Ertz, his superpower is just driving the team and weathering the pressure. In that building, in that city, and putting
there's a lot of
emphasis on things that drive guys to be their best. So I'm just thinking, that doesn't seem like that great a superpower.
I think in this city it is.
I mean, you need more than that. I mean, what we're talking about is the head coach of football, the head coach for your team.
I don't think he's saying that's the only thing he does well. I think he's saying that's
it's
the thing.
his superpower.
Well,
that's my problem.
In this city,
he's saying the one thing he does best above all else is sort of survive.
No, I think he's saying weather. This is a unique situation being the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. We are a uniquely intense,
but don't
provincial...
you think that's an incredibly underwhelming statement? About a head coach.
I think it's awesome. We have different views on what we want from head coach. I am a leader of men guy. I am someone who I believe the best head coaches are the ones who lead men, and I love the offensive stuff, but that is secondary to me. You can find offensive coordinators.
He did a bad job leading men last year.
Yeah, and he did a brilliant job leading men the year before and 2 years before. And he also had a wide receiver was submarining him at every turn and making his job harder. And a lot of issues. Again, the 2 seasons that Nick has had that weren't good were coming off a Super Bowl. It is hard to go to the Super Bowl and turn it around and come back. And he made the playoffs both years. Made the playoffs both years.
Wow. Both years.
Wow, yes.
Made the playoffs with his roster.
Most teams don't make the playoffs every year in a row.
You're expected to make the playoffs with this roster every year. I don't care what
That's
you say.
nonsense.
No, it's not.
The Chiefs didn't make the playoffs last year. I mean, the teams missed the playoffs.
Chiefs. You should make with this roster. You should make the playoffs.
I think that's a high standard. I think that and the parity is the name of the game in the NFL, and it's hard to rise above that every single season. Let's get
how about the fact that after the Super Bowls, he was given more responsibility. He was permitted to promote his friend, Kevin
I don't care if his
Patullo,
friends are in the job. Let Howie hire the people.
permitted. Well, that's what we're getting to, don't
I'm
you
good with
think?
that.
The
Yeah.
only time
I think it's a great setup.
The times that he has promoted his
so he's not
own,
great at hiring people.
it's
That's fine.
failed.
Head coaches' jobs are not to hire people; it's to coach people. And
Okay, but
develop
you should
people.
also know the game well enough that you know a guy's acumen can be applied to
I
offensive
believe the team
coordinator
thought
or
very
not.
highly of Brian Johnson. I don't think that was just Nick's.
Well, Brian Johnson especially was not Nick's choice. I thought we were just talking about. But
I was
Brian
talking
Johnson was
about Patullo.
Yeah, Patullo. Look, it's his best buddy. He's been with him a long time. He made a mistake. I think that happens. He's a human being. Like I'm
I
willing
thought
to give
that
him a
Brian
pass.
Johnson was in part
Jalen.
because of Jalen.
I
but
thought so,
didn't
too.
know for
So-
sure.
But the whole organization down there would tell anybody who was listening that Brian Johnson was going to be a great head coach. One
Yeah,
day.
no, they were-
And
they
flat
were
out
really-
I was told that at training
Yeah,
camp.
yeah. So it's fascinating. All right, so much to get in on this. 215-592-9494. We'll get Dan Wilson's thoughts coming up. We'll get more into the Phillies, the Marsh thing, what Mattingly had to say about batting Marsh leadoff, what Marsh had to say about batting leadoff. We'll get into all that coming up. Let's go back to the phones and talk to John in Allentown. Johnny.
James, how are you?
Better now, pal. How you doing?
Good. Hey, I just want to welcome John back from New York. We know he was up at the parade, celebrating the Knicks. So, yeah.
Parade's tomorrow, John, okay?
Is it?
Oh, all right. Well, he was celebrating that win Saturday night. I saw him in the crowd running the streets. So,
yes, I was at the Music Fest in Wayne. It was awesome.
I'm jealous of those people who were running in the streets. I'll tell you that.
And by the way, I know where Joe is
No, you don't.
because I saw a photo posted.
Really?
And
it's got a
I
location?
know the area. Yeah, no. I happen to have vacationed in that area, and I know that area very well.
So where is he?
Is it on a cruise?
So where is he?
I think he's in Italy.
Yeah. So if I had to bet, Amalfi Coast. If I had to bet based on the picture, I would have bet
Because
somewhere in that part of the world. But
yeah, I've been in that area, and it looks very familiar.
well,
so.
Fancy Joe in the Amalfi
All right.
Coast, no big deal. All right, what do you got on the birds, John?
Yeah. All right, on the birds. So I think that Nick Sirianni is both overrated and underrated.
Oh.
I think
At least I
that
didn't
he
say
is
that, James.
overrated by the outside world. He's overrated. The inside world, like us, people like us, he's maybe a little underrated. But here's my problem, and I'm going to tie this in with my song, one-word song as well, one-word title. My one-word title is Imagine. So imagine this. Imagine if we didn't
Actually,
see all
that's
the
good work, right? Synergy right there.
The foolishness that we actually seen him perform. Imagine if we didn't know that he picked his own buddy to become the coordinator and tanked the season.
Wow.
I
don't think tanked the season. I think is an aggressive way to put it.
We would absolutely rate him properly. But we underrate him because, his foolishness on the sidelines. Imagine if he didn't bring his son up to the podium.
I didn't have as big a
deflect
problem with that as you did. And they won the,
I understand. I know we all, none of us have the same thoughts, but imagine if he didn't do all the stuff that he's done, because we would absolutely not underrate him. We would give him his just due
I
because
think that's
he
fair.
is a good
Yeah,
coach.
his annex take away from
They
him.
do.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the reason for the article is, they're trying to put out there that, the annex are a positive and they're not this detriment. And because I do think to his
I don't
to
think
image.
anybody's. Well, they're selling it as that's who he is.
Yeah,
but
and it's authentic.
Yeah, like Clint Hurd said, he concedes he's not for everybody. So it's. I don't know if it's much an asset as it is. It's who he is.
It's who he is. John, you
Yeah.
got an answer for? Oh, you said it. Imagine. A great call, man. Imagine is a really good answer for best song title. Let's go to our guy Corey in Pottstown. Core.
Jimmy!
Corey!
Good morning, guys. Hey,
Hi.
oddly enough, what he just said about the last caller just said about Sirianni and his antics and everything. Can I ask you three a question? Is all of his antics, in your minds, is that the most Philly thing you see on a sideline?
Without a doubt. There's actually a line in the article that says that where it's, hold on, see if I can find it. Where here,
Says it's him to a
I got
T,
it. Yeah, so here we go. So this is from a rival NFL head coach. As one rival NFL head coach wonders, could anyone be more perfect for Philly? He goes nuts. He loses his mind just like Eagles fans do. I mean, we do. He's not wrong. We react the same way.
Absolutely.
He is the most, could have been a guy taken off the street from South Philly and been a head coach in terms of the personality that we've ever had.
So I know most of us and most of the people outside of Philly don't know and don't get Sirianni. But let me go back to something y'all said earlier about the CEO kind of coach. Tomlin and, oh, God, I just lost his name. And
Harbaugh.
From Baltimore.
Harbaugh.
Let me just say this. I would think that those guys should have been a lot more well-equipped to handle a team as a leader of men because they didn't have to go through the amount of coordinators that they did early in their career. Now, Nick Sirianni is going through coordinators, and I know, John, he's going through coordinators because he's not calling plays. But neither did Harbaugh and neither did Tomlin. And they kept their coordinators, and I think maybe we have to look it up. I think Sirianni in his 5-year period has won more games than those guys have won in a 5-year period, and they had the same coordinators. So I think rating Sirianni is perfect by saying, listen, he's overcome 4 different coordinators in 4 seasons.
Come on.
And they
You
still
can't
win.
say he's overcome himself. Like,
But
that's what you're
you make
saying.
the excuse for Jalen where it's hard to have different coordinators each year, and I know that Nick not calling plays is the reason, but he is still the head coach having to do with a different
So we're
coordinator
going to give
each year.
him credit now for coaching out of the hole he's created that because he wasn't able to call the plays like was intended.
I'll give him credit for that.
So
Yeah, I
this is
don't care about
insanity.
the calling plays. I'm a leader of men guy. I think he's a great leader of men. The evidence is out there in this article. I mean, they talk so
I think
much
a leader
about
of
it.
men leads in large part by example. The example he puts out there, and you're not putting your best foot forward.
As an
if you're
offensive
leading
genius,
with Nick
he's
Sirianni.
putting his best foot forward
No,
as a head
just
coach,
with
as
the
a develop.
antics. Hold on, the antics. There's a difference
But if they
between
like
the
it-
esteemed head coach and
That's what
the
you
guy
want.
who
You want the esteemed head coach. You're from a different time. It seems
Hold
like,
on.
real quick, it seems like these players today like this.
I don't
though.
think they have any other choice.
But all we can go off
That's
is by
my
what they
point
say.
here.
And how they
John,
act.
the funny thing about us saying about his antics, I will be the first one to tell you, your coach for the Raiders, he had some antics on the sideline
did.
also. So I don't know how we can say it's good for one coach to do it and bad for this one.
Look, that coach on the side, John Gruden on the sideline, if he had antics, he was also the preeminent offensive genius in football at that point in time.
And Nick has had a better first 5 years as head coach than Gruden did.
Well, he had
Yes,
a lot
he
better
has.
roster to work with.
I know, you guys were pretty damn good.
I was on the roster.
You had a good roster.
Okay. It was a rebuild from the moment he got there. First 2 years, we were 8-8. It was not a great roster. We built it from the ground up.
Well, real quick, the Eagles are
4-11-1
4-11-1 when Sirianni got here. 4-11-1 is the team he took over, just for what it's worth. Corey, you got an answer for one-word song title?
I do. It's probably the greatest video ever, and it's the greatest song that's
I know where you're
played
going.
during the same holiday every year.
Yeah.
And that is Michael Jackson Thriller.
Yep. Great call. I knew where he was going. As soon as he said the video, I was like, oh, we're getting Thriller here. It's a big answer, potential winner. 215-592-9494. Twitter poll question of the day. Sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Visit ArminChevy.com today to check out Armin's selection of top quality Car Bravo certified pre-owned vehicles. That's ArminChevy.com. The question, which I will ask Dan Wilson, producing the show right now. Dan, is Nick Sirianni overrated or underrated? Where do you come down on this?
Yeah, I lean pretty close to Rhea in that I think he's relatively close to properly rated, but I'll lean underrated because I think in football, more so than any other sport, if you rank like the impact coaches have in professional sports, I think a head coach of a football team, of an NFL team, has more to do with
By a wide margin.
That's the hardest
I think there's
job.
a wide margin between NFL coach and whoever's second, whether it's basketball, baseball, whatever.
And so to John's point, he's had a very good roster. No, he didn't necessarily inherit one, but he's had a very good roster for most of the time. You are expected to make the playoffs. He did win the Super Bowl, and I think he has the best general manager in the league, forming that roster.
Agree.
So he has every possible advantage, but he still meets that expectation. He still is the head coach, and I think it's hard to win in spite of your head coach. So does he do antics that are annoying? Sure. Does he call plays, and does that hurt against the narrative surrounding him? Yes, I do. But do I think that he still deserves credit for meeting those expectations? Do I think they're winning in spite of him? No. So that's why I would lean underrated.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really good points in there. Coming to the phones in a sec, John, I want to read you this part from the article and get your thoughts on it, because something that I personally think Nick doesn't get enough credit for, and obviously I think he's underrated. I think there's a lot of things that are, that people don't like about him that I don't have as big a problem with. But one thing that I never hear brought up with him that I think he really deserves credit for. I know that Howie gets a lot of credit for drafting these great guys, the last 5 years of draft, all this stellar stuff. But those players still have to come to the NFL and play well. They have to be developed. They have to be turned into players. And I don't think Nick and his staff get enough credit. Here's a nice little couple sentences in the article from Mike Silver. It says, as the son of educators, Nick embraces player development and the habits that translate to success. He is hyper-focused on details and drills home teaching points relentlessly. He's obsessed with ball security techniques and is constantly exploring other scenarios of situational football for his team's consumption. I think Nick doesn't get enough credit for developing players. We know, I don't think you wouldn't even disagree with his detail-oriented type stuff and all that. He has proven to be very good with that type of stuff. I think teaching points and details, and I've said before, the son of educators thing, the son of a coach, I think all that stuff matters. Like, he is a teacher, and he goes to this by teaching. And I do think that maybe there are some flaws on the other end, but in terms of the young guys who have turned, and granted, you have to draft guys with talent. I get that. But he has taken that talent and developed a lot of these guys into great players. And again, Vic Fangio deserves credit. Position coaches deserve credit. But Nick has instilled a development system in his staff and the way they go about things that's worked really well.
Yeah, I think he's fancied himself a teacher all along. I mean, that's one of the first things he said to us, and that he teaches his coaches to do the same, that he wants to instill, pride and toughness, but also the learning of football. And that matters a lot to him. And, good. It should. Son of educators, as you said, it really is in his blood. And that's important. And I think what Zach Ertz said way back when, that he'd never seen this technique for accountability in meetings. You hear about the meeting events. You hear Zach Ertz talk about, putting the players who make mistakes, their number at the bottom of the screen of practice film. And I never, ever saw that. I think it's an incredible idea, and it really is very matter-of-factly holding guys accountable. That's unbelievable. That's a new idea that Nick brought in here. And, as Zach Ertz was stating, no one had seen it before. It really does accomplish what it sets out to accomplish, too. If you messed up, everyone else knows it. It's going to make you want to try a little harder and not make that mistake. Not want to
be embarrassed in front of everyone again. Yeah,
it's just a very simple thing that makes a ton of sense. You hear his meetings are elite from Zach Ertz, from Jason Kelsey when he talks to us about these things. So guys appreciate that. When you're sitting in there in meetings all day long every day, things can get rough. I mean, again, it's a great gig. I'm not complaining on behalf of these players, but meetings can get long, and sometimes it's hard to keep your eyes open when you're 3 hours in and your playbook's this thick. It's a real positive to have someone who holds the guy's attention, and it sounds to me like Nick is an expert at holding guys' attention, even if he's not teaching the offense, because that's Sean Mannion. Nick has a couple minutes at the beginning of every day where the team gets together and he sets the tone for the day. That with Andy Reid, that meeting was essentially, okay, guys, here's the schedule. We're going to, practice as usual at this time. Afterwards, we'll meet up, get your lift in, And it was real matter of fact. It sounds to me like Nick puts a lot more into those team meetings than what my experience was. So guys seem to be benefiting from that.
Let's go to sentiments and talk to our buddy Ken. Hey, Ken.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a nice day.
Yeah, what's up, Ken?
Yeah, John, been a while. Hope you. I wasn't really going to call because at some point it gets repetitive to try and have this conversation with John Ritchie, and I really think, John, you have this myopic view of what you think an NFL head coach is supposed to be, and because Nick Sirianni doesn't fit that view in your head, you just don't want to give him any credit, and it borders on the level of.
I think I've given him a lot of credit today.
I must have missed those parts. If Nick Sirianni's next 5 years look like Nick Sirianni's first 5 years, Nick Sirianni's going to get fitted for a gold jacket, and he should, because he will be one of the most historically successful head coaches in the history of the NFL.
Well, that part's true. He will be historically one of the most successful coaches, numbers-wise, record-wise, in the history of the league. Yeah, he already is. But does he get that respect across the league?
You know what? I don't know. I don't think he does.
I don't think he does either.
I don't think conversations like this help. I mean, you're completely discounting the comments that current, former players who have just come through here for a brief period of time, who have all said the same thing about the level of situational football coaching that they've never seen in their careers. All the stuff, you're discounting all of that as if no players ever say bad things about their coaches. No players who when they're out of a situation look back on that situation and say, yeah, I really couldn't stand that guy. I mean, and I'm convinced that at some point here,
I think the players love him. So why would they say bad things?
Well, but why is that? Why is that a bad thing? That's my question. Is like there's an old saying that, you know, in the Army and the military in general, you know, there's some people that just make a better captain than they do a private. And Nick Sirianni is very likely one of those guys. He's just better as a leader. He is better as a vision setter. And because it's hard to quantify, it's hard to tangibly quantify what he does on a game day. And you know better than anybody that game day, those 3.5 hours at the end of a week or whatever part of the week you play now, I mean, maybe at the beginning of a week for the way things are going, but that is the culmination of hundreds of hours of preparation before those 3 hours that is the game day. And the season, the actual season of games, is the culmination of thousands of hours of work before that season kicks off in September. And that's the stuff that you can't see it on your television screen. You can't quantify it. You can't put your finger on it and say, boy, look at what a great play caller he is, or whatever that is. That's the stuff that you can't see. But if you're going to continue to pretend that the Eagles, that Nick Sirianni is just incidental to the continued success of this football team, and that it's just a coincidence that it's happening while he's the head coach, that's just I don't know what to say to that to change your mind, and I frankly don't think your mind is changing.
Ken, you got an answer? You got an answer for a one-word title?
Yeah, Heartbreaker, Tom Petty.
Good answer. John, you want to respond?
I don't know that I have room. I mean, yeah, he's liked by the players, and you got to give him credit for that. I mean, that's a big deal. I guess I can't imagine the game has changed as much as. I can't imagine the game has changed that much that X's and O's just don't matter. I wish that there were more focus on that. I think that's what the great teams do, and I hope we see that again here, because we haven't seen it on the offensive side for a few years.
215-592-9494. We're coming back. on this topic, plus the Mike Gansey jinx. You're going to hear that coming up in 1 minute.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia and millions from across the world visiting to see their teams compete, they'll want to sample everything that our area has to offer, especially the food and drinks we're known for. Long lines and huge crowds will push bar and restaurant staffs to the limit. So our longtime friends at PDQ POS are here to help restaurants and bars keep things running with their point-of-sale system. The team at PDQ POS has been supporting Philly's food businesses for more than 40 years with hundreds of customers across the Delaware Valley. They have everything a restaurant needs, including kiosks, mobile tablets, and more. Best of all, 100% of their support is domestic, so you'll never have to wait long for an issue to be fixed or a part replaced. If you're in need of a new POS, you have to visit my friends at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com for a free demo. PDQ POS is a proud sponsor of the Pennsylvania Restaurant and Lodging Association.
All right, back to the phones in a minute. Dan, you were about to jump in. What do you want to say?
No, so it was something that came up either with our most recent caller or 2 callers ago of where do you, if there was a free agent NFL coaches draft, where do you think Sirianni would go?
It's a great question. To John's point, I don't know that he is as well rated in certain organizations or certain spots.
Because he's not well liked.
Yeah, and I think
that's the feeling I get.
And I think there are teams that don't like this type of brash and braggadocious type coach, whereas I think the Eagles are more comfortable with it. I don't know. I think, top 10 probably, but I don't know that
Probably
for
not
sure.
top 5, but back end of the top 10.
That'd be my guess. But again, I think it's really interesting. It's so funny with Jalen and Nick. We've had so much success with these guys here, and yet they are both so polarizing, and both in this city and outside this city. Like I could see it. Like, look, all it takes is one team to love that person, and they get taken higher than anyone would think. And I do think there are probably teams that do love these guys because they've had so much success, and there are people here who would go both ways. So I think it'd be a fascinating discussion.
Definitely the coach and quarterback combination who gets the least credit for winning.
For their
because
doubt.
A lot of people feel like Sirianni's not even the best, or when Stoutland was still here, the second best coach on his own staff. And in the case of Hurts, is he, depending on where you rate him, a top 2 or 3 player on his own team?
There might be no other championship ever in NFL history outside of the only one I can think of, and it's for obvious reasons, is that Ravens one in 2000 because they had Trent Dilfer and Brian Billick as their head coach. I don't ever remember another title where it's like, well, the quarterback and head coach had nothing to do with it. I guess Manning and Kubiak a little bit with that Broncos defense. But again, that was a broken down Peyton Manning. Like, it is a wild thing. Like, every time, it's the roster, just the roster, forget the quarterback and head coach. Every other time,
and the GM has to be insane, too.
Yes, exactly. Every other time, the quarterback and head coach are in the first sentence of the discussion, So it is a fascinating thing. All right, back to the phones in a sec. I want to play this jinx. John, did you hear this last night?
No.
Oh, get ready.
No.
Oh, man. Poor Mike Gansey. Now, his own fault. No better.
Oh,
Have you ever watched? Okay.
I heard.
Have you ever watched a baseball game before? Do you know how these things work? Have you heard of sports and jinxes? So
I was focused on the mulletish haircut, but this was
tough. So not the best introduction to Philadelphia for our guy Mike Gansey. They had Nick Nurse and Mike Gansey on 5th inning. Jesus Luzardo dealing. He does have a no-hitter at that point. Here's what happened.
Sixers' new president of basketball operations, Mike Gansey, and head coach Nick Nurse down here as we go to the top half of the 5th inning. Fellas, thanks for joining us. Mike, welcome to Philadelphia.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. How's everything going your first couple of days?
Good.
Yeah.
Glad we're out to a 8-0 start right here.
Yeah, we are.
First game, man. No hitter still intact.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Luzardo's been
He almost said it.
All right, Nick, what's the equivalent of that when it comes to basketball?
I don't know. I think it's, you say, don't shoot, and it goes in,
The audio
I could not have
amazing.
timed up
it's
better or
it's
worse.
Too ridiculous. I don't think I've ever heard it that quickly. And obviously, him saying it and Kruk just going, oh boy.
I mean, it's seconds. It's 2 seconds later.
It was really
timing.
Perfect. Sometimes things just time out perfectly in life, and that was one of those things for everyone except Mike Gansey. Mike Gansey probably wished it had not timed out. But hey, Mike, if you're listening, I'm sure you're not, but if you are, don't talk about a no-hitter when
No.
it's happening. This is pretty easy.
The fun-
Especially when you're on the freaking broadcast. Come on.
Have you ever been
As a guest? It's another thing if
yeah.
you're an announcer and you have to figure it
yeah.
out and deal with that. We know that they have to announce a
calisthenics
game.
they do.
Yes, but dude, you're a guest. What are you doing?
So I used to hang out at this place, and I would just go in, and get something to eat. And if the Phillies were playing an afternoon game, I'd be watching it. And there was always this older gentleman who was in there, Hispanic. I didn't speak Spanish, he didn't speak English, but we would always watch and just kind of sit there like close to each other. So one day we're sitting there, and there's a no hitter, and I forget who it was, because it was a while ago. But it's going on, and we're not saying anything. Again, we don't even speak, but we're looking at each other every time the inning ends. We're like, oh my god! Guy comes sit down and goes, "How's there no hitter going?"
Oh, God.
And we both looked at him and wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
In 2 different languages. It was really.
Did it get broken up right after that?
Oh yeah.
No,
yeah.
of course. Yeah.
I feel like it always does. No one has ever said there's no hitter going and not, allowed to hit.
exactly.
Yeah, that's why Mike Gansey should have known better. What are you thinking, Mike? All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get into more of the Philly stuff, the Marsh leadoff thing coming up in a bit. Let's go back to the phones and talk to our pal Ed in Phoenixville. Eddie.
Hey guys, in defense of Mike Gansey's little gaffe, I at our Phil's game a couple weeks ago, I was going up to pretty much everyone. And in my defense, it was before the game actually started, but I was like, "What if Wheeler threw a no-no today?"
That's
but
different.
every inning, I
think that's okay. I think that's okay. If you go in.
But as it started getting legs, they're like,
Yeah.
"Shut up."
Yeah, then you got to shut up. I agree.
You know,
I agree. There's a certain point you got to shut it down.
I had some fun with it, but hey, John, I got to give you credit, man. I don't think I've heard you say the phrase CEO head coach yet today. So you're evolving in your stodgy take on Sirianni. So, here's my thing on him, and I've always been a Sirianni fan, and it's like he's had this track record of success in 5 years, which is a lot, but in like statistical terms, it's really not. So like, it's funny, like. But NFL's like a, what have you done for me lately kind of league. So it's so rare that you see like people like, Mike Tomlin get these 10 to 15 year leashes in which to have like success and, stages like mediocrity and everything. But coming from somebody who, granted, I was like an end of the bench guy on a D3 team. I'm not equating what I went through in college to what people in the NFL went through, but the importance of meetings cannot be underestimated. It's like different from the business world where you say this meeting could have been an email, this email could have been a discussion, this discussion didn't have to happen. Like, you really need to address every play, not only in the game, but in practice. You're going over goal line, you're going over 7-on-7s.
And it's every
angles,
guy's job. Every single guy in the screen needs to be reviewed. Like every play needs to be gone over with each individual, 11 of them, and that takes so much time. That's why these, if he brings value to these meetings that have heretofore been impossible to get through without nodding off, that's a superpower to me. Zach Ertz gave a different superpower. For me, a superpower is an offensively minded coach who can entertain guys while teaching them. That really is a big deal.
And to the accountability factor, John, and we heard about it. Like, you look at some of the D coordinators that came out of the Saban coaching tree, I'd be willing to bet he was in every last one of those defensive meetings. I mean, he himself was a position coach. So, like, he was probably in that same room with Kirby Smart and all those 5-star recruits, and that extra level of accountability that brings. Plus, to be honest, like, even though he doesn't call the plays, like, Nick has orchestrated offenses that, for going back to Andrew Luck, Phillip Rivers, Jacoby Brissett, I'm missing one, obviously Jalen Hurts, but, the fact that he's been a part of successful offenses for some teams that, especially in the Brissett year, the fact that they're able to put points on the board is a small miracle. And yes, that could have been part Frank Reich, but his involvement in the offensive production and design, good and bad, can't be ignored, obviously.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point.
I just hate the way our offense looked when he was in charge of the plays they ran. I don't know if thinking back, it felt like everything was lateral and everything was through the air, and it just didn't go anywhere. I mean, it was 5 or 6 games, whatever that was. But it does feel like we've gotten back into some of those trends through the years. Remember when he told us that he was going to have a heavier hand in what the offense did?
But I think part of that is
Didn't
Jalen,
work.
too. I mean, we've talked about that, and I think Jalen's excited about the change, but he's talked about, like, he needs to practice things. He needs to work on things before he does them. So I do think that they did fashion an offense towards what Jalen does well, and now they're trying to evolve Jalen as well with that. That's part of what Mannion's here for.
Wow. They need to do a lot of evolving. They need to do a lot of changing.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
you're not wrong. Ed, you got a one more title for us?
I do, but just real quick, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Nick is still in those offensive meetings going forward. He's going to have a hand in things.
Oh, I think so,
even
too. I
though
think he'll be around
I
at least. Yeah.
He better be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Ed, what's your answer?
Yeah. So not to one-up Buzz, but this one-word title actually had 0 lyrics, and it ties to my answer from yesterday in Field of Dreams. Allman Brothers, Jessica.
Oh, it's a great answer. Yeah, love that. Great song. I probably should not have done that. You know, I always
nailed it.
No, stop it, John. Don't be nice.
That's a good song.
It's a great song. Super underrated song. You don't hear about it enough. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming back to the phones in a minute. Coming up next, though, both Don Mattingly and Brandon Marsh talking about the leadoff thing, whether that could continue, how they felt about it last night. We're going to get to that coming up. But first,
I want to tell you about my friends at Benari Jewelers. Whether it's me or you, when you walk into the Benari showroom, it just feels different. And if you're looking for a diamond, they really listen. Your budget, what she wants, what matters to you. They make sure you're comfortable before you make any decision. And they really teach you how to buy a diamond. Plus, their selection, it's unlike any other. And if you don't find what you're looking for, they'll design one custom just for you. Yoni took our drawing and made it real, and we love our ring more and more every day. And the best part, their 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. That means down the road, when you're ready to upgrade, your diamond doesn't lose value. That's peace of mind. And because Benari is a direct diamond importer, you can get an incredible ring without blowing your budget. When it's meant to be, it's Benari. Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square, and online at benarijewelers.com.
all right, let's get to this audio. I think it's fascinating. We talked a little bit earlier, and we'll get more into the Phillies as the show goes on, and we'll obviously take your calls, 215-592-9494 on the Phillies. I do want to get John's thoughts on the Adolis Garcia injury because that happened after he was off last week. He's not been back on that, but
I think I was here.
Were you here?
Yeah, we talked to Adolis.
But we didn't talk since you found out he's done for the season.
He was going out for
That's what I'm talking.
60.
I'm
Holy
talking.
cow.
Well, he'll be out for the season. It looks like it's not even 60. It looks like it's going to be
He's just out forever.
Yeah, so
the rest of the year.
that's what I mean. Yeah, you had been here when the injury happened, but you had not been here since the prognosis of the injury. So I want to get your thoughts on that coming up in a little bit. But I want to get to this Marsh leadoff thing because it was a bold move last night by Mattingly, putting the 3 lefties at the top, moving Marsh leadoff spot. I want to start with Mattingly and why he did it and his thoughts on moving Marsh to the leadoff spot.
I know you were asked about Brandon in the leadoff spot prior to the game. Considering how well he did there tonight, leaving him in that spot for at least tomorrow against Sandy.
I could hit him in the 8th spot the way he's going, and he looks good. He's kind of doing well everywhere. So I don't know if it's that spot that makes him do well. We'll get back to our lineup. We're going to be consistent with what we do. Brandon's been good everywhere we put him. So, we'll get back to what we do.
Yeah, could you not, Don? How about don't? Look, John, you weren't here the last couple days after the weekend when Turner, it feels like the Trea Turner thing kind of, popped off a little bit, so to speak. It's like people started to really talk about how bad he's been and what a detriment to the team he's been and how he has the worst contract in the city moving forward and all that. But what do you make of I believe, and I said yesterday, I would not only, and look, he got a day off because he got hit in the wrist, but I would give Trea Turner time off for a few days to think. I would move him down in the lineup. I'm hitting him 7th or 8th or something like that. Obviously, Don Mattingly doesn't seem like he's going to do it. He's going to go back to doing what they do, whatever. What do you make of the Trea Turner situation?
I can't believe he's been as bad as he's been this year. It hasn't been like this. And I don't know. Was it this bad before the whole standing ovation thing?
No, actually, statistically, it was much better. What were the numbers?
That's
Dan?
incredible to me.
I believe he had like a 700 OPS prior to the ovation or something along those lines.
I forget exactly what it was, but currently of 156 qualified
he's
hitters
at
in baseball,
149 or something.
150.
150, yeah. So he's
At
one of the
150,
six worst
he's like the
hitters
worst
in baseball.
everyday player in the game.
Yeah, and I think those numbers were. I think he's got like a 160 point lower OPS this year than he did. It's something insane. Or 150. It's something insane. He has been much worse than when we had to do an ovation as a city to get this guy going.
I'm just looking, like, his on-base percentage is worse than Alec Bohm, which is saying
Bohm's
something.
way better than him now. It's not even close. I mean, Bohm tank shot last night.
Well, Bohm's been good for, like,
a month.
A few weeks.
After he sat down for 2 days.
What a thought. I said that yesterday. Bohm sits down for 2 days. It helps.
His on-base is better than JT Real Mute. I mean, it's better than... Sorry, is worse. His on-base is worse than everyone.
Yes, he's the worst on the team. That's what we're talking about. He's the worst qualified hitter.
At everything, every stat.
Of all guys who are playing every day, he's the worst in the sport.
Which I don't know how it. I don't know
it's
how
pretty
it
bad.
slipped this
Yeah,
far.
it's even
Maybe
worse.
you shouldn't
for
be hitting
$30
two
million.
today.
That's the point.
Were we not
is the
paying
lineup,
attention?
Dan, keep an eye out. It's still too early, but keep an eye out when the lineup comes out because it is a 1:00 game. It probably will come out during the show towards the end, potentially, if not
Like
during middays.
9:55.
Yeah, it'll be the very end. Maybe not.
Throw in the update at the end.
It might not get in, but keep an eye out for it because I am intrigued. But you can't put him back there. You can't do it.
Is,
Stop
how
it.
Did it slip?
Stop.
How did it slip this far? Where I don't think we were cognizant of how bad it is. I mean, truly, the numbers.
I know.
When you just take them in, it floors you.
Yeah, it's stunning.
I didn't think it was this bad, just based on I don't know what. I guess I'm watching. I watch the games. It feels like he makes some graceful plays on defense every once in a while, and you hope he's going to...
He's been worse on defense this year. I think that's another problem is his offensive struggles, it feels like are bleeding over.
It's been a bad play on Sunday.
Dude, he's been bad defensively.
Monday would have been the perfect day to sit him down.
Totally.
Perfect day to do it.
Yeah, I really think they are fumbling this turn. And look, I acknowledge there might be no answer. It might just be the end of Trea Turner,
That's
and he's
the
just
problem.
bad. Yeah,
that doesn't mean you have to bat him two.
Oh, agree.
He could suck batting eighth.
No. That means you should not bat him two. That's the point. Like, not only does it mean you don't have to, it means that he should absolutely not be batting in the 2 hole. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think they have to move him down. Again, I would have given him more days off, not just because of an injury. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. I think it is. He's without a doubt the worst contract in the city, and we have some horrible contracts. We talk about Nolan and Bede and Paul George and all these contracts that suck. Like, Trea Turner is the worst with a bullet. It is like clearly there's a gap between him and everyone else. That's how bad he is.
He's trending towards the worst contract in the sport.
In the sport, exactly. It is
you
that.
have 7 more years of this.
It is that bad. So yeah, to that point, like I don't know that there's a fix. I don't know there's an answer, but they have to try everything they can because you can't just have like 200 and whatever million as a sunk cost.
There's got to be something going on here. I mean, you go back all the way to his rookie year in the major leagues,
people
2015.
fall off, John. He's 32.
He's not
now.
that guy anymore.
No, yeah, I like
definitely on defense has never knocked with the Phils.
Agree. Sometimes it falls quick. And it especially in this sport, and he does have a bit of a long swing. If your bat speed, if you can't get through the zone, if you can't catch up to fastballs anymore, if you can't wait on pitches to see what they are before you react, like it can go like that. You could be a great hitter, and the next year you're done. Like so, it is a really concerning.
He did win the
situation.
batting title last year.
305
batting
title last year.
Now he's at the bottom of the batting title list.
But guys, he was. I mean, there are other years. Holy cow! You look at his batting average: 2021, 338.
I just don't think you can look at that player
2022,
anymore.
298.
He's
2020,
no longer that player. That for sure, he's no longer that player. The question is, can they get him back to being even the guy he was last year, where it's a soft 305, and you kind of just and he's not a bad player. So it's a real situation.
This season really stands out batting average wise. It's slightly worse than his rookie year in 2015.
Yeah.
But we're talking 100 points.
It's really bad.
From most years, he was pretty consistently up there.
215-592-9494. So if you want to chime in on the Phils thing, we'll get to the Marsh audio and how he felt about leading off and whether he'd like to stay there. That's coming up. As well as your calls, again, on the Phillies, on Sirianni. There's so much on the table today. 215-592-9494. It's the morning show. Don't go anywhere.
We are live, of course, from the Tasty Cake studio on 94 WIP. Summer, it's finally here. I love having my favorite Tasty Cake treats on hand. The baked peach pie. It's got that sweet, summery flavor that is perfect this time of the year, whether you're at home or down the shore. And lemon cupcakes, great for pool days and spending time with family and friends. They're always great to share while enjoying the season. It just wouldn't feel like summer without Tasty Cake. They just go together. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Parking Authority. On your exclusive home for the Phillies 2026 season.
Back, look it up, and it is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
So, you're ready to propose, huh? Yeah, man. She's definitely the one. What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler. I could use some help with that. Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And you get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use fiber or coaxial cable.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Enjoy a sip or two of our seasonal cocktail menu, including the spicy pickle martini, irresistible Coco Loco margarita, refreshing Bellini Yugo, the velvety flavor of our espresso martini, or celebrate our nation's 250th birthday with our Patriot Punch. Plus our all-time favorites, the Flying Hawaiian, Creamsicle Crush, or stateside Strawberry Lemonade. Perfect pairings for our incredible Summer of Seafood menu, only at Chickies and Pete's.
As world soccer hits the big stage, take the field with Fanatics Sportsbook. It's built for fans who want more from their bet. This summer, Fanatics Sportsbook is making every moment count with 10 100% profit boosts over the first 10 tournament days. That's one profit boost per game day. So every time the world's best hits the pitch, you've got a chance to double your winnings. And every goal, every save, every result means more. Plus, new customers get up to $1,000 in fan cash. That's $100 bet matched every day for your first 10 days. The world is ready. Are you? Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. CT, call 888-789-7777. MA, call 800-327-5050. NY, call 877-8-HOPE-NY. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this June with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango. Equipped with V8 engines. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Lionel Messi may be the greatest of all time, and in his historic 200th international appearance, the 38-year-old had a hat trick in Argentina's dominant 3-0 win over Algeria. The masterclass moves Messi into a tie for most World Cup goals in history at 16. Now the oldest player to net a treble. I'm Drake Toll.
My friends at J&S Family Roofing aren't just a business, they're family. Need a new roof? They've got you. But if you need gutters, that's Uncle Kevin's department. Uncle Kevin, the gutter guru. The man knows gutters like I know sports. Even better, he'll come out, assess the situation, and set you up with custom seamless 6-inch gutters made right on site. That means for you, and this is super important, less overflow, fewer leaks, and most importantly, and this is something we all need, long-term peace of mind. If your gutters are sagging, clogged, or just outdated, let Uncle Kevin handle it. Call my friends at J&S Family Roofing for a free estimate. They are awesome people. They're a family-run business. Stu, Dustin, Nick, and Kevin. One of those guys will answer the phone, and they'll be with you from the start to the finish. They're Philly sports fans, awesome guys to hang with. Check them out. J&S Family Roofing, built by family, backed by the best. Tell them I sent you.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Phillies can sweep out the Marlins this afternoon, 1 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. After their 8-2 victory, Jesus Luzardo, 7 innings, allowed 2 runs, striking out 9. Actually not allowed a hit heading into the 5th. Brandon Marsh batting leadoff, homered, 2-run shot. Also got home runs from Alec Boehm and Kyle Schwarber. Schwarber hit his 25th league-leading home run. He joined the post-game show on NBC Sports Philly to talk about the team rebounding from their awful start.
We knew what we had. We knew the group that we have, and we knew that at some point, we weren't playing the way that we wanted to, but we knew that we had to keep coming to work every single day and keep trying to find a way to get better. We knew the tides would turn. It's not just going to happen. That's a lot of hard work that goes into it, too. A lot of things behind the scenes, extra work, early work, after work, right? It's nonstop.
Andrew Painter gets the start today. He's got an ERA over 10 in his last 3 starts. Weather brought to you by Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina. Partly sunny, chance of some storms later. A high of 84. It is currently 70. Home of the best live music and tiki bar on the C&D Canal. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup?
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 W.
This thing every day, they get up together, they go to school, go to work, like the whole thing. And they have inside jokes. They've got little things that I have no idea. Like, I'm not a part of it, and it's all good. I don't mind. It's part of the thing. It is a little unnerving when you get the text from your wife saying, "My alarm didn't go off." So, shout out to my wife. I hope you figure it out. Zoe's going to be late for camp.
Oh.
If anyone at camp's listening, expect Zoe to be a little late today for camp. But
my son's entire life has never seen me in the morning during the week.
That's what I mean. Yeah, Zoe's never seen me in the morning. And look, it's funny, Emily and I always joke about this, that like in our history together, which is, many, many years now, most of the bickering we do, and we don't bicker very much, but when we do, it's usually in the morning because I'm kind of a little ornery in the morning.
No.
Can you believe it? So we actually joked that like this shift has been great for our relationship.
Oh,
We
yeah,
never bicker because it's like we never see each
But
other.
you know what the
before.
cool thing about this shift is you get to do everything at
After.
the kids' school.
It's
like,
so
you
cool.
get to go to all the, the book readings,
the
all that
outdoor
kind of,
events
plays.
and the this and that. Yeah, no, and I pick her up every single day from school. So I'm
There
not
are
complaining. It's
benefits.
it's super cool. It is just a unique thing to have no concept of these. The two people who are most important, you have no concept of what they do in the mornings, and they have a whole world that I'm not a part
Here,
of.
you got to do a fun. So I have video cameras outside my house.
Oh yeah, it's a thought. I
And-
like that.
Well, you can
Spy
talk,
on 'em. I
no,
like
you
it.
can talk to them. So every once in a while, when
like a hello.
when he's leaving, I go, "Hey, buddy."
I'll call
And
in the
he,
morning
he,
sometimes.
jumps, like,
I
halfway
call
down.
like during a break sometimes in the morning, and it's very funny when Zoe gets on the phone and all that. So it's a wild thing. All right, 215-592-9494. A lot on the table to get into with this Nick Sirianni thing. Is he overrated or underrated? Seems like a very mixed bag in terms of the reactions. It really is a lot of people on both sides and some coming down in the middle. So we're going to get to that coming up in a couple minutes. I'm going to bring up something with the movies. I want to see if you guys have heard about it. Plus, I saw a movie yesterday. I want to give you guys some thoughts on it because it is a movie in the theaters. So that's all coming up. In 1 minute, we're going to go to the phones.
And when it comes to upgrading a home, the goal is to always find the best of the best. That's why Window Nation remains the top choice for me and homeowners across the Delaware Valley. Their focus is on high-performance engineering designed to keep homes comfortable and energy efficient year-round.
The level of detail is really what sets them apart. Window Nation performs a rigorous 50-point inspection on every window before it even leaves the factory, followed by another 20-point inspection once it's installed. With over 3 million windows installed nationwide, they have the experience to ensure the job is done right the first time.
It is June in Philadelphia, and we know that means the days are getting longer and that heavy summer heat is here to stay. When the humidity peaks, older windows, they often fail to provide a proper thermal barrier. Right now, take advantage of the buy 4, get 4 free sale. It is a massive opportunity to replace every window in the home and get half of them for free.
Plus, to make the upgrade even easier, Window Nation is offering 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 full years. It's the smartest way to lower energy costs before the next heat wave arrives. Schedule a fast, free estimate today at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
All right, let's go back to phones and talk to our pal Gary in Whitehall. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Jimmy John, what's going on? How you doing?
Hi, Gary.
Good work right there, buddy. Did you know once on this radio station, on WIP, I want to say 2017, 2018, did you know that I talked to Jimmy John, like the actual Jimmy John? We had him on our Saturday show, Go Birds Radio. We had him on a listener. Shout out to my guy, Ryan, formerly Swoop. He was Swoop for 9 years. Awesome guy.
Oh, he is. I know
You know Ryan.
Yeah.
Like a wonderful guy, like a super cool guy. He's really good friends with Jimmy John. And he was like, hey, do you want Jimmy John on your show? And I was like, yeah. Sure. He was great. It was a really fascinating interview. Yeah. So I have a weird reference with Jimmy John.
So anyway, this Sirianni talk. John, I can see where you're coming from being a former player. You see it differently than fans and talk show hosts and whatever. I trust your judgment. And I agree with you about the discrediting of Jalen Hurts his whole career in Philadelphia so far. by the many changes of offensive coordinators. They did him a disservice big time. However, Nick Sirianni is a leader of men. He may not be the football guru head coach like some coaches are in the NFL, but he puts these guys together. And Jimmy, you said it right the first little while ago, development. They develop these players. And yeah, I know it's not all just Nick Sirianni. He has his assistants and everything else. But he's a leader of men. I think he's very underrated, especially outside of Philadelphia because, well, yeah, his antics are a little childish, and I love to punch him in the face. He just has that punchable face. But other than that, I mean, he's a great head coach.
Well, I hope I get to feel that way someday.
That's well said. Gary, you got an answer for a one-word song title?
Well, since we're talking about Rush, and I would love to go see the concert, and if I'm there, I'd love to see him play Limelight.
Yeah, it's a great answer. I figured someone would come with Limelight today, probably the most famous one-word Rush song. All right, to the movies, quickly. First and foremost, did you guys hear about the sequel that not necessarily fully announced, but the guy who created it said, yes, I'm making a fourth of this movie. Did you guys hear about this?
No.
So there's apparently a new Verizon commercial featuring characters from it, and he was asked, and he said, yeah, I'm doing it. Austin Powers 4.
Oh, geez.
Going to be made, apparently. Your thoughts, John Ritchie?
Huh. I'm all in.
Sure, why not, right?
I can't wait to see what new crazy characters he adds this time. The last time, was the last one...
the Beyonce one was last day, yeah.
It felt like it was getting a little bit out of control.
I felt like the first two were like perfect.
Yes,
the second one,
agreed.
I actually think the second one might even be funnier than the first Heather Graham one. I think it's so funny.
Yeah.
But the third one fell off a bit for me.
It felt like it
was still
went
good because it had the
too
fat
far.
bastard stuff, which was good.
Yeah.
But I still think it went a little too far.
Yes. And so does that mean they'll rein it in and get it back to 1 and 2?
It's a great question.
Or it keeps slipping? I mean, it just got a little too outlandish.
Yeah.
You know, they went too far with some of the jokes. The characters, they just got crazy. So I'll watch no matter what. I
ready.
will be
Yeah.
entertained. Again, I'm probably a lot easier.
You're a wheelhouse for this, yes. Yeah, you're an easy grader. Yeah, exactly. But I'm with you. I'm excited about it. You Austin Powers fan either? You, Rhea? I'm guessing.
I liked the first two.
Okay.
I didn't like the
Again, I
third.
said this, John, and I'm sure you agree doing the show with Rhea for so long, and I've said it to the audience, but there is no one on the planet who I have less of a feel for. If I Sheep Detectives, I knew you'd like that. Like I had
Love
one,
Sheep Detectives.
but like unless it's like a murder mystery type thing, like I'm like maybe she will, maybe she won't. Dan?
I'm not the biggest movie connoisseur in the world, but Austin Powers 2 is my favorite movie of all time.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't know that you
single
should
number
tell
My
one.
single number one. Yeah.
No, so how excited are you? You pumped?
There's
It's not going to be good.
just no way it's going to be the standard.
Wow,
It's
I
Your
didn't
favorite
I got really
movie of all time.
Yeah, it really is.
So have you
a
seen
stunning
Have you
development.
seen The
whatever
Godfather
movie
Part
you're
2?
going to ask me, I haven't seen it. No, I haven't seen The Godfather 2.
So probably not one either. So
No.
I'm a one over two.
That is
guy,
like
but-
my wheelhouse of comedy, like Austin Powers, Happy Gilmore, like The Hangover
Goofy
is
type,
like
yeah.
those are like
wait.
yeah.
Those aren't really
The
the same
Hangover?
genres of comedy, but
Yeah,
I mean,
The Hangover is
genre,
very different.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You're saying the era of comedy, like 99 through
Okay, maybe not
2010, more or less?
Yeah, that era of comedy is
Sure.
like my wheelhouse.
Have you seen Goodfellas?
A while ago, yeah, but
You just don't remember it?
and it's not the type of movie.
He's
that's
just not.
my
He's
thing.
not a moviesman. I think
I'm not a
is what he's saying.
moviesman.
Yeah, it's
I'm
okay.
not. I'm really
It's
not.
okay.
Seems he likes comedies.
Anchorman,
That's good.
also in that
You like
era.
comedies?
Yes,
Okay,
I like
all right,
comedies.
I get that.
I
That's
love
what gets me out of
Anchorman.
bed more than anything else.
Okay, so I'm, as you all know, a moviesman, and I saw a movie in the theaters yesterday.
Did you see the big one?
I did. I saw Disclosure Day yesterday.
No way!
Yes, I did.
Oh,
yes, I did.
wow. I didn't realize
now,
it was
let
even
me
out.
posit, and again, I will give no spoilers or anything like that. Let me just posit that I am wheelhouse for this. Like, I am super interested in aliens. I believe they're out there, the whole thing, all that.
I do too.
And I'm big on Disclosure Day. Like, I think
Wait,
it's a fascinating
do people
concept.
not believe they're out there?
I think we're getting to. Oh, wow. Really, Rhea?
Yeah, I don't believe there's aliens.
Really?
No.
Wow. I think it's like
How?
hard to believe
Well,
that there
other than
aren't.
working with you two, I don't believe there are aliens out there. I just don't.
But you know that it goes on forever.
Yeah, the galaxy, the universe is very,
Yes,
very big.
I'm
Yeah.
aware of that.
I think it's just so unlikely that we would be the
They're
lone.
not going to come and hang out at my.
Well,
you know,
that's a
at my
different. That's a different
neighborhood
discussion.
bar.
That's a different discussion.
But they
Now,
have
I
come and hung out.
Maybe, and that's what I think is
know
fascinating.
that.
No, we don't. That's why I said maybe, Rhea. But look, there is a lot of. Look, we are living in a world right now where it is very hard to know what is true and what is not with AI, and there's all these things where it's like hard to, and just in general with where you get your news from, and there's all kinds of different like.
I have a friend
layers
who
to
sends me stuff, and I'm like, dude, it's like
AI, or it's got a message with a bias and a slant and whatever, one way or another, whatever. So it's hard. We live in a world where it is hard to know what is real and what is not.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of noise around the alien thing right now. That we could just say that there's obviously disclosure is happening to a point where there are video. I mean, again, the AI thing makes it complicated. But there is a lot of talk about it now. So it's, in that way, at least a relevant topic for the movie itself. So anyway, point being that I was someone who is likely to like this movie going in based on the
Did you like it?
topic and on I love Spielberg. I loved it. I adored it. I think it is a super... Here's the thing I'll say. I won't give any spoilers. It's a really entertaining movie. Like
I
whether
heard
or not...
Emily Blunt is excellent in it.
So... I think it's her best performance of her career.
That's what they said,
She
Oscar-worthy.
She should win an Oscar. She should win an... We're only halfway through the year. It's the best performance I've seen. You guys know I love to go to the movies. The best performance I've seen this year, full stop. Like, she is amazing in that movie. And they're all great. Josh O'Connor's great. Coleman Domingo, Colin Firth's in it. Like, it's a really great cast, really well cast. And it feels a lot like an... old guys still got it kind of thing with Spielberg. It feels like a stylish movie. Like there's a lot of cool things in it, a lot of big time action set pieces. There's a lot of like cool like drone shots where it's going, where it feels like he's being creative. He's doing things. It's not just kind of a set up the camera and shoot the movie type movie. So
wow.
I loved it.
You don't
Honestly,
get
I
any of
really
that.
loved it.
I got none of that impression from the previews, which I appreciate. I got so upset way back when that everyone was giving everything away.
Couldn't agree more, dude. It was one of my big... I wouldn't watch previews for the longest time, and I still avoid a lot of them. Spielberg talked a lot about that. How he was
really?
like, they put nothing from the third act of the movie in any of the previews. Like, it was only the first two acts of the... You have no idea of anything in the third act of the movie. It's all new. Like, you don't see any of it in the previews.
Wow,
so, yeah, it's pretty
smart.
cool.
I appreciate that
Yeah,
a lot.
me too. So anyway, if you're a fan of movies, particularly of Spielberg, of big, action, it is like, it's a popcorn movie. That's what I would say. It's not like an Oscar movie. It's a popcorn movie.
Is this your... Wow, okay, so...
But it's great. I think it's a great movie, but it's
but
much
you're
more
saying
of
it's
like
not Oscar worthy.
Emily
Blunt is Oscar worthy?
No, Emily Blunt is, and I'm not saying it's not
But the
Oscar worthy.
movie's
Like
not.
I think it's really well made and it's a good movie. But I think it's a movie that's made to go see in the theaters. It's an that's what Spielberg is great at. That's what he's always been great at.
Yeah.
And look, he's great at doing both. Jaws is both a great movie and entertaining that a lot of people went to see. So Spielberg is great at balancing that. But my point is like, don't think it's just some like highbrow type thing. It's more action than anything.
Is he hanging it up after this? I mean, like, is he stated
No. But he did say that this is his like sci-fi like culmination, like where obviously it's been such a big part. E.T. and Close Encounters and all this stuff. It's something he's clearly super interested in the entirety of his life.
Yeah.
So this he has said is his like, his final summation of his life of sci-fi. So that's pretty cool.
Holy
cow.
cow.
So highly recommend going to see it. If you like Spielberg, I think you'll like it. It's really entertaining. It's not like slow or anything like that. So I highly recommend Disclosure Day.
I was a little worried about slowness, which
it's
is
not at
dumb.
all.
because
Honestly,
it's Steven
it's the
Spielberg.
opposite. Like it is a movie with a lot of pace, and it is a movie where it's like constantly moving. Like that. It is not a slow movie in any way, shape, or form.
I had no clue of that from the preview.
It's like a sci-fi action movie is the best way to describe it.
Belly aching about how previews give it away too much, but I felt like the previews for this one I had nothing to go
It's
on.
a sci-fi action movie. That's what I would call it. So, yeah, you'll love it. I really think you'll like it. It's really awesome. All right, so 215-592-9494. I do think people should go see it. I thought it was great. All right, let's go back to the phones and talk to our guy, John Maniac. I know, a big-time movie guy. What up, John?
Yeah, James, you know what? Like, you tell me to go see a movie, and I'm going to go see it. So I appreciate the review there. I'm going to do it this weekend. Additionally, I was driving fast on my way to work today, and Rhea told me to slow down and save lives, and I did that too.
See,
so I
there you
appreciate
go.
that.
We're helping you all over the
Rhea
place.
probably
It's why
told me
we're
to
here,
clean my
really, to
room.
help people through their everyday lives, you know? Yes.
Rhea could probably tell me to go clean my room, and I'd do it probably.
Yeah, she has that
So I
kind of
appreciate that.
authoritative
But
tone.
I wouldn't.
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
she wouldn't.
I don't even clean mine in a while.
She also doesn't care if your room is clean.
No, listen, the reason it's almost, there's so many topics to talk about, so I'm just going to hit a couple of them real quick. The Trea Turner one, like, he did just win the batting title. He can't just, like, not know how to hit. I think it's mental. We all saw the beginning, that whole clapping for him, Jack Fritz thing, whatever. He's in his head. I don't know if his parents are embezzling his money too. I don't know what's going on over there, but there's something going on with Trea Turner, but I think he'll snap out of it and probably slash really good for 3 months out of nowhere. The Sirianni overrating, it's reminding me of listening to New Yorkers talk right now about Brunson, because people are actually trying to be like, well, you know, Carmelo Anthony's probably the best Nick and Patrick Ewing. It's like, dude, this dude's a winner.
Yeah, this dude's above those guys.
He won the title.
If you want to talk best Nick, it's Willis Reed, Walt Clyde Frazier, Jalen Brunson. Like, that's the list right now. Like the Ewings and stuff, they have to be knocked below, and they didn't get it done.
I think it's like fantasy sports have infected everyone's brains to be like, the point we watch sports is for the teams to win.
Totally.
That's why at the end of the day, I hope it's addition by subtraction with AJ, because he was smiling when we lost and he was pouting when we won. It depends. So you can't win with people like that. You win with people like Jalen Brunson, and the Sixers could have had him if we weren't doing all
Everyone
kinds of
in the
other
league
garbage.
could have had him. He's a second round
could have
pick. It's unbelievable. And I know we talked about this on Monday, Richie. I don't know if you or John saw this, but after the Knicks won, the picture of the draft tweet where the Mavs drafted Luka and Jalen Brunson in the same draft. Like, imagine being a Mavs fan and seeing that. Just like, oh my God.
I didn't realize.
Oh, Dallas sucks. I love it.
Listen, everyone could have had Jalen Hurts and everyone could have had Sirianni too, but we got them, and all they do is win. So we should probably be below here. Everyone's probably salty that they don't have that coach combo and quarterback combo. So let's just win more games, dude. That's at the end of the day. That's what I want.
Love it, John. You got an answer for us?
As far as single word song, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. What about War by Edwin Starr? What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Sure. It's a good one. I like that. I will say, John, I have a winning answer in my head. There's a movie that is not, a song that has not been said that I personally think is a stone cold. To be fair, I haven't thought of every song. There could be ones I haven't thought of that could shock me and be better. But I definitely have a winner in mind. I want to see if anyone says it, but I think there is a banger.
Yeah, I don't have a preconceived.
There's a lot left on the board.
Yeah, I'll say.
Yeah, like a lot. All right, let's go back to phones. Richie, remember I told you yesterday, Joan Cusack is on TV. That is what Joan
Cusack looks very different.
She does.
Normally we
I just was very funny because I
TVs
had to let I know I don't mind them. We had to let the audience know because people listening in their car and not watching on YouTube. We're just talking. All of a sudden, John goes.
I know.
I had to inform what it was. It's Joan Cusack on TV. I don't think
has
everyone's
spent the last 15 years, John, running a curiosity shop in Chicago.
Yeah, I love it. Good for her.
Yeah, this is the first thing she's done in 15 years.
What wow, that's really interesting.
Supposed to be great, by the way. The early word on Toy Story 5 is that it's fantastic.
Yes,
so
I have heard that.
I'm very excited to take Zoe to see that.
But the point is, normally we are not allowed to have the TV on in this room, in the studio, because Joe says it's
distracting.
Joe's not very good at blocking out distractions.
Oh no, Angela was the same way. We were never allowed to. I always have the TV.
So I turn it off in my studio, but it's more so just because I know I never watch it because I'm too busy. I've got a million things going on back there. But yeah, I can not look at something. I'm a grown up. I'm a grown adult.
No, maybe it's proving Joe's point.
Maybe you go.
Is it?
Yeah, maybe you can't handle it. But I enjoyed it.
But I haven't seen Joan Cusack for a long time.
Big Joan Cusack
It's
fan.
great that she's coming back and doing Toy Story 5. And, I feel like I know the family because John and Joan, they feel close to us through the years.
Agree.
They've done so much.
Yeah.
Separately. Not so much together.
Some
but
together. Grosse
some
Pointe
together.
Blank.
Yeah, I loved
together.
Grosse Pointe
It's a great
Blank.
movie. Yeah.
Speaking along the movie lines again. But anyway, good to see you, Joan.
I'm with you. I
Glad you're doing
really like
well.
Joan Cusack.
And I like her glasses a lot.
Yeah, she's got a funky look.
She's got an eclectic feel.
Yeah. Actually, to Rhea's point, she looks like someone who would own like a hobby shop.
Yes,
so
she does.
she really does.
Totally right.
It's pretty
Yeah.
funny. It jives. All right, 215-592-9494. Earlier in the show, John, I told you, as we are giving away, for those who don't know, Rush tickets. Rush is back. The 50-something tour. Super cool that they're back in the first place. But we've had multiple people over the last few days call up and be like, I need to win these Rush tickets. I want them so bad. I love Rush so much. One of those people, Richard in Bucks County. Richard, I've been enjoying your calls. Just when Rush goes away, don't stop calling us, okay? Because I'm enjoying this. What's on your mind, my friend?
Absolutely not. Huge fan. And glad I started calling this week for the first time. So good morning to you, Rhea. I think Dan has been there. John, nice to meet you on the airways. Welcome back.
Thanks,
and,
Richard.
Pleasure.
So you're a huge Rush fan, first and foremost.
Oh God.
What?
Huge, John. You don't.
Why? What makes you so committed to Rush?
So when I was first year of college, and my younger brother Eric was junior in high school. He's a talented musician, just naturally gifted. It's perfect pitch. He plays guitar, sings. He could play almost any instrument, but his specialty is guitar. So we were in a garage band, so to speak, except it was in a basement, really,
What do you
of
play?
our drummer's house. I play bass. So
No
of course I have a
way!
riff,
So
right?
then Geddy Lee,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Oh, so he's my
I get
idol.
it.
Yeah, for sure.
I get
for
it.
For sure.
Yeah.
But James, thanks. And so I won't speak about the baseball topic because I'm not knowledgeable enough, but I will do a little Phillies tie-in as a setup for my answer today, which I hope is a good one. But going to the whole Nick Sirianni thing, I was thinking and enjoyed the discussions. I like Rhea's answer and an earlier caller whose name I don't recall, but Rhea was very diplomatic and political. She said he's rated, and the caller said he's both, right? So these are interesting perspectives, not falling on one or the other. And I think that's the thing, right? It's a matter of opinion. There's no absolute answer, and everybody's going to have them, right? Obviously, John, you're not so keen on them. James is more. For my part, you heard me talk about Jalen. I think they're both great in a way. I was a little worried about Nick at one point because I joke with my wife when we're watching the games, like, God, he looks like he hasn't had much sleep. Like he has dark
That's
bags.
so true.
Yeah, I agree.
It looks like it wears
Yeah,
on
like,
him.
oh my-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like clearly it speaks to the amount of stress he's under or how hard they're working. But I like to joke, like, I think he was partying a little bit too much last night,
Yeah.
And I did get worried for a second. I thought he was going to go like Britney Spears on us, with the shaving the head and who's like,
that did work.
It did work.
It worked better than it did
anyway,
for Britney.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that you can't please all the people all the time, and there's going to be a division or varied opinions, right? What happens is you have, as we were talking yesterday about Jalen and Nick, they occupy very focal points in the organization. But in the end, how does the team win? With the team, right? They're part of it. They're a key part. They're a big part. They're a very visible part. And this is what draws the scrutiny and then all the opinions, I know the Philadelphia fan base is very ardent, very intense. I think, which I'll be honest with you guys, what drew me to listening to the show is it's a little guilty pleasure, if you will. Is it's not that I wish for the Eagles to lose, but anytime they did lose a game, the fan base would flip out and they were screaming for blood. And fire this guy, fire that guy. I found it,
Us?
like,
Are you
really
sure you're talking
entertaining,
about the right fan base, Richard?
Yeah. Hey, I moved from New Jersey here 30 years ago, and I'll tell you, when I first watched a few sporting events, I was a little afraid of the Philadelphia fan base. And I remember back in the early days of living here, wasn't there a judge in the football
Oh,
stadium?
yeah.
Like, one day
Seamus, what was his name?
McCaffrey.
McCaffrey, that's what I thought. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. I say to people,
He actually
if that
performed my
doesn't
wedding.
speak to-
No. Are you serious or are you
Really?
joking?
Wow,
I can't
that's
tell
cool.
if you're joking.
I'm serious.
Hold on, Richard. Really? Tell me about that. Hold on, Richard. Great call. Let me get your answer, and then I can get this story from you. Let's take a shot. I think I have an idea where you're going with the Phillies check-in. Let's see if you're doing what I think you're doing.
All right, here goes. So I'm up at bat. I've got 2 strikes, right? Here's my 3rd chance. Got to hit it out of the park. So I'm going to try and channel my Brandon Marsh here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
My answer is Respect by Aretha Franklin.
Okay, so it would have been a winner. Blame Dan Wilson.
Wow.
Dan Wilson played it earlier.
He took it
and stole
Dan.
it from the audience. I actually think, and no offense to Dan Wilson, I think Respect was the winner of the show, if not for Dan Wilson. So,
okay, you guys,
buzzkill per usual.
Buzzkill for
yeah. You guys aren't supposed to take the haymakers.
Well,
off the table,
yeah,
but
Dan didn't decide not to do that. Yep. It didn't even
Okay,
wait for
all
the
right.
side topic to
So-
start. You just
Our
played the song and
apologies,
just took it off there.
Richard.
Yeah, it was very rude. So what
Sorry,
else you
sorry.
got, Richard?
Okay,
You got a pivot?
So I have some alternatives. Now, I was going to, earlier caller gave Limelight. I thought that was a nice tie-in, but I felt a little burned because I gave Rocky yesterday, a tie-in.
Yeah,
to the
and the
Phillies,
camera
so I
wasn't
thought,
here to
I might
fight for
be-
you. So
Yeah, they're gonna chastise me for being too obvious or too basic, whatever you said yesterday. Okay. Although there have been several songs of women's names, I'm going to go with another one in my gut, which is Roxanne by the Police.
yeah, Roxanne, a good answer. It's
That
a
is
very
great.
good answer. I thought he was going to go a different Phillies-related direction. We'll see if anyone does go that direction at any point. Brad Keller to the IL. We didn't get into that at all. Rhea,
Yes.
coming up in a second, I want to get to your story about Sheamus, but quickly on Brad Keller. Probably okay. He has not been very good, but that is someone who they need to give them something. He has been a disappointment so far.
It feels like, wow. We've had all sorts of issues with the bridge, with the bridges, plural, to our closer. And I don't trust him, I guess, as much as maybe you do, just because I guess
I don't
haven't
trust him
seen-
yet. I liked the signing based on last year, but he has not done enough here. Rhea, Sheamus, doing your wedding.
Yes. Well, I've become friends with him, and I just said, I know you've arrested people in the basement, or they held the court down there, and so I got married in his chambers, which
That
is
is
beautiful,
awesome.
I like 6 and Walnut. I mean, gorgeous view of the skyline in the back, and it was really funny.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's really, really neat. All right, 215-592.
Called the ball and chain.
Yeah, that's for sure.
He's got one in his
That's
in his
really
chamber.
good. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up in just a minute, we're going to get back to the phones and your calls. That's in a minute.
Injured at work or in an accident, nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Let's talk to Jeremy in Vineland. What up, Jerry?
Hey, what's going on, James? Real quick story. In 6th grade, there was this kid that had to sell a movie from his movie club because his mom wouldn't let him have it, and my mom wrote him an $11 check for it. It was Austin Powers.
No way.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a pretty funny story. Yeah, no, it was a wild
Poor
movie
kid.
for
That's
somebody
too
in
bad.
sixth grade.
I feel so bad.
I feel bad for him.
Yeah, it was his trash was my treasure, I guess.
Oh,
But
sure.
On the Nick Sirianni thing, I think the parallels between him and Jalen are fascinating. I think, just
Me
like
too.
you said, there's a mixed bag. There's a mixed bag of who rates him overrated, underrated. Me personally, I'm not the biggest Nick fan. I think that Howie's created a formula that equated to a Super Bowl, but I believe 2 elements, when combined, they just don't taste good, and that's Nick and Jalen. Jalen's superpower is not being able to read the defenses. Nick's not superpower also is not being able to call plays and schematics. So I just think at the end of the day, if one had to go, I'm going to go with Jalen because I've seen some people that have been able to get it out of him. I wish we would have kept Shane Steichen. I wish we would have kept Kellen Moore. And I think sooner or later, one's going to be out of the building, and it's just going to be fascinating to see. One more point I just want to make. This takes me back to the first time I called WIP. First time I ever called was because Howard made it sound so black and white that Carson Wentz was traded out of here. And my point was that I thought that Carson Wentz made them trade him. And if you look back on January 28th of 2021, we hired Nick Sirianni, and Carson was traded in the early days of March. And my whole point of that is to say, is I think Nick was a last-ditch effort to appeal to Carson because we all knew that he wanted who? Frank Wright, right?
That's interesting. That's a really interesting. I've never, Jeremy. I don't know. Obviously, that's true.
I was
don't,
about to say it was crazy.
Yeah,
until
I
you
don't.
threw in
I
the
don't
Frank
think
Reich
it's the reason. I think they were going to move on from Wentz at that point anyway. But
fascinating.
It's fascinating, and no one's ever brought it up. Really interesting point, Jeremy.
Well, James, who else hires a coach, an offensive coordinator that doesn't call the plays?
Well, Jeffrey Lurie. I think we have to, Jeremy. We got to acknowledge that Jeffrey Lurie forever has had a unconventional hiring history. I mean, no one was hiring Ray Rhodes. Ray Rhodes actually probably the most accomplished when he hired him. But other than Ray Rhodes, every other coach he's hired, Andy Reid was a quarterbacks coach. Imagine today if the Eagles hired a quarterback coach to be their coach. Like, people would lose their minds. You know, Chip Kelly was like a big college coach, but still an unconventional hire in the NFL. Doug Peterson, no one wanted the guy. You know, like he was not even being interviewed by other teams.
Well, Nick wasn't interviewed by any
exactly,
other teams.
And all these have worked out to varying degrees. So, Jeremy, I get your point, but I think Jeffrey Lurie is the exact person who would hire that guy.
But what about that? I mean, do you in retrospect?
No, I don't. That part doesn't bother me. You're talking to the wrong person with that.
No
angle.
one else interviewed our coaches.
No one else interviewed Andy Reid, and he's one of the great coaches in the history of the sport.
The point is, doesn't that, in retrospect, now make you say,
So, no, it doesn't. Because, again, real quick. Does it make you go back to 1998 in retrospect and say, about Andy Reid? Of course not, right?
It does.
But it doesn't, because he's proven since then.
The process is strange.
But, again, it's about...
The process, when I learned more about this process, that Nick had like a piece of paper with him. And that's strange.
I think there's a phrase in drafting that I think we don't say enough, and I think it's a great phrase and it's true. And I think it's true in signing players. I think it's true in head coaches. You're hiring the person, not the resume. The resume matters, it's part of it, but you're hiring that person. You believe in that person's work ethic, the way they go about their business, how smart they are, what they have in them, all those type of things. I think that Jeffrey Lurie hires people. I think he meets them and he is inspired by people. He thinks these people are great communicators, whatever it is. And it is inarguable that he has done a good job of sifting through the resumes and who everyone else is interviewing and all that and finding the right guys. There's a famous saying in movies.
These guys didn't have resumes.
There's a famous saying in movies by William Goldman that is no one knows anything. Like, it's the idea that, like, people don't know when things are.
Yeah.
That's my point. I think sometimes it is, especially with these NFL and coaching higher circles, because it becomes something where it's I got that interview. Now he's part of the interview circuit. Everyone's got to interview this guy. Guys who are top candidates one year can have a down season and never get interviews again. Like, it is freaking Bobby Slowick a few years ago. There are a million of these guys. I think it's a flawed system. Like this, the way they go about this, I think is a flawed system. And I think Jeffrey Lurie has a different process. And honestly, I think it's phenomenal. Like, I don't know what else to say,
He's got 2 Super Bowls with guys
It's worked really well.
It's
worked really well. 215-592-9494. It's a fascinating discussion, though, because it is, to your point, John, it is absolutely unconventional the way they go about it and who they've hired.
It really does reinforce the concept that the GM matters here more than the coach.
Well, the GM should matter more than the coach in most places.
Significantly more. Like, to the nth degree where other teams would never even consider
I like having a
there.
GM who's great and having a coach who's great and not a coach who's worried about the players, worried about all the other stuff. Like, I like the segmented, kind of roles. All right, 215-592-9494 to continue getting on this. Oh, yeah, Jeremy, we got to get your answer real quick before we get out of here. Jeremy, you got an answer for one-word song title.
George Michael's song, I think it's called Faith.
Yes, he got there. I was worried. I was like, oh, God. It's a great answer. I love the song
good.
Faith. It's a great song. Yeah. But I was like, is he going to say the right thing? Is he going to get I was like, is there another song I'm not thinking of? Yeah, good job. All right, 215-592-9494. We got another hour to go. We want to take your calls. Sirianni, Phillies, all of it on the table. It's the morning show. Don't go anywhere.
It is week 2 of the FIFA Fan Festival at Lemon Hill. And this week's bringing out the world powerhouses. You got France, England, Brazil, Belgium, Team USA, all lighting up massive screens and all absolutely free. So whether you're a diehard supporter or maybe you're just beginning to discover the beautiful game, Lemon Hill is where Philadelphia comes together. FIFA World Cup 2026, Week 2, live on giant screens at Lemon Hill. Fans from around the world will celebrate together at Lemon Hill, making it the ultimate place to experience the beautiful game.
Warning, your dog may refuse to come inside because of your Turf Tech lawn. Side effects include happier pets and loving your lawn again. Upgrade your yard with Turf Tech, the Delaware Valley's leader in premium artificial grass. Realistic, low-maintenance turf for homes, pet areas, playgrounds, and commercial spaces. Homeowners, contractors, and landscapers can shop premium turf with competitive pricing and fast pickup or delivery. Visit turftech.com. That's TURFTEK.com. Turf Tech, happiness starts from the ground up.
It's the Robin Live, loud and perched on air from Robin Ford. It's summer road trip season, and Robin Ford is offering employee pricing on every vehicle. You pay what we pay, but for a limited time only. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap.
You won't find a one-of-a-kind engagement ring at the mega corporate box-style jewelry stores. So many couples choose Benari Jewelers. Handcrafted, American-made, meticulously designed rings like what she sees on Pinterest, the world's premier designer lines. Or work with Benari's master jewelers to create a one-of-a-kind ring and still stay on budget, because Benari is a direct diamond importer. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Now through June 30th, during the BMW Ultimate Sales Event, lease the 2026 BMW X5 xDrive 40 for $869 per month for 39 months with $69.29 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Government and dealer fees not included. Details at bmwcenters.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay, things people love.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
England carries genuine expectations this time. A composed striker leads a squad packed with Premier League talent. The Three Lions are well organized, physical in midfield, and lethal from set pieces.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done, fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Basketball is officially cool again. The 2026 NBA Finals between the Knicks and Spurs shattered modern television metrics, averaging a staggering 20.6 million viewers, to become the most-watched championship since Michael Jordan's Bulls in 1998. The 5-game classic doubled last year's audience all the way. I'm Drake Toll.
'94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council. Less at fun. Well, we've got afternoon baseball here on 94 WIP. Phillies can sweep out the Miami Marlins after scoring 8 runs in each of their first 2 wins of the series, including last night's 8-2 victory. Jesus Luzardo allowed 2 runs in 7 innings. Actually took a no-hitter into the 5th. Phillies got home runs from Brandon Marsh, Alec Boehm, and Kyle Schwarber.
The pitch. Swung on line, down the line and right, it's high, and it is gone! It just clears over the wall and right. Line drive home run for Kyle Schwarber, number 25 to lead Major League Baseball.
Scott Fransky with the call, and that does lead the league. He's had at least 25 home runs in his last 5 seasons here in Philadelphia. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Weather brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Partly sunny, chance of a storm later, a high of 84. It is currently 72. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS, PDQPOS.com. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every crack of the bat. Every diving catch. Every heart-pounding finish.
The Phillies win it!
Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
1, here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Tell them bring another round, we need plenty more.
Twitter poll question of the day, sponsored by Armin Chevrolet. Available now. Armin is offering 0% financing for 60 months on all new light-duty Silverado. Visit ArminChevy.com. Our question today is Nick Sirianni overrated or underrated? We will check the results at the end of the show as Dan Wilson. You don't play the songs that people say on the show. That's normally the way I go. You just bust out what you want. I like that.
I had one singular title songs ready to go.
Okay, so you just prepared before the show.
Yes, I did.
So you don't mind that you're ripping answers off the board.
No, I already ripped the best
caller, one. Yes, you did. Richard, who has called 3 days in a row.
So now I'm leaning into being
3 straight. I love Rush. I would love those tickets. Dan Wilson ruined his day.
Now I'm leaning into being the jackass and taking more
like
things
that.
off the board.
So you're being a DeCamera a little bit.
Exactly,
really.
yes.
Okay, all right. Well, someone has to be it. I'm not going to do it.
There are technically a lot of really strong answers for this one.
There are some real big ones left on the board.
You ripped the
I think
best
respect was the answer. I
off
think that was the
board,
winner.
man.
Yeah. It was the winner.
Aretha.
Yeah.
Aretha wins.
Yeah. And Richard is now going to not see Rush, and he's going to be sitting at home thinking about how much you screwed him over.
Galaxy Brain, I took the clear number one off the board. Now there's a debate.
See, look at you. Look at that. That doesn't help Richard, but it does help everyone else.
I was thinking that far ahead at 6:15.
All right, 215-592-9494. A lot to get into last hour. Let's go back to the phones and talk to Marcus and Berkesy. What up, buddy?
Hey, dude.
Hi.
Good morning.
Morning.
I hate to throw myself into this pool, but just to mention, I am also a huge Rush fan.
Okay.
Oh boy.
These are a hot.
I hope you got a good
ticket.
answer.
Yeah.
So, do you like Neil Peart or Geddy Lee?
Well,
or both.
I am also a bass player.
Oh, the Geddy Lee thing, really.
All three of them are fantastic. R.I.P. Neil. And his last name is pronounced Peart.
Oh, really?
Is it Peart, really?
Yeah.
Wow, the world got it wrong.
And the thing with Neil is not just, and again, he's passed away, unfortunately, but he wasn't just the best drummer, the best rock drummer ever. He was maybe the best rock lyricist ever. He wrote all the lyrics after he got into the band. It's ridiculous.
I didn't know that.
That's very cool.
John
That's a
Bonham.
bold statement about the best rock lyricist of all time.
Well, hold on. The best rock drummer. too.
That's I am a John Bonham man myself.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't get better than Bonham. But I think Neil's up there for the drummer thing. I think the lyricist thing is. I love their lyrics, but Bob Dylan is alive. There are other people like Prince, these songwriters who, so prolific and unbelievable. I get your point. I just think it's a bit of a hot thing.
What about Eminem?
Well, James, I understand. I mean, it's a debatable point. It's my opinion and a lot of progressive rock fans' opinion.
Like it. It's a good take. All right, what do you got on the bird before we get to your answer, Marcus?
Peart.
Okay. I hate to kind of echo other people's points, but how can you not trust Jeffrey and Howie at this point? Yeah. The reason that they keep losing offensive coordinators is because they keep winning, so they keep getting poached.
Or they get fired because they're not good enough. It seems like every other
one
year.
Guy's case, he got fired. Petula's case, he got fired.
Well, Brian Johnson too.
You can't blame him for winning so much that they take his offensive coordinator. So I'm okay with the fact that he doesn't call plays. I'm sure that he's involved with the scheme and plans for the game and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I have one answer for the song.
Yeah, this is a big one. Don't screw it up, Marcus.
And the song is One by U2.
All right. Well, that is another. I say this. You got to play to the panel.
Yeah,
especially if you listen to this show. I mean, you and I have made it very clear that we are not the biggest U2 fans. They're fine.
And, One is a song that Metallica plays,
Yeah,
too.
the Metallica version
Maybe
is better.
go the Metallica route.
Or, the Beatles thought about it. That's a thought, too. It could have been like you and had a trio with your answer. But,
You're right.
What a thought. It's the loneliest number. I've heard that. Let's keep it rolling with Matt in Prospect Park. What up, Matt?
What's up, guys? Good morning.
Hi, Matt.
Hi. So, John, your incredulity / patience about the Sirianni stuff is really heartwarming. There's a quote
I love that way of saying it. That was really good.
It is. Just a lot of long pauses, deep intakes of breath. But there's a quote. I think the most interesting quote in that article is from Clint Hurt. That's his name, right?
Yes.
When he says,
yes, it is.
A lot of people want coaches from a certain coaching tree, and then they don't actually turn out to be that person that they want. Nick is Nick. The point being that, he's not Bill Walsh's grandson. He's not Sean McVay's barista. He's Nick Sirianni. He's not an X and O. He's not a whiz kid, right? And I know, John, that you want that. I feel that. We're sort of more old school in that way, but he's I thought it was just a very illuminating quote from Clint Hurd about what makes this work. I just wondered if you thought that resonated at all.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting part of the article too. And Matt, and look, I think it's really the way to put it. And again, as we're seeing today, Nick Sirianni's polarizing on people, both in this city, outside this city. He creates, some people, and I do think
in the studio.
Yeah, in this, literally right between us right now. I do think you make a really good point, though, that I do think there is an old school and new schoolness to this, where I think people from the old school are a little like, you can't act like that. That's not how an NFL head coach is supposed to comport themselves. And I think a lot of people here, certainly in the building with him, are saying, first and foremost, like, we're fine with it, but more than anything, we would rather this guy be who he is and give us that energy and that fire than try and even Nick says it. He's like, I would never be able to fake it for, all that time. And I think that
there's a difference. I think the one thing I am with John on is the antics border on immaturity at times. And I think that, they do.
Often.
They're rough.
They're rough. They can be. We are also playing a kids game for, just to keep things 100, right? Like, Nick Sirianni's not.
$1 billion industry.
It's a business. So
sure, it is. But it's also a game that you're right. It's a business. You know what the number one part of the business is? Entertainment. That is the number one
but it's not
job.
Entertaining to act immature like he does.
It is to a lot of people. Like when he does, you don't like it, but you're old school. He's old school. I'm saying
I'm not old school when it comes to the way he handles.
I love it.
Think he's a good coach.
I'm a fan of it though, but you're making it seem like it's inherently wrong. I'm saying that it's some people think so.
Here's what I will say.
I like it though.
Michael Silver does an article on him. Okay, and. Opening, he knows he's being interviewed by someone, and the article in the first couple of paragraphs has "fu" in it.
Sure,
That bothered me.
I get it, Rhea, but you got to understand that it doesn't bother everyone. It doesn't bother me. I get it.
He's a good coach.
I get it. I'm just saying that
I
think that people like you two act like because he does those antics, it's wrong.
There are certain ways he can control himself.
But again,
and
I'm
immature.
saying that I think that the Eagles clearly, and me, and I think a lot of fans. Like part of what Nick is.
You have a difference with what I'm saying is Clint Hurd says he's not for everybody, and Jeffrey Lurie says
he's for me.
He said it's not always great and it's not always
good. But it's a good trade-off.
But it works.
But they need that fire.
But he said trade-off. So
yeah,
that
again,
mean they're like, yeah, Nick, yell F you and do all this kind of stuff. They tolerate it.
Yeah, I think we just have to agree to disagree on this.
I'm just saying, I think they tolerate
I like bat flips. I like fire. I like when people yell at each other. Like, I like that. That's the type of person I am. I'm an emotional type of guy. Like, Nick reminds me of me a lot.
I don't like the kids at the
I know, but so we just disagree. And that's fair. I think
not
maybe for your type of player, this team clearly likes him. Like, there are quotes. Saquon Barkley called him legendary. Like, that is not a light statement.
I think the team likes Nick. I would like Nick if he were nice and letting me run just 2.
I think you overrate that. I think they respect Nick. I think they think he's a great coach.
What do you mean running 2 mini camp days? I don't understand what that means.
I'm just saying instead
not doing
15,
more. He thinks that because Nick is light on the players, that's why they like him. And I don't think that comes through in the article. I mean, they talk about him not being light in this article. He's pretty intense with them.
Bogus. I think that
John, why did
Mike Silver wrote
that stuff is not bogus in that article.
I think that the intensity. By comparison, is nowhere close to where it once was for off-season practices.
And that's for
they
that's
don't
for
wear
teams
anything.
Across the country.
Yeah, they don't. John, you know that. I mean, how many times have we had this? Should they practice harder thing? Like it's okay. We've moved on from that.
He cut back every off-season on the number of days they were required to be there. That's in part. If I'm a player, I say, yeah, I like that. Sure, I like that.
You don't give him enough credit. You're acting like the only reason the players like him is because he gives them time off. No, I think it's that the players like him because he relates to them and he understands them and they have a relationship with him, and that's part of understanding what they need.
Clear. There are a lot of reasons why the players like him. One is that they can call him, they can text him whenever they want. They've got close relationships with him, but also it doesn't hurt when you're kind and easy in terms of the amount of time they're on the practice field. I mean, they're out there for 45 minutes some days.
And guess what? They've stayed incredily healthy during his time.
More
So,
than
like,
any other
You're
team.
yes,
right.
no, but John,
But
I'm saying
it's
that.
also easier.
Okay.
And you have to credit it
Sure,
for
but again,
that fact.
but again,
if
you
I'm
make-
a player, I prefer less work and less hitting.
Okay.
And he gives them that.
That's fine. Everything in this article that is complimentary of him from players like Saquon Barkley, like Jordan Mailata, like Zach Ertz, like all these people, like none of it has to do with that. That's fine. You could say that. I'm sure maybe it's a part of it on some level, but none of it has to do with that. It has to do with his intensity, his toughness, the way he fights for them, the way he is competitive, the way he's authentic. Like those are the things they talk about, and I think you underrate those things.
Authentic is about the only thing I can really take. Don't call him a phoney. It's in the title.
Yeah, but there's a lot
He
more.
doesn't
You
want
read
to
the
be called
article.
a
There's a
phony.
lot more in there. Like it's not
What about
just
the
that.
fact? What
Like,
about
there are
the
tons of
Joey
quotes.
Tribbiani quote? How do you feel about that? Like it's
I love
it's just
that
a
quote. What's wrong
dumb
with it?
quote. It doesn't even make sense.
No, he's saying that he can't act. He can't fake it. That he wouldn't be able to not be himself. Like that's what do you mean? It's not.
Did you
makes all
read
the sense in
that?
the world. Yes, it makes all the sense in the world. I don't even
Just
understand.
making an analogy.
Yeah, he's making an analogy. I don't understand
Joey
what the.
Tribbiani.
Yeah, he's saying
Joey
if I had to,
Tribbiani's a quality actor.
all right,
like
well,
that's
so
a
he
joke,
might not have
too.
great taste in acting. I mean, I think Matt LeBlanc was fine on
I
Friends.
love
Like, I don't think he's a
Friends.
bad actor. Like, what are you talking about? I think Matt LeBlanc's a fine actor. It's a dumb character. The character's dumb, but he's saying I would have to act. I think he's saying Matt LeBlanc's not dumb and he's acting dumb. Is the character? I'd have to act like that. Like, I think that's what he's trying to say. I don't know. I can find that point. Matt, you got an answer for us while I'm pulling this up? You got an answer for one word song title?
I hate when you guys fight, but yeah. I have an
It's all
answer.
good.
And
It's
I'm annoyed
literally
that
it's
James, you
literally
just
what
said
we do for a
Prince.
living, my friend.
Since the camera's not here, it might have a shot. "Kiss" by Prince.
Oh, I love that answer, dude. That is a great song. All right, here let me find the quote. As got too much stuff in the article. All right, I didn't highlight that part. I thought I did, but yeah, I mean, like I thought in the article it was pretty clear that he was just using it as an analogy, the Joey Tribbiani thing, saying, "Hey, I can't pretend to be something I'm not." You know, he says and that's kind of like what the heart of the article is. And I think true is that the players appreciate that this guy is genuinely himself, authentic, doesn't do things the way every other cookie cutter coach does or is quote unquote supposed to do. That this guy is his own guy who is willing to take risks, to be different. And I think that's something players respect. I know that I would. I know that if I were working for a guy like that, I would respect the hell out of that.
Okay, I think he's taking what risks to be different.
Well, you just talked about it. He does less practices. He does things differently from that perspective.
Does
he runs
anyone
his
think
meetings
that's
differently.
coming- Look,
I mean, he's
think
giving up
he's-
play calling. Like, I don't
Come
know.
on.
Here, I found the
He's
article. So
giving
here's
up
the
play
thing.
calling again.
So Nick said you've got to be you, especially in leadership roles, because otherwise people are going to see through it. I agree with that for what it's worth. He says, I'm at work way more than I'm at home. I can't possibly carry a facade of being someone else for going on 6 years of a job. I'd have to be the best actor in the world. I'd be a way better actor than Joey Tribbiani on Friends. So he's saying, I'd have to be the best actor in the world. I have to be way better than he just picked a character and performance. Like, I don't, and he's saying way
picked a
better.
random actor.
Yeah, I don't think there's much there, personally. Do you?
I don't think there's ever much there. That's the point.
I think that's unfair.
That's a little unfair.
I think that is very unfair.
That's like insanely unfair.
Yeah, I think that's very
That's
unfair.
unfair, bordering like a million
Nick
times
Sirianni is a hothead and a lightning rod.
And a Super Bowl winning coach.
Don't call him a phony.
Yeah, don't. He's not phony. He's pretty authentic and real. Like, again, just because that's the
I'm
title
not
doesn't mean it's the only thing
saying
in the
he's a
article. You read
hothead
the article.
and
There's
a
a lot
lightning
more in there than
rod.
just this phony thing. Like, that's the title of the article. The article contains all kinds of things about Nick. It's not just about that one topic,
I'm
man.
aware.
Okay, so like, why do you keep saying that?
I don't even know after that diatribe. I don't even know why I'm saying any of this because it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like you are hearing what I'm saying.
I'm not understanding
if you're
it.
yelling
Honestly, I'm not
and
understanding your
going
point
on.
here. Like, explain your point to me.
He is a hothead and a lightning rod. Do you agree?
Yes, he is a
Do you
hothead.
think that's good?
Yes, I've told you that
You
I
think
I
that's
like
good?
his. How many times do I need to say that I like his fire? I like the fact that he pops off sometimes. I think it's authentic. I think it's competitive. I think it's tough. I am like that. I pop off sometimes. I get annoyed. Sometimes I yell at people. It happens. Like, I like it. Yes. So like I don't know how else to say it to you. I am a fan
of
of
these
it.
guys in the world. 32 of the best minds in football in the world. I don't want a hothead and a lightning rod
He's one of those. Not all
whether
32
he's
that won a Super Bowl, have
phony
they?
or not, I would prefer he not be a hothead.
Right, and that's what you would prefer. These guys in the locker room clearly like it, man. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, you're from a different era of football. Like, they don't do things the same way anymore.
Something. You're right. But they also do a lot of things the same way.
Sure, but
and they're
this
running the
specific
same
thing,
offense.
they like it.
They're running the same offense that we ran when I was playing. They finally come back to that offense because it works. And there are certain things that just work in pro football. I have seen head coaches act dignified and be leaders with their actions, and that has served them very well.
It served Nick well. He won a Super Bowl, right? I mean, he's never missed the playoffs. He's gotten to 2 Super Bowls. He's the winningest coach in Eagles history.
This article states he's got the rock star GM.
This article is a very supportive article of Nick Sirianni, for what it's worth. Like, there is very little.
Yeah, I took that. But but the hothead thing,
it's part of it. But the point,
But I thought it was a largely positive article.
I think it's a very supportive article. This is an article about how great Nick is, not about the problems. Like, that is the headline of the article, but the article is all about how all that stuff works for the Eagles. So, like, I get what you're saying, but, like, that's not what's in this article. You know, like, I'm just reacting to what we're reading from Michael Silver, and it seems positive when it comes to that stuff. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phones. Let's talk to Jose in the Lehigh Valley. Hey, Jose.
Good morning, guys.
Hi, Jose.
Hi, John. I love the debate. Going to Rush, I'm a huge fan of Rush.
This is happening nonstop, John. I'm telling you, it's wild.
It's what prompted me to call
See?
you guys.
I'm telling you, for days. Rush, I love it. It's so cool.
I am telling you, James. I've been listening to you guys over 25 years, the morning show with Angelo and all the predecessors that came before you
really
guys.
Cool, man.
And you guys taking over, you're killing it.
Thanks, man.
Seriously killing it. But what did it for Rush for me is I am a drummer and I am a musician.
Nice. We're getting all kinds of musicians.
Wow.
It's cool.
And Neil Peart was the one that opened the door for me.
That is
the
so
first time
cool,
I
man.
listened to Tom Sawyer, I was like, Jesus, what's going on here? I went to the record store back in the day. I'm dating myself a little bit. I went to the record store and I asked to the attendants, get me, I just heard this band Rush, get me the best record. And they came out with Exit Stage Left, which is a live performance, 2 albums with posters, lyrics written all over the place, like an album used to be back in the day, John.
Yeah.
I know you remember that.
I actually was just talking about albums yesterday because I listened to 36 Chambers again, and it's amazing.
The caller before me took one of my answers, but I want to make a point about Sirianni.
Yeah, sure.
In 1994, I moved to United States, here to Pennsylvania, and I was not an Eagles fan. My first game was at the vet, at the 700 section, with one of my best friends who was an Eagle fan, and he knew that I liked the San Francisco 49ers. This is, I believe Kotite was still under the helm, and Cunningham was there, and it wasn't Young was the other quarterback. We got our asses kicked. I didn't wear any colors or none of that. He told me, you don't want to do that and go to Philly, they'll kill you. And rightfully so, people were getting hammered left and right, 49ers fan, after us getting our asses kicked. I believe that's a year that they installed the judge.
Wow, 2 Seamus references today. This is wild. I love this.
Yes.
This is great.
So it's
Seamus,
incredible.
so it's great.
Anyway,
That's great.
But what prompted me into becoming an Eagle fan was the passion, was the underdog. It was the tradition, was the tailgating, was the blue collar,
Sure.
was everything that I can relate to a hardworking man and a hardworking woman in this country trying to, live the paycheck to paycheck, go to a game, watch a good concert, have a few beers with your friends and all that. And yeah, I never turn around.
That's
so
a great origin story, Jose. I love that, man.
Yeah, so it's 32 years and counting, and I wouldn't change a bit. From all the pain and suffering to all the glorious times that Sirianni and Jalen Hurts have brought us.
That was a great phone call, man. This is awesome.
So with that said,
yeah, let's take a shot here. The main reason you called, give us this rush answer.
Well, I was going to say Beth from Kiss, which is the most iconic band in United States.
What did he say?
But I was going to say Beth from
gotcha.
Kiss. But that was mentioned before. So I'm going to say, I'm going to go with my heart because I'm being faithfully an Eagle fan, a 444, and a WIP listener for so many years. So Journey, faithfully, is my answer.
All right, Jose. Look at that. I like the
painted a picture in that phone call.
Yeah, he did. That was really cool, though. I mean, I anytime someone's listened for 25 years and finally decides to call, whether it's Rush that makes them call or not, I appreciate it. All right, 215-592-9494. For one more segment to go. We'll get to your calls. It's a morning show.
For more than 30 years, NovaCare Rehabilitation has been the Delaware Valley's hometown physical therapy provider. They are proud to be part of the healing journey of so many people and listeners of the morning show, taking care of me, my family, many of my friends over the years. And NovaCare has a successful track record for helping patients of all ages reach their goals. They've got a network of over 150 convenient locations in southeastern Pennsylvania, greater Philadelphia, and South Jersey. NovaCare's team, they'll listen, they'll create a plan specific to you. NovaCare focuses on real results, reducing pain, restoring function, and getting you back to doing the things you love. There is no better time to make NovaCare's movement experts part of your healthcare team. To find a location, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, proud to be the official partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and you. You have a choice in your physical therapy provider. Choose NovaCare and the power of physical therapy.
For the first time in 30 years, the All-Star Game returns to Philadelphia.
How about that?
This summer, when the game pauses, the action doesn't.
How about that for heroics into the second deck?
Sports Radio 94 WIP brings you the brightest stars in baseball.
Shohei Ohtani!
And the voices that bring it all home.
Swung on! Did it! Crushed!
July 14th at Citizens Bank Park. WIP's All-Star Game coverage brought to you by Netflix House Philadelphia in King of Prussia.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Keep flexing at the dish, PCA. On Wednesday, the sizzling Cubs center fielder takes on Colorado's Sean Sullivan. A pitcher is allowed a .333 batting average to lefties. Only a day removed from hitting for the cycle and batting well north of 400 this month. Give me Pete Crow Armstrong over 1.5 total bases, no matter the juice. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here, and so are extra-packed trains and gridlocked highways. Ditch the commute and work from home with Fios. Verizon Mobile customers can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month, or get Fios and score 3 months of the Fox One perk on us, then $15 a month to catch every match without blowing your cover. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. For new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
BetMGM Sportsbook is making the world's game more exciting than ever before. Win a share of $500K in bonus bets for every goal the U.S. team scores during the tournament. It's easy. Log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account to receive a Gold Rush Grand Prize qualifying token. Then place a pregame straight bet of at least $5 on the U.S. team's match with your token attached. For every goal the U.S. team scores in that match, you'll earn a share of $500K in bonus bets. That's right, $500 grand and in bonus bets per goal. Get in on the action with BetMGM and win a share of $500K in bonus bets for every goal the U.S. men's team scores. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
For year-round home comfort and energy savings, you need the best HVAC system and service. That's why you need to go with Petro. Right now, Petro has an offer for a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups and 24/7 emergency repairs, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Father's Day? Go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at PF Chang's.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And you get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after 12 months. Regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use fiber or coaxial cable.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the FIFA Fan Festival. Well, the Phillies can sweep out the Marlins this afternoon, 1 p.m. here on 94 WIP with Andrew Painter on the mound. Phil's coming off an 8-2 win last night in which Jesus Luzardo took a no-hitter into the 5th when the NBC Sports broadcast team behind home plate had a special guest.
Sixers' new president of basketball operations, Mike Gansey, and head coach Nick Nurse
down here as we go to the top half of the fifth inning. Fellas, thanks for joining us. Mike, welcome to Philadelphia.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. How's everything going your first couple of days?
Good.
Yeah.
Glad we're out to a 8-0 start right here.
Yeah, we are.
First game, man.
No
First game for this
hitter
guy.
still intact.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Luzardo's been Mike.
He almost said it.
That is objectively hilarious. FIFA World Cup is here in Philadelphia. Where are you watching? At the stadium or at the free FIFA Fan Festival at Lemon Hill? Visit InTheKnowPhilly26.com. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Partly sunny, some scattered showers possible later. A high of 84. It is currently 72. During Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This song just called September, I believe. It's a one-word title. It's not the date yet, so I figured. Nice job, Dan Wilson, taking another one off the board that someone could have said. It's good work by Dan. You gotta love that. All right, final segment for us. We got Time Zeros coming up in about 10 minutes. Try and get to as many calls as we can before we get out of here. Let's talk to our buddy Chuck in Cherry Hill. Chucky.
Hey, good morning, all. I'll go
Hi, Chuck.
quick. Good morning, John. We missed you, buddy. Glad you had some good family time. It's
Yeah,
good to
that's
hear.
awesome. Especially because John used to never
that's
take
awesome.
off and work every day all year. And we used to be like, dude, you need to take some time off. So nice to
Yeah, it's
thank
cool.
you. I
And
should
John,
probably say thank
by
you,
the way-
Alicia, for forcing him to take time off. Good job.
Yeah.
John, when you share the family stuff, it's really meaningful. So it's good content.
Yeah.
Here's a baseball stat as we approach the midway point. That is bombastically compelling and it's never happened before. So anytime it's ever happened before, unprecedented, that's really cool. The National League is cannibalizing the
It's
American League.
crazy, Chuck.
You have, James, we have a fair chance, a puncher's chance of the Yankees, hear this, being the only positive run differential by the end of the season because the White Sox are +2. You know they're going to decline.
Yeah, and
and you got two other
Yeah,
states.
Tampa's a little bit above. Seattle, I think Seattle's getting better. I think they'll stay above. It's highly unlikely, but you're right. It is pretty, I mean, it's +22 and something else. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, look at it. When you look at all the red, it's just unbelievable. And then when you take a look at like Tampa, because you brought up Tampa, good example. Look at their record against the National League. I think last night I looked at it, I don't have it written down, 10 games under. So there's only two teams in the American League with a plus record against the National League, which is just bizarre. Now, when you look at why, of the top 6 run production, 5 are National League teams, but in pitching, it's 50-50 down through the top 10. So you can't look at pitching, but you do look at offense, which goes to my not yet published book, Good Hitting Beats Good Pitching in postseason. No, I got the stats.
I've been saying this for a while. In recent years, Chuck, it's really migrated that way.
Thank you. Now, Turner, Mattingly is a smart baseball guy. I don't understand why he allows 58 and 8 stolen base to caught. You got to be kidding me. It doesn't look right. 58 and 8? You got to start running, Coach. You have to incorporate the speed you've got.
I agree.
Because Turner and Stott are 26 and 2 and not running, which is just about. But Turner can't go back to the 2-hole until he figures things out. You're not really serious about your best run production when you put an automatic out in the 2-hole. He's got to work it out at 8 or 9, whatever. He's key. He's huge. If he doesn't turn it around, that really hurts our chances, as we all know.
What
right?
are other reasons they wouldn't? Are there other reasons they would not be running that I'm just unaware of?
Yeah, I'll give you one, John. Again, it's a great question for a football guy. I don't mean that disrespectfully. You know how I mean that, right?
Yeah, totally.
But no, great. And by the way, you've come a long way in baseball. I want to tell you right now, man, you're doing really good.
Thanks.
But you'll always be a football guy at heart. Yeah,
Yes.
you do good. So the reason why, John, it is a good question, is that hitters, especially Harper, who kind of gets what he wants, Schwarber, they like the runner on first. Okay, here's what we got. Turner steals second. What does the first baseman do now, John? He plays back as far as he can with those guys up naturally. Can't play on the grass, but you're on the back of the dirt. You know that because of the rules. But now you got the runner on first base. Now you got that guy 15, 20 feet closer to the first baseman to hold the runner on. The hitters, the lefty hitters, like that runner anchored on first base for the dimension of the infield. That's why. Now, that shouldn't matter. You know what that does? That pleases the hitters, but doesn't help run production with the analytics. Now, I'm talking about the guys way smarter than me that study this stuff. The runner's better off at second base than keeping that hole.
Yeah.
So it's pleasing to the hitters, but not right.
No, it's a great point, Chuck.
Know?
Chuck, you got a one-word movie or music title for us?
Yeah, I hopped off a meeting, came in late. I'm sure they're both gone. I love Aretha Franklin, so I got Think and Respect. Any one of them on the board?
Well, Think is there.
Think.
Yeah, good call. Love that. All right, nice call.
Huh. So now we got Think.
Yeah.
That's pretty great. That's a great song, too.
It is a great song. It is a great song.
And it is Aretha.
And it wasn't stolen by Dan Wilson, which is nice. Let's keep it rolling with Anthony in Norristown. What up, Ant?
Yeah.
What up, dog?
Anthony.
How you been?
What's going on? Good morning.
This is Joe Doesn't Know Anthony, right?
This is Joe Doesn't Know
Yes,
Anthony.
Richie. Remember, Anthony was the one who, for years in the middays, would keep track of all the things that Joe didn't know and then call
nice
him with
job.
these ridiculous lists of things
my
like
God, that's hysterical.
what a mosquito looks like and all kinds of ridiculous
Has he had any
things.
good ones recently that I've missed?
Probably. I haven't.
It's so hard to keep track.
Yeah,
it almost seems fake. You know, like
Oh,
a
when
lot
you're
of the
sitting
times.
here with a list and
He
just
definitely
writing them all down. It's
Yeah,
not
he
too
definitely
bad.
has had some ones recently. I'm trying to pick my brain and think. What did he have? We had a few in Drop of the Week recently.
It's just amazing.
Yeah, it is. It
Stuff
is
you'd
stunning.
never
I heard
expect.
one last week, I think, but it was at the end of the show, so I couldn't call it.
I bet he doesn't
oh.
know. You know what we should ask him?
What?
Color is a cardinal?
Oh yeah.
I bet he doesn't know.
because the St. Louis Cardinals, he probably will.
Oh.
But we could pick a bird that isn't a.
Okay, but
Yeah, what color
about
is a
the
robin's
very rare,
There you go.
chest?
the rare yellow cardinal? Would he even know that existed?
I don't know that I did.
didn't know. Is that real? It's like a mutation?
It's like a mutation, yes.
Ironically, a cardinal plays a significant role in Disclosure Day. Believe it or not, which is quite
Really?
there is a notable scene in the movie with a cardinal. How weird is that? Yeah.
And so cardinals, if they are a little off, like a white tiger, the cardinal is yellow. You know,
they've seen yellow cardinals.
That's good
and
work,
it
Anthony.
still is counted as a northern cardinal, but it's yellow.
All right, I
That's
like
amazing.
it. All right, what do you got otherwise, Ant?
So I definitely love Rush, so I will have an answer for that.
Can't wait.
But I think the most egregious thing here, we've been talking, I heard past couple of days about like illegal betting and whatnot in sports. Well, I think Joe DeCamara won the competition against Jack because Jack bet against himself.
Oh, that is a bold take. It's a good thing Joe's not here because Joe would be so angry at this
I would love
idea.
to hear what he
Yeah,
said.
I love the concept. I think you're giving Jack far too much credit for being,
Yeah,
but
I love
devious
that.
enough to do something like that. I think Jack was really, truly just wanted everything to be over. I don't think he was thinking that far ahead.
But I love that
It's a
you're
great
taking
take.
away
But
from
now
Joe.
we
Yeah,
have a
anything you can do to
conspiracy behind it.
Yeah, I love it. It's a great take.
Yeah.
We can run with it. I don't care.
I can't believe these
All right,
yellow cardinals. They're real.
You got it.
Did you look it up?
I cannot believe it.
Yeah, he's looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Really something
really good
else.
stuff.
What do you
got in the
It's like
Phils,
a
Ant?
1 in a million thing.
Yeah.
For on the Phils, is this a scheduled loss today?
Oh yeah, clear scheduled loss probably. Was it
I
Sandy?
mean,
Is it Sandy today?
We got shut out.
He always beats Sandy,
We got
though.
shut out
it is Sandy.
two
It's
games.
Sandy today,
Yep,
right?
yep.
Yeah. So we'll see. He's been good this year, and
We
you're
got
better.
shut
at
out
least.
2 games. We shut the them out.
Yeah, scoring 7.
You either get nothing or.
Anthony, I don't know if you heard this stat that I gave away earlier in the show, but the last 2 games are the first time all season the Phillies have won back-to-back games scoring 7 or more runs. So, yeah, it seems like a 0 is certainly in play today.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And where do I find the picture of Elliott's hair?
I don't know. So I never saw it. I just saw him in person.
Oh,
I
it's
didn't.
on. It was on the sports radio or on the afternoon.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the afternoon show. Finding a way to rip the poor guy. Everyone's so
on
mean
one of
to
the
poor
Twitters.
Elliott.
We're talking
So
about
mean
the
to poor
Elliott hair at camp.
Yeah,
where he went with the
his
hammer.
lad- his
Everyone
lad-
was making fun of.
Yeah, his ladder.
Yeah. I thought it looked
So,
different.
I love it.
It looked
It's great.
uncombed.
I'm going to say I support it. Anthony, you got an answer for
Wow.
one-word title?
Michael Jackson's Thriller.
It's already been said. It's a big answer, but it's already been said.
All
You
right,
wanna-
so then I'm going to go to. All right, let me ask John. Would you prefer pop or alternative for my second choice? Brewster. Alice in Chains.
All right. Of
Wow.
course, Zach Wheeler's intro song, so you got that going. All right, 215-592-9494. Back to the phones in a minute. Let's do what we do every single day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
All right, time's yours. We will get to the calls in a moment because Time's Yours is sponsored by Xfinity Mobile. As I struggle to get my sheet of paper open, here we go. Time's Yours is brought to you by Xfinity, proud sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge, which all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. What do we got today?
I mean, I'm not going to say great coach, but he's definitely above average coach. The team responds to him, and until it doesn't, he's an above average coach in another Super Bowl, and then he becomes a great coach.
And I agree. I think he's a great coach already, but it is funny because, like, even in that whole thing there, he was, like, qualifying the whole time. He's like, well, he's got to be a great coach, right? Because of this, because of that. It's like, it is funny how hard it is for people to really wrap their hands around this thing.
The thing about Nick is he's long-winded. He just takes a long time to get his point across, which a lot of people are like that, and a lot of people get looked at in a different way because of the way they handle that. But sooner or later, his point does come across, and you do get it. I love the coach. I think he's really, really a good coach.
Yeah, I think no matter what we want to say, I've always thought first impressions matter in life, in anything you're doing, any spot you're in. And not even just first impressions, the way people see you at first. Like, I think if you come into a job as a certain level person, like, and the job is very specific, it's hard for people to see you as something other than that, like your boss or whatever. They can, but it's harder. I think, like, inarguably, and we've all moved past it, but I think that first impression has haunted him and has never really gone away. There are certain people who just always see that.
Well, that was all
Question for
time.
John Ritchie. Do you think
It was.
Charlie Manuel was a good manager? Because there's a lot of similarities in what those both head coaches did. A lot of similarities.
I don't know.
He was.
I
He was
wasn't
great.
watching.
He was great. Won a World Series and all that.
Sean McVay said virtually the same thing after losing to Seattle when they asked what went wrong. He said, I don't know. If I could fix it, I would. He says that he's still a genius. But Nick Sirianni, who Sean McVay can't beat, says the same thing, and that's a slight against him.
Yeah. And when he told us he was going to be more involved in the offense, the last 2 years, the offense took a nosedive.
Caller has a point. It's a good point.
What was the good
That he was
point?
saying that McVay was asked, he said he didn't have answers when they lost to Seattle. He doesn't know why they lost.
Well,
He didn't.
I'll take
so he
his
basically said the same.
non-answers.
I know, but it is fair. The caller's pointing out that you've said that about Sirianni a bunch as a criticism. You love McVay. I think McVay's a great coach.
Well, I give
McVay said the
a
same
lot
thing.
more benefit of the doubt
Oh, I think
because
that-
of his natural God-given ability that he's expressed.
To the caller's point, Nick Sirianni is 4-0 against Sean McVay, including a massive playoff win. So
Which proves that the
saying.
coach doesn't necessarily win the
Just
game.
saying. Just saying. All right, with that, we shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, let's quickly turn to get your answers before we get out of here. Get a couple more answers in here for a one-word song title to win the Rush tickets. The hotly contested Rush tickets. I told you, John, people call up and they want these bad, man. All right, let's go to Colleen in New Jersey. Colleen, you got an answer for us?
I do. Good morning, everybody.
Good
morning.
Has anybody said Shameless from Garth Brooks?
Oh, Shameless from Garth Brooks. Okay. Maybe not the best audience for that, but I'm sure it's
What
a
are you
great
saying,
song.
James?
I've never heard the song Shameless by Garth
Really?
Brooks. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, my
yeah.
God, it's pretty
no,
famous.
I now that we're saying it, if it's a song I think it is, I think I know it, but it's not going to be a winner
Yeah,
for
I'm
me.
not
as
as
much.
good with the
Yeah,
country.
just not my speed as much. All right, one more. Let's get Scott in. Scott, you got an answer for a one-word song title?
Yes, I do. First off, John, long-time listener. I am resident of your hometown.
Oh,
Watched
no
you
way!
play football
Love it.
growing up.
Love it. That's
Yep.
super cool,
Yep.
man.
Great job.
Scott,
Thank
call
you.
call again when we get call tomorrow. We'll get you in to
Yeah.
talk to Richie about
Yeah.
Mechanicsburg because we would love to
All
do
right,
that.
now
I would
listen.
love to reminisce.
Yeah.
Big time Rush fan like everyone else is calling. I was 10 years old, was turned on to All the World is Stage live album, great album. This might sound stupid to people. The song is Xanadu. The tour is Xanadu. Xanadu by Olivia Newton-John. I know that sounds stupid. Hot woman back in the day. I'm an older guy, blah, blah, blah.
Scott, I love it, man.
My dad was really
The correlation between them makes it perfect for me to win the tickets.
All right. Hey,
Right,
Scott, great
selling
call.
it.
Look, I think Xanadu is a cool idea. I don't think it's going to win here, but I do like the idea of
is
Xanadu.
Olivia.
I've seen the movie back in the day and all that. All right, so we got to pick a winner here. We got some great answers. The ones that probably stick out: Gloria, Imagine, Thriller, Jessica, Limelight, War, Roxanne, Faith, Kiss by Prince, Rooster, and Think. I think those are the ones. So
Yeah,
for
there's
me,
Thriller,
I think it's
Think.
Thriller, right?
Thriller, Think. Rooster's huge for me.
Yeah, and Rooster is Zach Wheeler's entrance song for what it's worth. For that, so
Kiss, great song.
I love that song. It's not the best Prince song though. There are other
Probably,
better ones, and
yeah,
I
that
love
hurts
Jessica a lot. That'd be high. I think I feel like I would be disingenuous if I didn't vote for Thriller. I am voting for Thriller. Rhea Hughes,
So mine was either Thriller or Roxanne, so I'll go with Thriller.
Thriller.
I was Thriller or Imagine. I'll go with Thriller.
John, you don't even get to vote. you got outvoted
Think.
right away.
Yeah.
Think was a great
I love
answer.
the answer of Thriller. though.
Congratulations to Corey in Pottstown. You are the winner, Corey. A great caller. Tomorrow, guess what? More Rush tickets. So tune
Wow.
in. Yes, that's right.
Thank
so we
goodness.
talked to a lot of people today who really want those tickets. Guess what? You got more chances tomorrow and Friday for that matter. So tune in tomorrow. We've got you there, John. Great time today. Thank you to Dan
Great
Wilson
work.
producing the show. Rhea Hughes, awesome job. And thank you to everyone who called in. Literally could not do the show without you. And Jeremy Lieberman crushing it back there, helping the show. All right, keep it here. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
Today's Match Day Preview is presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Teams begin their second matches of group stage as Canada faces Qatar on home soil in Vancouver, and Mexico will battle South Korea in Guadalajara. Qatar got a surprising draw in their first match against Switzerland. They're heavy underdogs again this time around against Canada at about 10-1. Canada also got a draw in their first match against Bosnia and Herzegovina and will look to bounce back and record 3 points. Meanwhile, Mexico and South Korea will battle in Guadalajara for the top of the standings in Group A after both teams won their first matches. Mexico is plus 100 to win the match on home soil, while South Korea is plus 300. This has been your official Odyssey Sports Match Day preview brought to you by Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Listen in ahead of each match day for the latest betting insights from Fanatics all tournament long.
So I had a plan, a perfect place, a perfect moment, an outdoor hike ending with the perfect proposal to Doreen.
Except it started snowing.
Everything I planned, gone.
We hiked anyway, and I complained the entire way up.
She so did.
But then we reached the top, the most beautiful, spectacular view.
And then in that moment, none of the plans mattered.
Jim looked at me and said, I think I know what would make this even more romantic.
Will you marry me?
It wasn't perfect. It was better.
Because it was real.
And I said yes.
Mark's Jewelers.
Love grows here.
Visit marks-jewelers.com.
The times you spend with your friends and loved ones are the best. Those selfies you take now will shape memories that will last a lifetime. Make sure you stay in the picture and stay away from fentanyl. Only 2 milligrams of fentanyl can cause an overdose. So learn about the dangers and risks of this frightening, deadly drug at stayinthepic.nj.gov. Don't risk your life and all those wonderful memories you're creating. Stay in the picture and stay away from fentanyl. Know all the risks. visit stayinthepic.nj.gov. From New Jersey Human Services.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this June with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango. Equipped with V8 engines. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Golf's biggest names are chasing one of the sport's most coveted titles, and you could trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you could trade the overall winner every single round or even select matchups. Scotty Scheffler is trading right now at 14% to win, which means a $100 trade on Scotty Scheffler to win it all pays out $673.72 if he wins one of golf's 4 majors. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you could buy in and out of your position for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use code GIGLIO to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions, eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risks and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sports fans, we need to appreciate greatness while it's still in front of us. Argentina's Lionel Messi, arguably the greatest soccer player ever, turns 39 next week. This is likely his final World Cup. And Argentina began its World Cup defense last night against Algeria. And who scored the hat trick? Lionel Messi at age 38. We need to appreciate him while he's still playing. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Phillies Marlins, 1 p.m. here on 94 WIP. As the Phillies can sweep out Miami, it'll be Andrew Painter on the mound for the Phillies. He's got an ERA of over 10 in his last 3 starts. WIP Middays with Joe Giglio and Hugh Douglas are live from Citizens Bank Park at 10 a.m. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Warmer today, chance of showers later, high 84. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
3 balls, 1 strike. Sosa leads at first. The pitch. Marsh swings, hits it well, up the alley, left center field. Marcy back, pulls up at the wall, and it is gone! Opposite field, Brandon Marsh, a 2-run home run. Number 9 on the season for Brandon, and it's 5-0 Phillies here in the second.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn back in the studio. We're live today at Citizens Bank Park as the Phillies get set for the series finale against the Marlins, going for a sweep, and hopefully with that brand new lineup we saw last night. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Kyle. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, this is a note to every young person out there, anybody really, is that when you're given an opportunity, you should take full advantage of it. And what I'm talking about there is Brandon Marsh's opportunity to lead off. Had a nice night last night, man. Had a real nice night.
Well, he did, and credit to Don Mattingly for doing it. So, look, Phillies had a new-look lineup last night, and it worked. Now, a lot of things have worked for the Phillies since Mattingly took over, and it's just one night. But, Hugh, watching it last night, at 215-592-9494 to join us, we got a lot to talk about for the next couple hours to lead you to the game. Leading off coming up at 12, we'll talk about top 11. Elliot will join us 1 hour from right now. But let's start with the Phillies, who win again last night, 8-2. Luzardo pitched really well, but, Hugh, you hit it. The story of the game last night was the lineup. So Trea Turner out last night with the wrist, right? And that allowed the Phillies to kind of see a different version of their own lineup without Trea Turner in there, which I think is a blessing in disguise because he stunk. And we'll see if he's back in there today and how they look. But, Hugh, I saw the lineup last night that the Phillies should have continued to run out there even when Trea Turner is back. We will find out in the next hour or so probably if Trea's in the lineup and what the lineup looks like. But I can tell you what I would do if I was Don Mattingly. I would leave the top of the lineup exactly the way it was last night, especially facing another right-handed pitcher, which is those are most of the pitchers you're going to face are right-handed. So, we've had this thing, Hugh, for years where Rob Thompson and, most managers like to have balance, right? Lefty-righty, lefty-righty, and kind of balance it. Yeah. And that's fine. And if you have a team that has balance to it and you have everyone hitting, ideally, sure, I want a balanced lineup. But the Phillies don't have that. Like you can't create perfection if you don't have perfection. They don't have a perfect lineup. But here's what I know they have. They have 3 hitters having good seasons. That's it. Now we could parse the other guys and maybe they're getting better like Bohm and I know Hugh wants to say something about Bohm. But Bohm and Stott have been better lately. They have 3 good hitters. 3 guys
consistent guys
yes,
for the most part.
Yes, that feel like they're guys, they're all-stars. And for the first time this season last night, they just stacked them to start the lineup. Brandon Marsh 1, Kyle Schwarber 2, Bryce Harper 3. And it led to an outburst of 7 runs within the first 2 innings of the game. The game was over last night.
Yeah, it was over. You got a chance to, if you had to watch close or something.
Yeah.
You had a chance to start watching close or cook dinner, start dinner a little earlier.
No doubt. With the way Luzardo was pitching, the game was over in the second inning. It was over because their top 3 hitters went off. Brandon Marsh, home run and a walk. Schwarber, home run. Harper scored a run last night, had a walk. I mean, they ignited the whole thing. Hugh, where are you at on this? Because what I saw last night was the lineup I want to see moving forward against right-handed pitching, which is most of the guys they're going to face. Marsh, Schwarber, Harper. Marsh has earned the opportunity to be within that group. Harper in that 3 spot, and I thought Schwarber, he did a lot of his damage earlier this season as 2 before they moved him to 1. I want to keep it.
You gave me a lot to digest, Joe. I hear you, and it looked great. and I'm happy for Marsh and what he was able to do. You know it works. You know you have the ability to put him at the leadoff, and he can make hay. But I think that you're going to give Trea a chance when he gets back, because he said something a couple days ago that, basically in the same vein as Topper. Hey, he look at the back of his baseball card. It's going to happen. So I know he got a little dinged up the other night. We're going to see what the lineup looks like today. But if I'm Dom, I'm going to put Trea back in there if he's going to be in there today and let him do his thing. And if he can't do it, then I'm going to consider that, because here's the reality of it. I remember Coach Joe, Billy Joe, used to tell me this all the time. He was my football coach in college, and he said, never give the man behind you an opportunity to show what he could do. And to me, this is kind of that situation. You see what the lineup looks like. You've been struggling. You see what the lineup looks like. You see Brandon took advantage of the situation that he was presented with, and he took full advantage of it. Now, in a small sample size, I don't know how that's going to look moving forward, but to give this team a shot in the arm, it looked pretty good right now. But if you're Trea, it's incentive for you to get off the schneid, if you will, and get going.
Well, it would be, and he got to see it last night, and it's just one night. But look, here's why I'm adamant and feel strong that this should just be their lineup. It's just one night of those three stacked, but those are their three best hitters. And until Trea Turner wakes up significantly, I mean, it would take him try to go off for a month to get into the same class as the way Marsh has hit this year or the way Schwarber and Harper have hit. I need, he can start doing that in the 5 or 6 spot in the lineup, and then we'll move him back up. 215-592-9494. Last night, Don Mattingly had Brandon Marsh, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper hitting 1, 2, 3. Should that be the lineup moving forward, even when Trea Turner gets back? It feels obvious to me. Those are your three best hitters by a lot this year. And, yes, it'd be better if we had a righty in there, right? Because that would balance things out late in the game. The other team brings a relief pitcher in. But if you could jump on a team, Hugh, and score 4 or 5 runs in the first couple of innings,
takes that stress out of it. It's like anything. When you start a game and you get 2 touchdowns or whatever it is. Of course. Gives yourself a little breathing room, and you're allowed to do call the game a little different. I get where you're coming from, definitely.
Well, and I just thought they jumped on Tyler Phillips, the former Phil. I thought they jumped on him last night to where he was just like, well, man, I mean, they're jumping all over everything I'm throwing here. And it was a great start to the game. Let's hear Brandon Marsh after the game last night, after his first opportunity since way back in his Angels days to hit leadoff.
It was fun. I don't think I've hit leadoff since I was in Anaheim, so that was pretty fun. But, I didn't really think too much of it, and guys told me just to take the same at-bats, same approach. And, first one I didn't really get one to hit in the first at-bat, so, made it easy for me.
Well, It did, and when he had something to hit later in the game, hit the home run to left field. Let's hear Don Mattingly after the game on the lineup, and now what moving forward.
I know you were asked about Brandon in the leadoff spot prior to the game. How much do you anticipate, considering how well he did there tonight, leaving him in that spot for at least tomorrow against Sandy?
I could hit him in the 8th spot the way he's going, and he looks good. He's kind of doing well everywhere. So I don't know if it's that spot that makes him do well. We'll get back to our lineup. We're going to be consistent with what we do. Brandon's been good everywhere we put him. So, we'll get back to what we do.
You know what that was by Don Mattingly there, Hugh? That was a non-answer. It was like, well, I could hit Brandon 8th. I could hit him 9th. I could hit him 1st, 2nd, 3rd. He'll hit everywhere. I mean, he sounded to me there like he didn't want to commit to, yes, we're leaving Brandon up there, or no, Trea's going back there. He sounded like he wanted to think more about that before he told us what he's doing.
Well, you don't want to make knee-jerk decisions in the moment. I don't know how it is in baseball, but a lot of times, because of the time constraints, a lot of times in football, when certain things happen, you want to go back and look at the tape. You want to look and see some of the things that happen. I don't know what type of time they have to go look at the film after this game to see exactly what transpired. But I think that's why you answer that way, because you want to, I guess, sleep on it for a minute, talk to the coaches and see where you are with it. But it looked like from a fan's perspective, it was nice for the last 2 nights being able to watch games and not be stressed. You know what I mean? It's been nice to be able to see the Phillies, the bats wake up and they get some runs early to take pressure off everybody. It's been good to see that.
Well, it has. I mean, we haven't had many laughers. I mean, most of these games, even the one on Saturday where they scored a bunch of runs, even when their offense has been better, the bullpen has given it back. We've had a couple of games, 2 in a row, that you feel really good about as the game moves through. 215-592-9494. Should the Phillies leave the top of the lineup like it was last night? Marsh, Schwarber, Harper. It hit for me. I mean, it hit for them, literally, but it hit for me. Seeing Marsh up there, he's been so good all year. You know, Trea Turner not making out after out. And I thought Schwarber back in the 2 spot, his power had waned in the 1 spot without the protection of Harper behind him. You know, when it's Schwarber 1 and Turner 2, whether it be just a coincidence or not, Schwarber has not hit for the same power with Turner behind him. I think part of that is teams are basically pitching around him like, we're just going to go after Trea Turner. Last night, Harper back behind Schwarber, I thought it made a difference. 215-592-9494. We're live at Citizens Bank Park today. When we get the lineup this morning, we'll pass it on. We'll see if Trea is in there. Here is how I would do the lineup. If I were Mattingly today, and let's just assume for a second Trea's back in there. Didn't seem like what happened the other day was serious. But if it's Trea back in there today, and he's healthy enough to play shortstop, I would line it up like this. And they're facing another righty with Alcantara on the mound. I would go Brandon Marsh in the leadoff spot, Schwarber 2, Harper 3, just like last night. I would put Alec Bohm in the cleanup spot, and I'm waiting for Hugh Douglas to peacock around because another home run for Alec Bohm last night.
Hey, like I said, he on his way to hitting 15 home runs.
30. Oh.
That's not what you said.
I said 15.
You said double that.
No, I amended it.
You
I amended it.
You can't amend a bold prediction.
I can amend my bold prediction.
No, it's done. We put it out there.
I don't recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall.
Mm-mm.
We have the tape. We have the tape.
I don't know. It's
well,
not what you know.
we can find
it's
it.
It's not what you know. It's what you can prove.
I can't prove it. Oh, we have to go back and find it.
I said 15.
I got you laughing because you know it's BS.
I'm laughing because I'm
total
telling
BS.
a lie.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right, then 30. I said 30.
And he's going to get to 15.
All
right. So
the problem is people believe you when you do this stuff.
They don't.
Yes, they do.
They shouldn't. Let me finish my lineup, and then I do have the Phillies. I have the actual lineup in front of me. The Phillies are going to roll out. So we'll compare it, Katris. I would go Marsh, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, 15 home run Bohm, not 30. In the 4 spot. Stott 5. I like the way Stott's swinging the bat. I put Turner back in at 6. I would go Racona 7, JT 8, and Crawford 9. That's how I would line it up. Before we get to Kyle's take on this, and Hugh, I know you want to put soft on Trea over here, putting him back at the top of the lineup. Apparently, Don Mattingly agrees with you. I am looking at the Phillies lineup right now for today. Turner back in, leading off at shortstop.
I have vision. Mr. Black
How did
Baseball.
we watch Marsh last night and go back to Turner at leadoff?
Because,
Mr. Baseball,
no,
cut it out.
Mr. Black Baseball, sir. No. This is how I think that they see it. Like Trea saw it yesterday
with their eyes closed. Right?
No. Listen, Joe. Trea saw it yesterday, and we know it could potentially work. So hopefully that incentivizes you to go to get off the schneid because he's been frustrated. You can see it's been playing on his. He's been wearing on him mentally.
Of course.
So you tell him in a sense you're basically saying, hey. We got Marsh over here. He can do this, but I still believe in you. Basically, that's what he's doing, and that's why he put him back in.
Well, that's great for him to say that. I don't believe in Trea, and I don't think he could do it.
Now listen, you better take advantage of the situation you're put in tonight. I mean today, because if not, then we know somebody who was put in that spot can do it. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just tell you right now, I'm not enthused by seeing Trea number 1 back in the lineup, but specifically at the top of the lineup. Like, can we just stack those 3 hitters, 1, 2, 3, the way we saw it last night? So Trea is in the lineup today, playing shortstop. He is leading off today with his 594 OPS. 215-592-9494. Should the Phillies leave the lineup and go more back to, more to the lineup? We saw last night Marsh, Schwarber, Harper. Kyle, where do you come down as we're getting the news Trea is back in the lineup, leading off today?
Yeah, I mean, I don't love just putting him right back there at leadoff. Just we all know how bad he's been at the plate this season. And I really liked how the top of the order looked last night. But I guess in my head, when I was coming up with a lineup for today, knowing that Mattingly didn't want to move Trea all the way down to the bottom of the order, I understand that that's that everybody wants to do that. But it does feel like a top of the order, top 4 of Marsh, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, I think would have been a good compromise, or it's a good way you can throw the righty in there so that you're not going 3 lefties, so you can play matchups later in the game. But I guess you're doing that. You're almost saying a prayer that Trea's going to start hitting toward the end of the season. I think ideally, I love keeping Marsh at leadoff. But if you got Marsh and then Trea finally starts to hit, Harper in the 3-hole and Schwarber behind him, like that I think is my ideal top of the order going into the postseason right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, getting Trea going is the ideal. The problem is, like, how are we going to do that? Is it going to happen? And is it just magically going to happen?
And I don't like letting them do it at leadoff.
Yeah, I don't either. But one thing, Hugh, that is obvious. So it seems like last night didn't move Mattingly off of Trea near the top of the order. He's hitting leadoff. But it does feel to me like he likes the idea of going back to Schwarber, too. Schwarber getting protected by Harper, right? Because Schwarber had not hit for much power when Turner was behind him. So that's flipped back. And so it's not only Trea back in the lineup today, it's Trea back at leadoff, which means Schwarber is batting second today with the protection of Bryce Harper behind him. 215-592-9494. Your take on all this. Should the Phillies go back to the lineup that worked last night? I mean, it's one of those things where, like, all year long we recognize they have 3 hitters hitting at a high level. Just 3, and it's Marsh, it's Harper, it's Schwarber. We've seen that the entire season. But last night was the first time they were all together, stacked 1, 2, 3. I like the way that looked. I want to see more of that moving forward. You're taking the lineup where Trea should be. I do not love the idea of Trea Turner in the leadoff spot tonight or this afternoon against the Marlins. 215-592-9494. Kyle, can you pop Terrence at Springfield up here on WIP? Yep. What's up, Terrence?
Dude, Joe, Kyle, what's up, man?
What's going on,
Terrence,
man?
what's up, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. Got to be back with you guys. Guys, leave this lineup. Leave this lineup. I was just telling Kyle this. I'm about to cook, and I got an analogy. Hey, Hugh, I got an analogy, man. I'm about to cook with this analogy.
I'm waiting for it.
Don Mattingly is pushing buttons, guys. He's doing stuff that Topper wasn't doing. Like, guys, we haven't had a lineup that jumps on the pitcher in years. And yesterday, but by him pushing these buttons, we know Topper kept things the same, and that ultimately led to him losing his job. Last night, to see that, the protection, to see March was red hot. Guys, we haven't seen Turner be consistent since he's been here. So I told Kyle, this guy, Turner has to go to the bottom of the lineup. Sometimes you got to sacrifice for your team, and that's what builds winning teams. That's what builds championship teams. You got to sacrifice and go to the bottom of the lineup until you find your niche, until you start to get consistent, until you get out of your head. What Don Mattingly is doing, guys, here I'm about to cook with this analogy. You know how you're in the kitchen, guys, and you're trying to find that right recipe, and you're playing with the seasonings. That's what Don Mattingly is doing, guys. He's playing with the seasonings until he can get that right recipe so we can cook with. And he's doing that with the Phillies, guys. These guys, we have to give the Phillies credit. We have to give Don Mattingly credit. These guys were dead in the water. They were like 12, 15 games under 500. These guys, Don Mattingly has rolled these guys from the dead. I don't know what he's doing. He's pushing the right buttons. He's adding the seasonings. He's pressing the buttons. He's getting this team doing what Topper wasn't doing. And to me, that's how you get to your stars. That's how you get to your players. You push buttons. You make moves. You don't care how they feel about it. And right now, Mattingly is cooking with that seasoning. He's adding that. He's sprinkling a little bit here, a little bit here, mixing a little bit here. And last night, that show right there, what he did right there, Hugh.
That's pretty good.
You like that?
I had to cook with it.
It was pretty good.
He was cooking with the cooking analogy.
He cooking. I don't cook though, but yeah, it was pretty good.
Well, I mean, if you did, you would use some seasoning.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd be playing with the seasoning.
Gotta put that seasoning, mix them seasoning.
Yeah, you got. I don't know if there's only salt, pepper.
No, there's way more seasonings than salt and pepper.
No, I'm saying I keep it basic.
Terrence, good call.
Keep it basic.
But
I'm saying
those are the most important.
Yeah, like
you're right about
you feel
that.
me, Kyle? Like salt and pepper.
Yeah.
All that other stuff, I don't play with them other seasonings.
Well,
if we're doing seasonings, what is Trea at this point?
Wow.
What is Trea? What's that stuff that accoutrement you put on the side of the plate that's green that you don't eat? Parsley? No. That's parsley, right?
Trea is kind of parsley.
Yeah, I mean he's just kind of doing nothing.
Yeah, it's just there.
Like,
he's there as a name. He's got the name value.
Why you on my plate? You serve no purpose. I don't eat this.
See, you know what? I got to think we got to thank Terrence
because
he got us to this analogy that Trea Turner is parsley. All right, so here's the question. So we now know Trea is going to hit leadoff today. You said it a few minutes ago, Hugh, that we saw the other lineup last time. We saw Marsh, Schwarber, Harper.
And you can always go back to
all right, Trea is back in there today. He's leading off. How much longer are the Phillies? Are we going to give Trea to get going? his contract says, and his back of his baseball card says he's going to be their shortstop, right? He's going to play. I mean, I don't think anyone thinks they're going to bench him and just drop him off the team. He's going to play and play a lot at shortstop. But how much longer are they going to keep him near the top of the lineup? It can't be much longer if he doesn't hit.
What was the last? He was out last. He was 0 for, right? The last couple of days he was 0 for, right?
It feels like an 0 for since April.
No, he got to make some contact tonight. Hard contact.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. For not lowering the bar for our $300 million shortstop to contact.
Wait a minute.
This is like Bryce Harper moving runners last year. This guy.
I forgot about that.
I understand that you're upset.
Well, no, I'm upset at you.
Well, I'm very upset.
I know you're not. You're upset at me because I'm spitting knowledge to you.
That's
why
happening.
he's back. You want him you start
contact.
First of all, Joe, he only had a day off, right?
Yeah.
So it ain't too much straightening you could get in one day.
Yeah.
So he's trying to give him a breather, let him get back out there. So you keep the bar low, you lower the expectations, make contact, get on base. That's a start, and then try to help. Hopefully, he works his way back.
Well, at least you added get on base to the.
Well, when I said make I'm sorry, I gotta say it because I know people. When I blow their mind with my baseball knowledge.
Oh, yeah.
So I have to be more specific so they know exactly
So you
what I'm
meant
talking
get
about.
on base.
Yeah.
Okay. Because when I heard contact, I thought the bat touches the ball.
No.
I mean, that should be baseline for this guy.
No, he should get a base hit.
Oh, okay.
And
right.
start there. You know what I mean? Because I don't expect him to come out and, swinging for the fences and get a home run, but just start small and build from that because I think that's where they feel he is right now. Hey, man, just, take a day off. Get out there tomorrow and, just make contact. Get on base.
I wonder if he pushed the play today because he did have a wrist contusion 2 nights ago, right? He didn't play last night.
And
they have a day off tomorrow.
I tell you what.
This would have been a 3-day stretch for him to kind of clear his head, let the wrist heal. I wonder if he said, I want to play today.
Ain't no motivator like the one where you see somebody doing your job better than you. That's a hell of a motivator.
Because just logically, they could have sat him today, give him 3 straight days off.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. And so he probably that sounds about right, because you don't want the guy, you don't want Marsh to get too much shine. Well,
I do.
Spot.
I mean,
you do, but they've seen it. It's on tape.
Yeah.
So that's an option. So if he has to show up today.
I don't think they're going to give him much longer. I mean, because a couple things. One, obviously Marsh is having a good season, but also. Now, it's not going to be 30 home runs, but your guy, Bohm, has hit better.
I said 15.
You said 30. Bohm has hit better over the last month. Like, you could justify Bohm in the top 5 of the lineup, and Stott has hit better. So, when you kind of make the lineup and you move Trea down, it can work now. Like, a month ago, it was like, all right, Trea, keep hitting 1 or 2 because Bohm is a disaster. Stott was a disaster. Like, you actually have a few guys now that are starting to hit a little bit around Schwarber and Harper, that if Turner doesn't wake up, I think they could absolutely justify dropping him down. He's hitting leadoff today. I would have left it Marsh, Schwarber, Harper. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. I think it's a mistake to put Trea back at the top of the lineup. I would have left it the way it was last night. Your thoughts on the lineup with Trea back in there? What should Don Mattingly do with it? Also, more names unveiled in the top 11 yesterday, and something interesting happened in the voting regards to Jalen Hurts. We'll react to the latest unveiling of the top 11 from the afternoon show, Jalen Hurts placement. And where do you come down on the top of the Phillies lineup? I loved it last night. Marsh, Schwarber, Harper, 1, 2, 3. I would drop Trea Turner down. Your thoughts on it all? Midday show live from Citizens Bank Park on Sports Radio 94 WIP. We have dreams of another championship with our teams. Be the world champion of your neighborhood with an upgrade to your home with my friends at Pella Windows and Doors. When it comes to replacing your windows and doors, experience matters. At Pella Windows and Doors, their expert consultants help you find the perfect fit for your home and your budget with flexible pricing and financing options designed around you. You'll get energy-efficient products backed by some of the best warranties in the business, including installation. Right now, and if you ever sell your home, those warranties transfer to the new homeowner. That's why your neighbors trust Pella. Right now, get 40% off installation or 0% APR for 60 months. Book a free in-home consultation today by calling 877-98-PELLA. That number again, 877-98-PELLA. Or visit PellaPhilly.com. That's PellaPhilly.com. And tell them Joe Giglio sent you.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Early momentum in Group L is at stake with England taking on Croatia in Arlington, Texas. Both of those sides enter the tournament in the top 10 of the world rankings. England could be among the most talented teams in the field. Ghana faces Panama in Toronto. Panama is looking for their first ever World Cup win. I'm Mike Conti.
I've been working with the team at Lexus at Cherry Hill for over 10 years now, and they just helped me get into my beautiful new white RX 350. I absolutely love it. It's gorgeous. The ride is smooth and quiet, and the entire experience at Lexus at Cherry Hill is always first class. From sales to finance, they treat you like family, and they make the whole process easy. They are family-owned and operated, veteran-owned, and you can truly feel the difference. If you're thinking about a new car, visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or LexusofCherryHill.com.
The makers of Surfside present Super Light, a refreshing vodka plus aid can cocktail inspired by classic sports drink flavors. Grab a Super Light at CBP and cheer on the Phillies with 0 bubbles, 0 carbs, and only 90 calories. Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
The times you spend with your friends and loved ones are the best. Those selfies you take now will shape memories that will last a lifetime. Make sure you stay in the picture and stay away from fentanyl. Only 2 milligrams of fentanyl can cause an overdose. So learn about the dangers and risks of this frightening, deadly drug at stayinthepic.nj.gov. Don't risk your life and all those wonderful memories you're creating. Stay in the picture and stay away from fentanyl. Know all the risks. Visit stayinthepic.nj.gov. From New Jersey Human Services.
Building or renovating in the greater Philadelphia area? Need top quality windows and doors? SRS Building Products is your trusted source for Anderson windows and doors. Anderson is known for their exceptional craftsmanship, energy efficiency, and beautiful designs. SRS Building Products is a leading distributor of Anderson windows, offering a wide selection, reliable service, and expertise to help you get the job done right. Choose Anderson Windows and Doors, partnered with your local SRS Building Products location today. Go to srsdistribution.com/Anderson today and tell us about your project.
BetMGM is giving you a special new player offer to get in on all the summer sports action. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on sports and you'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. It's that easy. Whether you take your shot on the court or on the field, when you join BetMGM, you get access to live betting, same-game parlays, free-to-play games, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this spring one to remember. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Listen to MLB Insider Calls on WIP all season long. Presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic. It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94.
In 3D printing, like Forrest Gump in my Forrest Gump.
Please cut
Guilty!
I've been 3D printing, so that's all I've been doing.
If nothing else today, we got a new drop, so we're good. All right, welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. We're live today from the DeBoer Heart and Lung Center broadcast booth at Citizens Bank Park. Phillies and Marlins, the series finale. Phillies go for the sweep today of Miami before the Mets come in tomorrow, and then a really bizarre off day Friday, and then the Mets here Saturday and Sunday as well. So Phillies playing the NL East for the first time in a while and off to a good start. And a great win last night. Lazardo was really good, 7 innings. But the story for me was the top of the lineup. Marsh, Schwarber, Harper. Boom. They scored 7 runs the first 2 innings. I wanted to see that again today. But we got Trea Turner back in the lineup, which, all right, if he's healthy, he could play. But I didn't want to see him at the top of the lineup. If I were Don Mattingly today, I would have went Marsh, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Stott, Turner, Rincones, Realmuto, Crawford. I mean, I would have had Turner in the bottom, 6, 7 around there in the lineup, and I would have let the top 5 just cook after they did last night. Mattingly went the other way. Your take on that, 215-592-9494. All right, back to your phone calls here in a second. Elliot's going to join us coming up at 11 for his weekly conversation with us. We got a lot to get into with Elliot. But Hugh, we need to react here to the continuing of the unveiling of the afternoon show's top 11. Now, we all gave our lists. We submitted them to the afternoon show. So we're part of the voting, 50% staff voting, 50% listener voting. Hugh, they unveiled 8 and 7 yesterday. So now we know 11, 10, 9, 8, and 7. Mm-hmm. On Monday, we found out Joel Embiid at number 11, Lane Johnson at number 10, Saquon Barkley at number 9. Yesterday, did you happen to see who came in at number 8 and number 7?
No, I did not.
Okay, number 8. A little low for me. I had him high on my list, but obviously a top 11 guy at this point. Cooper DeJean came in at number 8.
Yeah, he was on my list.
Yep, and I think he's on most lists after being a first-team All-Pro in his second year. At number 7, Hugh Douglas, came Jalen Hurts. So a drop for him from where he was a year ago on the list, but still a top 11 athlete. What was interesting when I heard them unveil this was that Jalen Hurts, I believe, received the second most first place, like number 1 overall votes. Mm-hmm. But he also was off 25% of the list. Elliot, who's going to join us coming up at 11, had Jalen Hurts as his number 1 athlete right now in Philadelphia.
Elliot's an idiot.
Well, I didn't say it, but I will fight with Elliot about that coming up at 11. Hugh, what do you think makes more sense? Jalen completely off the list or Jalen Hurts at number 1, which he was for Elliot?
I think for me, being off the list. Because like I said, on my list, I didn't have any offensive player. So for me, having him off the list makes more sense because nobody played well last year. And you know what's funny? I still get, like, even though we framed it the way we framed it and we weren't bashing anybody, people still feel some kind of way when Jalen Hurts' name is mentioned. And the bottom line is this for me, and this is the only thing for me. Jalen set the standard, right? And he didn't play up to the standard. So it's as simple as that for me. This offense didn't play up to his standard. It's as simple as that for me. So that's why I didn't have any offensive players on the list.
Yeah, I don't know how he got so many votes for number 1. I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, I don't know how you watched him last year and think he's the best athlete in Philadelphia. I mean, there's a lot of good athletes in this city. I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy he's number one on Elliott's list. I think it's crazy he got the second most first-place votes. The fact that he landed within the top 11, I am not surprised because I just figured there'd be residual people like him. He's a Super Bowl champion. He's a Super Bowl MVP. I mean, I figured he'd make the top 11. But when I heard Elliott say number one, and I heard Spike say that he received the second most first-place votes, I was like, wow. Like, did you guys watch last season? Did anyone voting him number one?
Did you see the tapes?
Did you watch those games? I think it was 10 out of 16 games with fewer than 200 yards. There was a 5-game stretch in there where it was just like they couldn't move the football, led the league for most of the year in 3 and outs. To me, it's way more justifiable to say, yeah, he just missed the list this year. He's 12, he's 13, he didn't make it. Maybe he'll bounce back next year. Then number one in a city with Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler and Kyle Schwarber and Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. I mean, guys that have been MVP candidates, all-pro, whatever, the last year or so. I thought it was crazy. Kyle, where do you come down on the Hurts one versus off the list? What makes more sense?
So I think people don't understand what this list is.
That seems like it's a problem.
Because this isn't my top 11 favorite athletes or the athletes that make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside or the athletes that I think get too much hate in this city. It's supposed to be
handsome if it's Hughes.
Yes, yep.
Handsome.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all ain't right.
That's two for you today, by the way.
Handsome.
Mm-hmm.
You're the one that called him handsome.
Yeah, you did.
I did. No, I said that's why some people might like him because he's handsome.
Yeah,
you think he got a lot of number one votes because he's handsome?
Probably.
Yes. Well, that's a joke.
Yes.
Okay.
But I mean, he's not on my list. I think having him number one is completely ridiculous. I mean, it's kind of disrespectful to the rest of the players who've actually been really good to great. I mean, Sanchez has been elite. Very disrespectful to Christopher Sanchez to put Jalen Hurts above him. I mean, Jalen Hurts just hasn't had a good season. And he didn't have a good season the year before. I understand the team won the Super Bowl and he was a Super Bowl MVP, so that's fine. I would have had less of an issue last season if you wanted to put Jalen at the top of your list just because of, what he accomplished as the quarterback of the team that won the Super Bowl. But, there's no justifiable reason to put him at number one on the list this season. I mean, you know what I think it is? I think it's to combat the amount of people who were justifiably going to leave him off the list. So they had to overcompensate by putting him number one, and that's the only way he got on the list.
So it's spite. This is for spite.
Exactly what it is.
Okay. Well, and to your point, look, I had him my top 11 last year. I didn't this year. And, the 2 years, we can kind of unpack them. Obviously, Jalen wasn't great the Super Bowl season. It was the running game is what led them there. But, Hugh, at least during the Super Bowl year 2 years ago, when called upon, Jalen had some big moments, right? You go back to that year, he played really well in Cincinnati, played really well against Pittsburgh, played really well against Dallas. He had, I would say that season, the year they won the Super Bowl, probably 3 or 4 really high-level games during the regular season. Mm-hmm. And he had an NFC Championship game, which was excellent, and a Super Bowl that was excellent. They didn't throw the ball much, but he had games where he was really, really good. So, I get it. If you wanted to make the case a year ago that when they asked him to kind of drive the bus, he drove it fine. Okay, I mean, I'll go along with that. That didn't happen this year. How many really good games did Jalen Hurts have in 2025? He had the perfect passer rating against the Vikings in October. Mm-hmm. The next week when A.J. was out, he played well against the Giants. Did he play another really good game after that? I mean, I don't know if you want to say the Raider game against a Raider team that was half dead. I mean, he really didn't play well for the final 2 months of the season into the playoff game. It's crazy that we're almost forgetting. It was 2 months of just they didn't score.
You know what I think when I was listening to you say that and this kind of popped in my head, and I think this is how most people feel about Jalen is that when you look at Jalen, and Jalen has done a tremendous job, a great job of kind of cultivating this aura that he has around him. And the thing that I remember every time I see him play is that he's the guy that's going to do whatever it takes to win. And you know what also correlates with that is that we talk about all these games that he's played in that he hasn't looked good in, but they win. And I think that resonates with the people here. And what Philly's a blue-collar town, man. And a lot of times – you sit here and we talk about Jalen and you try to give him his flowers, but you also try to critique him because that's what we do. People get mad because they don't see he does what it takes to win. And I think that's why people defend him the way that they do, because that's what they see. That's what he's presented to the people. And that's what makes it hard for some people to see when you criticize. Also, why you criticize, all he does is win. because he's he's done a great job of framing it that way because he does win.
That's his thing.
Yes.
Right?
That's his
So I get that, and I think you can it's fine. Like Kyle said, it's not the athletes that make you warm and fuzzy. This list is the best athletes in Philadelphia right now, and you can appreciate his career because in totality it's been good. But top athlete, I mean, the number one votes right now, it's preposterous. He doesn't belong
you know what
there.
it is? Because I'm not, and if anybody feels this way, please feel free to share. But when you think of Jalen Hurts, I would think that the first thing that comes to mind for most people is that he does what it takes to win. That is the mantra.
But we just,
No, but I'm telling you.
I know. We just had a pitcher go 50 innings without a run allowed.
I hear you.
We had 3 and outs at a rate that we hadn't seen around here in years.
And that's phenomenal. But you talk about Jalen and his persona as the perfect storm. You know, you talk about his days at Alabama. Go to one of the most prestigious football colleges in the country, loses his job in an era where most guys, if they have that situation happen to them, they leave.
Sure.
He stayed. He fought through it. He got his job back. He comes here. You know, he gets the job. He has that adversity. He loses the first Super Bowl. Then he goes back to the second one, and he plays a phenomenal game. Now, however we got to the Super Bowl, we can argue that. But we got there, and he did exactly what we didn't think he was going to do. We thought they were going to run the ball. I remember sitting and talking about Spags' defense, Steve Spagnuolo's defense, and how they're going to stop the run. They played the run well, but Jalen beat him with his arm. So that's when you take all of that and you look at it, you say he does what it takes to win. They needed to throw the ball in that game, and he threw the ball.
I agreed, but that was last year. This past year,
But that's how people see it.
No, I know. I guess when I'll just tell you how I do. When I do my list, it's who I think the best players are right now. Not the best stories. Jalen's story is awesome, right? I agree with you. I mean, who wouldn't? It's a story we all can appreciate.
Yeah.
To go from where he was to what he's done to the player he's become, it's a great story. But this isn't like the warm and fuzzy hour.
No,
this is top
I get
11.
it. But you know what, Joe? It's like here's the dilemma that we have. And I'm feeling real philosophical today. I guess it's because I listened to that Slayer this morning that had me kind of thinking on a higher level. But here's the reality of the situation that we're talking about.
Okay.
Is that we have to be grounded in what we see on a daily basis, right? When we talk about sports, because we're trying to be fair and balanced on these airwaves.
You mean we have to use our eyes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if that's how you want to just break it down to simplicity, that's fine.
Use your eyes.
That's fine. If you want to do that, that's fine. But for most of us, like the fans that watch these games every day and go to these games and cheer for these players, you can't separate the two. You can't, because when you talk about Jalen and you say Jalen hasn't played well this year, you know what I get? Why are you bashing Jalen? And then somebody did this today, and they sent me a rundown of his resume.
Wonderful.
And I'm not bashing him. I'm telling you he didn't play well last year.
Mm-hmm.
But every time you talk about Jalen, people show you his resume. I know what his resume is. I can't take his resume away from him. And then I asked him, did he play well last year? Well, no, but
Kevin Patullo and A.J. Brown and Hugh Douglas.
That's where Hugh Douglas, seriously?
Well, you didn't help. I mean, you didn't help with the whole
No, but that's
Patullo
what
thing.
it is. And
you were part of the problem.
That's where we are as fans when it comes to Jalen, because for us, Jalen is the modern-day Rocky Balboa.
Oh, stop.
Where's the lie?
I mean,
where's the lie?
Hugh.
Where's the lie?
He was a high recruit at Alabama and was a second-round pick.
We're not talking about Alabama.
No, but,
he wasn't going up against Puerto Rico in college.
Facing Apollo Creed.
First of all, Kyle, I got one fight at a time. First of all, where's the lie?
The lie is he's not that much of an underdog.
The whole damn thing is a lie, Hugh.
To Philadelphia fans, Jalen is the consummate underdog.
It's ridiculous.
What are you talking about?
We've created this story. He was a Heisman Trophy finalist.
Where's the lie, though, Joe? He's
no, I didn't say a lie. He was a Heisman Trophy finalist.
He's our underdog. He is our modern-day Rocky Balboa. I'm trying to tell you. That's what it is. See, y'all can't see it because y'all clouded with your mind. Like, listen, I listened to Slayer this morning. It got me clear, and it got my vision clear as it can be.
This might shock you. I think more of his talent than that. Rocky Balboa was a ham and egger.
No.
Trying to take down Apollo Creed.
No, and he did.
Right. Jalen Hurts played at Alabama and Oklahoma.
But that's how people see Jalen.
Because people watch the games with their eyes closed. That's the problem. 215, the modern day Rocky
Balboa. I said all that, and he still didn't make it on my list because he didn't play well.
Because you're a hater. 215-592-9494. All right, what's more justifiable? Jalen off the list entirely, top 11, or number 1? Elliot's going to join us at 11. He had him at number 1, of course. I just think the whole thing is ridiculous. I don't know what's more ridiculous, Elliot putting Jalen at number 1 or Hugh Douglas saying he's the modern day Rocky.
He is the modern day Rocky
he's
Balboa.
Not.
I didn't get any pushback from Tuck. Tuck's sitting here, and almost ran Tuck over the other day, and he don't like that at all.
Maybe that's why he's not pushing back, Hugh. He's worried you're going to run him over with a truck. He disagrees.
He just gave me the thumbs up.
The modern day Rocky Balboa is a ridiculous
Hey, you like that
thing.
one, don't you? You talk about cooking with analogies this morning.
That's a terrible
I dropped
analogy.
the mic with that one.
You're acting
I got this headset
you're
on.
acting like
If I
Hurts
did,
came
I'd
up
drop it.
playing Spider Rico or fighting against Spider Rico in the gym. And he was at Alabama and Oklahoma,
That's
Hugh.
not the story.
What are you
Listen,
talking about?
That is not the story that I'm talking about.
I understand because the story you're talking about doesn't make any
sense.
sense.
It makes total sense.
No, it doesn't.
Talking about him like he was Brock Purdy, the last pick in the draft.
He makes total sense.
Second-round pick.
Jalen is the modern-day Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, okay.
I stand on this.
You say it enough. Maybe it'll come true like the A.J.
It
Brown
does.
thing.
Somebody else. I'm not the only one that believes this. 215-592-9494. Back me up on this one.
Vince Papali Hurts over here. You're nuts. Let's go to Chris in Middletown. What's up, Chris?
Boy, happy delusional day for Douglas.
Well, that's every day, but we're really on one today.
You're in a tough spot today. Yeah, you are really in a tough spot, guys. I'll get to you right at the end, sir. Joe, let me touch on your Turner thing, and then I'm going to get into this Jalen thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I first of all, Trea Turner, I just can't stomach him anymore. Let's remind everybody how bad he is. He's on pace for 158 strikeouts, 44 walks, 47 RBIs. Like, it's just anybody that doesn't have a set of eyes. Like, I can't stomach this. And if you look at where he is this year versus last year, he's hitting about 90 points lower. He's one home run behind where he was at this point last year, and 2 more errors in the field. And we all had the discussion about, hey, would you sacrifice some of the home runs if you can, sacrifice some of the batting average if you could get some home runs? Well, we're getting neither right now. That's the version that we're getting right now. So this guy is the definition of bum, and you need to put his picture next to it. Now, when we talk about the definition of delusional, get ready. Delusionites, assemble, Hugh. That's these people you're trying to appease a little bit today by try to play both sides of the fence here.
He is the modern day Rocky.
It was a joke.
Where's the lie?
Yeah.
Where's the lie?
Yeah, listen, you can't tell them, hey, y'all are great people, even though I hate your leader. Okay, because that's what it is. Because listen, Jalen Hurts has zero business being number 1 on any list right now after he flatlined last year. Completely fell down. The team finally needed him to stand up and lead that team amidst all of the chaos. And you know what he did? He failed. A franchise star, well, at least you could point to 2 or 3 games where he carried them. There are none of those games last year. He failed miserably. He showed everybody that without the number 1 defense, because defense is not a luxury, it wins championships and Super Bowls, that without that, he can't carry them. Without the number 1 offensive line, he can't carry them. Without everybody else playing out of their minds, he's not him. He's a good average quarterback that when everything else is going well, he can keep the ship a sail and not throw holes into the boat. But you know what? He can only ride the coattails for so long. Eventually, when it comes to him, he's going to fail. And here's why this poll is totally irrelevant. We all know that polls show how delusional people can be, because the people who vote in the polls are the low IQ people that live online. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir saying this to Hugh Douglas because he clearly knows this. So you know what? If he's so number 1 in their eyes, guys, I want you guys to ask the delusionites, the Jalenites that are going to call in today. If he's number 1 and it's so clear he's number 1, why hasn't Howie Roseman extended his contract? Why isn't he signed? Why are we letting him go into the last year of his guaranteed money? Because they won't be able to do that. Hugh Douglas, I got to address you on my way out here right now. You know what? This is what we're doing today on top of this Rocky nonsense. You started the show by saying you don't cook. We all have the audio when you did it on air. How are you trying to tell us you don't cook? You got yourself in trouble. You got called into HR for cooking on air. So you know what? We're not doing that. But you know what, guys? Hey, good luck. Have fun with the Jalen eggs today. Stay safe out there.
All right, Chris, we appreciate the phone. Well, Hugh, bacon isn't that much different. I mean, you cook bacon.
Well, when I think of cooking, I think of a symphony of like creating something like say a dish from scratch. Like you say, you get some ground beef and you get some vegetables and stuff.
Sure,
and
a whole meal.
Like a whole meal. Like that's what I think of.
So what is bacon?
But just take it out the package, slap it in the fryer, and let it
cook it. You have to.
Well, I hear you, but I just feel like when Terrence's analogy, we were talking about actually cooking and seasoning food and making it taste good and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay. Wow. You know what? Let's go to Saeed in Mount Laurel because he agrees that Hurts is Rocky. You see what you started now?
I mean, because I speak to the people, they know what I'm on the vibe wavelength with.
Hugh, you're the one calling
Saeed.
everybody morons when they don't understand. You're talking out of both sides. When everyone bands behind you with your nonsense, then you're speaking. You're a man of the people.
It's not nonsense.
It is. Good morning,
it's complete
Saeed.
nonsense.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Saeed. What's up?
Hey, so I agree with you. I got Hughes back. I understand what he's saying. You guys act like Jalen Hurts was Joe Burrow in college or something. The guy got benched at halftime of the national championship.
Well, hold on.
He was ridiculous.
Time out. He got benched at Alabama for a guy that was a top 5 pick in the NFL draft. Like when you get benched at Alabama, the guy that takes your job is going to be a first round pick.
And he's done better than that guy.
Yeah, he's better than him. But like he didn't get benched for nobody. He got benched for a top NFL prospect, Saeed.
Did anyone like that pick? That second, everyone said that was an insane pick.
That was because
I
Wentz.
agreed with that pick. He wasn't projected to go that high.
I liked the pick.
You
and I thought it was
liked
a
the
good
pick, okay? And I'm glad that Howie liked the pick, but no one liked that pick. No one thought he was going to come into the NFL and be good. No one had high hopes for Jalen Hurts. The guy got benched at Alabama. If you go to every comment, the guy's like, if you go to any comment about any social media comments about Jalen Hurts, everyone in the comment section is destroying the guy. He can't throw the ball. He holds the ball too long.
Because he didn't play well last year. I mean, but forget social media comments. Who cares about that?
I'm talking about from the beginning of his career. He's always been doubted. He's always been doubted from the beginning of his career. No one ever thought he was going to be. He got benched at halftime of the national championship. He didn't come in some amazing prospect. No one was going to take him in the second round. Only Howie took him in the second round.
Well,
so I agree. He's like Rocky Balboa because we know why. He's like Rocky Balboa because he's all heart. He's all grit. He's Philadelphia. That's what we love here.
Well, okay, fine. That's fine. The last part, you could love him, but I actually think you guys, it's a good phone call. You're underrating his talent. He wasn't a 7th round pick. This isn't the little engine that could. He was the number 1 rated dual threat quarterback in his high school class. He got recruited by Alabama.
You know what this is,
Alabama's 17-year-old.
This is pre-coping.
Oh my God.
Pre-coping.
You turned this guy in like he's got the talent of Coy Detmer. What are you talking about?
Coy Detmer was the gunslinger. It's my teammate.
Oh, was he? Was he?
Don't talk bad about my teammate.
Only you can when we talk off the air about how bad he was. Anyway, my point is he's not talentless. Like we've created this story that like he's. How did he ever win? Well, he won because he can run and throw.
Joe, and that's what makes it unique because you're not lying. You're not lying, but that's how people see him. Mm-hmm. Because like you like I set it up for you, but you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Well, because you set up a Rocky story.
Well, because it's for a lot of people it tracks. Because when you think about how many in the last year, when we look at these young quarterbacks in college, when you look at their history. They've transferred to like 3 or 4 different schools
by the way,
to get money.
Joe Burrow was a backup behind
at Ohio State.
Yeah.
At Ohio State.
That's college football now.
But that's what makes Jalen unique. Because to a lot of people, when you talk about in that era that he came up in, he stayed. And when he got his degree, he had another year of eligibility. And he went to Oklahoma to get his degree. To play one more year.
I think there's a lot of qualities about him that are likable. I mean, I'm with you guys on that. It's admirable, yes, and likable and easy to root for.
Yeah.
But the Rocky thing, or even
It's the
number
Rocky thing.
one, is a joke. All
We're
right,
the best around.
215-592-9494. Elliot joins us next. We'll get to all your phone calls as well. We're live at Citizens Bank Park Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you could trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you could trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. I've been on France from the start here, trading right now at 18% to win the World Cup. A $100 trade pays out $508.60 right now on Kalshi. Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you could buy in and out of your position for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app. Use code GIGLIO to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Parking Authority. On your exclusive home for the Phillies 2026 season.
Back, look it up, and it is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Save big during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Go to windownation.com.
Now through June 30th, during the BMW Ultimate Sales Event, lease the 2026 BMW X3 30X Drive for $569 a month for 39 months with $52.29 due at signing and 0 security deposit. Government and dealer fees not included. Details at bmwcenters.com.
Want to stream the soccer matches while working from home? Your secret is safe with us. Verizon Mobile customers can switch to Fios Home Internet for just $20 a month. Or get Fios and score 3 months of the Fox One perk on us. Then $15 a month to catch every match without blowing your cover. Visit Verizon.com to switch today. For new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount, enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
See Joe Conklin with Glenn Macnow and Ray Diddinger Thursday, August 6th on the Ocean City Music Pier. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Fellas, did you hear the news about Blue Chew?
I heard it all right.
Yep, I heard it too. Big news.
Jack, stop lying. You didn't hear the news.
I am lying. I just felt left out.
The news is Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold is not just about your body, it's about your mind, too. It gets the blood flowing, but it also gets your head right.
That's right. Blue Chew Gold combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation, plus apomorphine and oxytocin. So it's about total performance, mind, and your body.
And it's easy to use. You'll just slip one of the Blue Chew Gold tablets under your tongue, and you'll be ready in as little as 15 minutes.
Ready for what?
Ready for loving, buddy.
Just dissolve it and solve it.
Can you two relax? Blue Chew Gold really is the future of performance. Faster and precision engineered for results.
Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code 94. That's promo code 94. Go to BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Blue Chew Gold.
And remember, dissolve it and solve it.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with the new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Germany is in rebuild mode, but never count them out. A tenacious central midfielder drives the engine room while young forwards bring speed and creativity. Their tactical discipline and tournament pedigree remain formidable.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
If you are someone who hates on the World Cup, you're doing yourself a disservice because this tournament has been electric. And it's not just because Team USA looked awesome in its first game. How about yesterday? France's Kylian Mbappe, Norway's Erling Haaland, and the great Leo Messi of Argentina, all scoring multiple goals as their countries won. This tournament has been great, and the stars are showing out. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Water ice is better when paired with the Phillies. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Harper the way it was last night. Your take on the Phillies lineup and Jalen Hurts. Does it make more sense, more justifiable to have him off the top 11 or number one? Our next guest had him at number one. We'll get to that. But we also have some other stuff to talk about with Elliot. Shore Parks, of course,
ESP.
Covering the Eagles for us here at WIP. Elliot, how you doing?
I mean, it's one of the best weeks of the year at the station, so I'm doing great. I love Top 11 week. Excited to talk about it.
Top 11 week is
so divisive.
It is very, very fun. All right, let's end with that because we can have a fun back and forth. But let's, Elliot, I'm curious your thoughts on Brendan Sorsby. We brought it up yesterday. I guess Texas Tech quarterback, although he's never actually played there. But the quarterback was supposed to play at Texas Tech. Not going to play college football this year. Going to the supplemental draft. Some consider it first-round talent in next year's draft, so he is available now next month to NFL teams to bid on. Your take on him, and then as it pertains to the Eagles and how this might go if they make a bid.
Yeah, so I understand why the question is being asked if the Eagles will use a pick on him in the supplemental draft. I mean, we know about their hesitations with Jalen Hurts, and then also we know Howie likes to be bold. And I think, this is a chance to potentially get a top 10 talent for maybe the value of a second-round pick. Or if you are a team like the Eagles where the pick's projected to be, probably in the 20s, you're kind of jumping up 20 spots or 15 spots, however you want to put it, for free, right? So there is a chance to grab a talent here that you might not have a chance at otherwise. But I would be very surprised if the Eagles use a pick on Sorsby. And I think the simple reason is I don't think you can hand your franchise over to a guy that had these issues in college. Like, I think everyone deserves a second chance. I think that, the Eagles should do their research into it. But it is a big risk to take to go from somebody in Jalen Hurts, and I'm sure we'll talk about him, that you can sleep easy at night knowing he is representing the franchise well. He is someone you can trust with, a ton of money and a ton of responsibility, from going to somebody who at the very least seems like he is going to need some time to potentially mature into the role of a franchise quarterback. So I think the value is potentially there, if he was a different position, maybe you would take the chance. But I think that everything that comes with being a franchise quarterback, I don't think the Eagles would take that risk.
So, Elliot, and I think you kind of hit on it at the end there. For you, and you're trying to guess how the Eagles might approach this, is it the position and the responsibility? Because it can't just be the infraction. I mean, Elliot, 2 years ago, they brought Isaiah Rodgers in, right, and waited for him to get through an NFL suspension for gambling, and then he was part of a Super Bowl team. So the infraction or the idea of gambling when you're an athlete and breaking that rule, obviously they don't frown that much upon it, right? Because they helped rehabilitate Isaiah Rodgers, and he turned into a really good value for them.
Yeah, so look, I think athletes should be allowed to gamble, so I don't have an issue with the infraction.
I mean, I got to
right?
imagine you're a Sorsby guy in that case after all
Yeah,
this.
I mean, if Sorsby wants to bet on his team to win, like, I'm cool with that, right? So I don't care about it. But I think to compare Isaiah Rodgers and to Brendan Sorsby is just not a comparison. Like, I understand because the infraction is similar, but it's a different position. It's a different level of asset. I mean, they signed Isaiah Rodgers for the league minimum and didn't even have to use a roster spot on him for an entire year. If you were to use a supplemental pick on Sorsby, you're talking about likely at least a second-round pick. You basically end the Jalen Hurts era right away. It's completely unfair to Jalen Hurts to do. You can't expect Hurts to be on the roster while Sorsby is here. It would be a complete disaster. So you basically have to trade Jalen if you take this guy. The only way I think there's even a little bit of a chance the Eagles would do it is if they draft him with the intention to just basically hold him until a team then offers them more for it. So if you can get him for a second-round pick, and maybe you just hold and see what could happen. I mean, like, maybe there's some logic, but to make the same mistake they did again, where they took Jalen when Carson was on the roster, I just don't think they would do it.
Well, I mean, that wasn't a mistake, though, the Hurts pick.
It was obviously a mistake. It worked out well. We all make mistakes that work out well.
It was a great draft pick.
It was a great pick in the way that he became a great player, which, you know, I'll be curious if you agree with that based off your top 11. But I would also say that, like, it ended the Carson era. It tanked the full 2020 season. Like, it was a poor process. We've had this debate. I know we'll never agree. But taking Sorsby would end the Jalen Hurts era, and I think that's not something they're completely ready to do yet.
Yeah, to me, they're different. I think the Sorsby thing would be way more risky than the Hurts thing, obviously, 2020. And that was a good draft pick. Just because he's not a top 11 athlete today in 2026 doesn't mean it wasn't a good pick in 2020. All right, Elliot, so let's hit a few stories that have been out there last couple of days. Your take on them. While we're talking about Jalen, let's hit on that one. The Joe San Liquido story, Bleeding Green Nation, about Jalen. Really, Elliot, this felt like the first one from Jalen's side, and not necessarily him. He wasn't quoted, but people close to him. What did you take away from Joe's latest story this time about Hurts?
Yeah, so as always, I think a great story by Joe. He does an outstanding job when he, writes these stories. But I would also say my opinion of it would be, of course, Jalen's camp feels this way. And as you mentioned, I think it cites, people close to Jalen might be the wording there. But if I was in Jalen's circle, I would feel a lack of support to an extent from the Eagles. Now, look, they have paid him a lot of money. I understand there's that. He's going to be the starting quarterback this year. So he is getting a certain level of support. But Jalen has done a lot for this team, and it feels like multiple times over the past few years, he's had to deal with stories that have come out citing people in the building about frustrations that they have with him, right? He won a Super Bowl, didn't get a new contract. So I completely understand, Jalen's camp feeling a potential lack of support. And also, I think it's very noteworthy when Jalen got his contract from the team in 2023, he got a no trade clause in there. I think Jalen has probably always felt a level of insecurity about his job status with the team. I think you could really only say that first season after the contract was when he was kind of guaranteed to be the guy. But then even coming off of 23, we all viewed 24 as he has to be better, right? So I think it's completely predictable for Jalen's camp to feel the way they do, according to this story.
Elliot Shore Parks with us here, sponsored by Cozy Jewelers. Step up to the fifth seat. That's color, cut, clarity, carrot, and cozy. I agree. I felt the same way reading it. I understand the insecurity. How about the Nick Sirianni story? Mike Silver of The Athletic wrote about Sirianni and kind of a profile of him being himself. That's the way when I read it was like Nick's going to continue to be Nick Sirianni because it's worked for him.
Yeah, and I think there is a level where you respect that, right? Like, I think the same thing with Jalen. Jalen has been the same person to an extent since he's gotten here, right? I think both Nick and Jalen have had people say ways they could maybe, change, to a degree, like Nick not show his emotions as much. Jalen maybe, be a little more outgoing with his teammates. But the bottom line is they are both two people that are sitting in pressure cooker seats that almost nobody here besides maybe Hugh could relate to, right, in terms of being in that level of spotlight. So when the article, and I thought it was a very good one, talks about how, Nick's at the playground and he kind of jokingly yells at someone for wearing a Carolina Panthers shirt. Like,
Call him a bozo, right?
He calls him a bozo, yeah. That's just who Nick is. And, Jeffrey Lurie is quoted in there as saying basically sometimes it brings the best out of Nick and sometimes it makes him less of a coach. And I think that's true. He's an emotional guy, much like Jalen has a personality that I think allows him to be a great quarterback. He is able to internalize everything and block everything out. That's very hard to do. And as a result, part of it is maybe he's not super outgoing. I think Nick is very good at having his team play with an emotional way, like the physical and all that. But then you also see some downsides of that. So I thought it was a very good story and really did capture the Nick Sirianni that I've come to know since he became head coach.
All right, let's hit one more, and then we'll end with your top 11 list, which had Jalen Hurts at number 1. Elliot, a story this morning, Philadelphia acquired Jeff McClain about Julian Lurie, Jeffrey Lurie's son, who we have known for a while now, is kind of working his way up to one day, probably take over for Jeff, whenever that day is down the line. But it was the first time, it was a profile, a longer piece about Julian Lurie. What did you take from it? Because it's interesting. He's someone that's here, that we know of him, and he will be a huge part of the discussion in Philadelphia down the line. But we don't really know much about who he is other than he's Jeff's son.
Yeah, so one of my biggest takeaways from it was he sounds, and look, I've seen Julian Lurie around a lot. He is around way more than he used to be. We don't get a lot of opportunity to speak to him, so I'm not going to pretend to know him. But in the article, it did talk about a bunch of people kind of cited as he's kind of more quiet and reserved, but when he talks, it really matters, and he's talking more than he used to. It kind of reminded me of Jalen, because one thing you do hear is that Julian and Jalen have a very good relationship, and you wonder if they can kind of relate to each other in the way that they've – obviously the spotlight's not the same for Julian, but he's always had the pressure on him of knowing he'll be an owner, and Jalen has dealt with a lot of pressure, having been a quarterback his whole life. They're both kind of reserved, maybe not super outgoing, so maybe they relate in that way. But I think the thing that really hit me in the story was someone within the building is cited as saying, ultimately, if you're an Eagles fan, you should feel good about Julian being the guy that'll take over. And I think that's really where I fall on it. There's a bunch of things in the article we could talk about, but the bottom line is he is working for this job. He's been in this city. He's learning from great people. So I do think ultimately no owner is perfect. There will be growing pains. But I left reading that story feeling like Eagles fans should feel confident about this guy one day taking over.
And I think he's more involved already than people realize. I mean, there was a part of that
For
story,
sure.
Elliot, where it talked about how he got to kind of be part of the question and answers with the potential offensive coordinators. He's kind of part of the interview process, which is, Hugh, that sounds to me like he's already part of this thing.
Well, I remember when I first got back, I remember seeing him around, and he wanted to know every aspect of everything.
Business and the football.
Yeah, and I remember, when I was sitting in Bob Lang's office one time, and Julian came in, and we spoke briefly, and he was trying to learn that aspect of the PR side of it. So he's going to be, whenever his time comes, he's definitely going to be a well-rounded individual. Didn't say a whole lot, to your point, but he definitely seems like he's going to be a well-rounded individual when it does start for him.
Yeah, no question. All right, Elliot, let's end with your top 11. So you unveiled your top 11 yesterday, and you were obviously part of our voting here, which is 50% of it. Fan vote 50%. Jalen Hurts at number 1. Elliot, how'd you get there?
Because he's the best athlete in the city. I think it's very simple. It's very, very simple, and we are overthinking this. There is no athlete in the city that matters more than Jalen Hurts. No other athlete gets talked about 24/7. Christopher Sanchez is a great pitcher. He is elite. He does not deal with 1/100th of the pressure that Jalen deals with. And so I think that matters when we're ranking athletes. If you got to be the guy in the hardest sports city in the city that wears the biggest crown and deals with the most pressure and scrutiny, and you have his resume, you're the top dog. And people will go, well, you're still bringing up the Super Bowl from 2024, the Super Bowl from 2022. I can rest easy at night knowing that during the Jalen Hurts era, I put him as the top guy because we will not often have quarterbacks in this city with his resume. So I think it is way overthinking it to put him off the top 11. Could he throw over the middle more? Sure. Did he have an outstanding 2025? No, he didn't. But he is still the top dog by a wide margin.
All right, so I get the logic, but how do you reconcile? He didn't play well last season. I mean, it's hard to reconcile. All right, if you want to put him on your list, and I understand having him on the list, and I get the idea. Okay, he's got more of a responsibility than most athletes because he's the quarterback of the Eagles. But how can I have a player that didn't play well last year at number one in the whole city? A city right now, Elliot, that has a lot of good players. I mean, I don't know how you felt doing the list, and it is a great week. I felt there was more depth to the potential top 11 this year than any year since the afternoon guys started. I just had more names like I even thought about for the bottom of the list. So it's a pretty good city right now, filled with a lot of good players, and the guy that's on number one on your list and other people's wasn't even good last season.
Well, I think you're wrong to say he wasn't good last season.
Well,
I mean, his passer rating was 3 points lower than it was in 2022, where we would all agree was probably the best year on the field he's had. He set a career high in touchdowns last year. Pro Football Focus had him ranked as, I think, the 9th best quarterback in the NFL last year. He was second in turnover-worthy plays in terms of having the second fewest. He was close to top 10 in big-time throws. Like, he was the best player on the offense. The offense struggled. I agree. They were not a great offense. He was the best player on the offense. And I think we've gone too far in saying how bad of a season he had. He was not outstanding, but he was the reason, to a certain degree, that offense got anything done at all. So, again, even if he didn't have a great year, you're telling me that's enough to knock off the Super Bowl MVP from the top spot in the city? Like, it's not enough for me.
Well, first of all, the offense didn't get anything done. I mean, they were one of the worst offenses we've seen in years here. They led the league in 3 and outs, and his numbers – I mean, Hughes tried to do this while he had career high in touchdowns. His numbers were similar to Jacoby Brissett. I mean, he played like the 20th best quarterback in pro football.
Numbers are numbers.
Oh my God.
But
we're not ranking him against Jacoby Brissett. We're ranking him against other athletes in the city. Christopher Sanchez is elite. Christopher Sanchez has been good for what, a year and a half.
Elite.
He's never.
You just said it. Christopher Sanchez elite. Jalen Hurts wasn't. I mean, that's
because
it.
Jalen's job is way harder, right? That's like saying the busboy should be number one on a ranking because he's a better busboy than the waiter. Like, the waiter does the more important job.
Yeah, but what if the waiter sucks?
The waiter doesn't suck, though. What if the waiter won the championship the year before? No, but you're just wrong.
The restaurant won the championship,
passing yards in 10 of 16 of his starts last year.
But the waiter he orchestrated the championship.
Last year wasn't the championship.
The waiter just didn't screw up the order.
I mean, what are we talking about?
Last year, even with the Eagles having a disappointing season, right?
Yes.
Didn't meet expectations. They still were a better team than the Phillies were. They were better than Christopher Sanchez, and they won just as many rounds in the playoffs, right? So the year where Christopher Sanchez, we're supposed to all just like bow down to him as number one. He's good. He did nothing memorable. Well, I guess he had the streak recently, so I
he just had 50 innings.
I retract it. I retract it.
All right.
Right? But I'm saying, like, the Phillies are still not close to the Eagles. Even in Jalen's down year, he achieves things that the Phillies achieve in what we all have to agree are like good years for the team, right? So, yes, Christopher Sanchez is awesome. He does not have to do anywhere close to what Jalen does. He plays in 1 out of every 5 games, right? Like, he's awesome. He's just not Jalen.
Well, he's better. I mean, he's been better over the last year. It's not even close. Like, we could just argue in circles here, but he's one of the best players at his position in his sport. Jalen wasn't even close to that last season.
One of the best players. Jalen is one of the best players in the league.
Year. Elliot,
he is a top 10 quarterback. Is he not a top 10 quarterback? He absolutely is.
Last season, he wasn't even close to a top 10 quarterback. In the league last year, top 10 last season.
So, did you make every single spot on your list based only off the last 365 days, or do you have Lane Johnson on there?
So I have Lane on, but I think it's justifiable to have. I think it's justifiable.
Okay, Lane played on the same offense Jalen did.
Sure.
Lane was hurt, right? So you are acknowledging that this is more than just about the last year.
Justifiable to have him on a list, but number one, to me, the top of the list has to be weighted heavily towards the last year. Otherwise, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, why do we have Saquon? Why was Saquon number one last year? Because of the year he had. His resume before that was good, but not great. but he had an otherworldly year, and we were like, well, that's the best athlete in the city. That's similar to Christopher Sanchez.
Yes, Saquon Barkley won the Super Bowl and set an NFL record for rushing yards in the season, including the postseason.
Right.
Christopher Sanchez has been great. He has not accomplished anything close to what Saquon accomplished in 2024.
But hold on. I would have had Saquon 1 last year, even if they got knocked out by the Rams. He had 22,000 yards. I mean, he was the best player in the sport.
I mean,
in that season.
you clearly diminished the Super Bowl. Like, I don't know what to say. If you don't want to value the Super Bowl, then that's your prerogative. But at the end of the day, what Jalen
where are all the other
accomplished
Eagles that won the Super Bowl? Well, why does Jalen get the credit for the Super Bowl and not the other guys?
Because he's the quarterback. He's the most important player.
Well, but
that's why.
Sure, but that in that sense, all the other guys are getting diminished. They won the Super Bowl too. Saquon won the Super Bowl. Lane Johnson won the Super Bowl. Quinyon Mitchell won the Super Bowl.
Saquon had a terrible year. I have Quinyon at number 3. I have Cooper DeJean at number 5.
How
I have
did
Lane
Saquon
Johnson
have
on
a terrible year, but Jalen was top 10? Like, what are we talking about?
What are we doing?
Saquon had a worse year than Jalen
shot.
did. I don't
No
like
shot.
that's not even debatable. Saquon had a
Jalen's
bad
QBR
year.
was like 22nd in the league. I mean, he
set a career. Did Saquon set a career high in anything? No, right? Did he have a
career high at 25 touchdown passes? Do we realize what we're saying out loud? 25 touchdown passes. I'm supposed to throw a party for 25 touchdown passes. Guys throw 40.
I'm not asking you to throw a party. I'm asking you to respect the fact that this guy carries more weight in the city than anybody else.
We have lowered the bar
Won a
for
Super
quarterback.
Bowl,
Here's what the problem. Because we like Jalen Hurts, we've lowered the bar for quarterback play. He had a career high at 25. It's like me saying, well, Trea Turner got a couple hits today. That's worth it. No, he's supposed to be better than this.
Wait, do you hear what you're saying? You're saying we're lowering the bar for quarterback play.
Yes.
When I'm putting a guy that has won the Super Bowl as a quarterback of the Eagles, been there twice in 3 years, as the top athlete in the city, and you don't even have him in the top 11, Donovan McNabb must be laughing at this. The fact that McNabb, all he ever did was win in the playoffs, and he didn't win the big game, and that's all he has to hear about. Jalen does that, and
those are team things. This is an individual list, team versus individual.
The quarterback is the team. That's how football works.
Baloney, Elliot. That's
not
baloney.
Why is Mahomes the best quarterback, or why is Tom Brady the best quarterback of all time? Is it because he's obviously he's great at things, but why he is the best is because he has the most Super Bowls. That Super Bowl where they won 15-3 or whatever it was, that goes on his resume. We can't pick and choose when a quarterback win-loss matters.
But that's not true. When Tom Brady was a game manager early in his career, people didn't think he was the best quarterback. Then he became the MVP of the league, started throwing for 50 touchdowns.
Why is he considered the best quarterback now? If you were to say one reason why he's considered the best quarterback.
It's not one reason. It's both. He had longevity, he had numbers, and he won the Super Bowls. It's not just one thing.
It's the Super Bowls. It's the Super Bowls. If he had the same exact carear but only won 3 Super Bowls, he would not be considered the best quarterback of all time. It's the fact that he very well might. Why is Jordan considered better than LeBron? It's because of the rings, right? You can't pick and choose when you decide rings matter. And rings matter. And the fact Jalen can walk into a room.
Michael Jordan was also a dominant player. He didn't just win
so
rings averaging 6 points. Yeah, so is LeBron. Right, but it's both. That's the point, Elliot. They're both dominant players.
Jalen's had a dominant career. In what world is Jalen not? He's on a Hall of Fame trajectory. How can you sit there with a straight face and say he makes the playoffs every year. He wins double digits games every year. He's won a Super Bowl. He's the team. Well, Michael Jordan.
That's the part we can't get past. The idea that Jalen Hurts is the team is insanity. It's just, and it's totally disrespectful to the actual. They actually have Hall of Famers that have played with him. Those guys are more of the team than him. Hall of Famers. Lane Johnson's going to the Hall of Fame. That's a Hall of Famer.
Right,
Jason Kelce's a Hall of Famer.
Saquon Barkley, not a Hall of Famer before he got to Philadelphia. A.J. Brown, not a Hall of Famer before he got to Philadelphia. These guys came here. Right, but I'm saying these guys got here and had career years with Jalen. You say all these other guys are Hall of Famers. Jalen has a better chance of making the Hall of Fame than almost everyone on the roster besides Lane Johnson. Right? So, he is clearly a dominant player.
Well, Elliot, last year they had 3 and outs at a higher rate than any team in pro football.
The offense wasn't great last year. I'm not disputing that.
What was dominant about his play last year? Can you give me something good about his play last year?
What was dominant about Lane's?
Well, I don't have Lane at number 1 on my list. But
you have him on your list, right?
Yes,
so
the debate wasn't. I didn't say it's crazy that you have Jalen on your list. It's crazy that he's won. Like, can you give me one thing Jalen was good at last year?
It's crazy to have Lane. Like, why did you put Lane? What was your reasoning for Lane?
My reasoning for Lane is the great career he's had, and I still think in the 8 games he played, he belongs on the list. Can you give me one thing Jalen was good at last year?
You think Lane in the 8 games he played was one of the best 11 athletes in the city over the last year?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I think that's crazy. I think he clearly is on your list because of his resume.
People had Embiid on their list for 38 games.
Do you have Embiid on yours?
I didn't, no.
Okay, Embiid in the games he played averaged like 30 points. He had an awesome playoff series.
He can't move anymore. I mean, he is a complete
liability
liability
but he's still
on one side
a lead
of
on
basketball.
offense. Lane missed half the season, right?
Sure.
So you clearly are weighing resume on this. You're just not doing it for Jalen.
Can you give me one thing Jalen was good at last year at the quarterback position? One thing.
Yeah, I can give you multiple. He took care of the ball. He was a lead at that. He was one of the best in the league.
He was not a lead at taking care of the ball. Elliot, every quarterback in the league now has...
He had the second fewest turnover-worthy plays in the league. We can use facts or opinion here. The fact is he was second.
Every quarterback in pro football averages about 6 or 7 interceptions now a season. That's the league now. If you look at the top 15 or 20 interception percentage guys in history, it's all the current players. It doesn't stand out anymore. If everyone's throwing,
stand out because the Eagles win at a high rate when he takes care of the ball. They win at a higher rate than when he takes other teams.
If everybody turns the ball over at a similar percentage and you're less productive, it's like if everyone struck out 50 times in a season, the guys that hit 50 home runs and strike out 50 times, that's the production. If you don't turn the ball, if you don't turn the ball over, but you don't score points, it doesn't hit the same as it used to.
So I agree the offense was not good last year. I'm not disputing with you on that.
He wasn't good. He didn't throw accurately. He didn't run it well anymore. His yards.
He didn't run as well. I agree.
Right. So he doesn't run. He didn't run as well anymore. His deep ball accuracy, which used to be excellent, dipped considerably. His completion percentage dipped. His QBR dipped. They scored less points. He didn't play good football.
How valuable is taking care of the ball when you lead the league in 3 and outs?
It's not. They're all turnovers then.
Well, it's actually extremely valuable because they could have won 12 games last year if they played their starters in the final game. So again, we can just focus on the 3 and outs, which I agree were not great. Even in a year that we all agree was not great, they would have won 12 games. Like you talk about the bar we set for the Eagles is so extremely high. They would have won 12 games with Jacoby
Brissett playing quarterback.
They would not have won 12 games with Jacoby Brissett.
That was replacement level quarterback play last season. They could have found
biggest myth we tell
25
ourselves
quarterbacks to lead them to 11 wins last year. Last season, they could have found 25 quarterbacks to do that. The idea that he gets credit for last season, it's preposterous. He played 2 good games the whole year.
That you think Jacoby Brissett, a career backup, could step into Jalen's shoes in this city, in this pressure, and handle it. I don't think he could.
How many good games do you think he played last season? Because I wrote down 2 of 16.
Well, that's absurd. I would have to go through and look, but certainly more than 2.
Okay, let me know next time you look. Maybe 3 games he played really well in. I mean, the rest of the time he didn't do anything, or he played terribly.
How many good games did Lane have? You can't pick and choose when the resume matters, and that's what you're doing. And that's why it's crazy not to put Jalen. We talk about this dude all day, every day. He has more pressure on than anybody else. And then when it comes to actually looking at
every quarterback,
no. You know it's different.
By that logic, any Eagles quarterback just makes the list.
Any Eagles quarterback that's won a Super Bowl, yes, then I think he gets the top spot.
So how long does that last? Before we finish this, how long does that last? If let's say he's mediocre this year, he's on number 1 on your list next year because he won the Super Bowl once?
No, I've decided this is the last year he gets that.
Okay, well, at least we end on that note.
Yeah, there we go.
Well,
if Elliot decided it, then
okay.
Good thing we got
and I just think it's foolish not to have him on the top 11.
It's foolish to have him number 1. Again, I'd be okay with him on your list. No. Number 1, he didn't play well last season. That's just it. Elliot, thank you for hopping on as always.
Y'all went at
it. Fun time. Talk to you guys soon.
All right, there he goes. Elliot's your fault.
Very late.
This is your fault.
I was when y'all was arguing.
You did the Rocky Balboa thing.
No, I'm saying
because
it tracks. It tracks.
It doesn't.
In that break, I think I'm gonna move.
Hugh set the house on fire and then just left.
Yep.
What are you talking about? I was
you
right
didn't,
here.
You didn't say a peep to that whole thing.
No, because I was looking for a house in Cape Verde. I was looking for a house in Cape Verde.
We're on the air, Hugh.
But I'm saying they were arguing and it was good. So I said I'm going to
It was so good that you did something else. You weren't even locked in.
I'm thinking about moving to Cape Verde.
You know what? Your phone call's next. And Mike Gansey. Heck of a first impression last night. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, I got a warning for you. Turf Tech lawns may cause extreme happiness if you start to notice that you're loving your lawn and spending more time outside. Well, those are the symptoms to look out for right there. Upgrade your yard with Turf Tech, the Delaware Valley's leader in premium artificial grass. Realistic low-maintenance turf for homes, pet areas, playgrounds, and commercial spaces. Homeowners, contractors, and landscapers can shop premium turf with competitive pricing and fast pickup or delivery. Visit turftech.com. That's TURFTEK.com. Turf Tech, happiness starts from the ground up.
For the first time in 30 years, the All-Star Game returns to Philadelphia.
How about that?
This summer, when the game pauses, the action doesn't.
How about that for heroics into the second deck?
Sports Radio 94 WIP brings you the brightest stars in baseball.
Shohei Ohtani!
And the voices that bring it all home.
Swung on! Did it! Crushed!
July 14th at Citizens Bank Park. WIP's All-Star Game coverage brought to you by Netflix House Philadelphia in King of Prussia.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Listen to MLB Insider Calls on WIP all season long. Presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game. Because sometimes your player gets subbed out and your bet goes with them. But not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Huh. The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit forwarded 90-plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Warm with the shower storm possible this afternoon. High 86.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Sixers' new president of basketball operations, Mike Gansey, and head coach Nick Nurse down here as we go to the top half of the fifth inning. Fellas, thanks for joining us. Mike, welcome to Philadelphia.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. How's everything going your first couple of days?
Good.
Yeah.
Glad we're out to a 8-0 start right here.
Yeah, we are.
First game, man.
No hitter still intact.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Luzardo's been uh-oh. Mike.
He almost said it.
All right, Nick, what's the equivalent of that when it comes to basketball?
I don't know. I think it's, you say, don't shoot, and it goes in,
Oh, that's so great.
I love the uh-oh.
Yeah. Now, you talk about the timing, though.
Stepped right in it.
Yeah. A lot of people, that could really go either way for you. Because in that moment, the Phillies are winning. Mm-hmm. And then the no-hitter was going, and then you say that, and then immediately, like there are probably some people who are a little bit upset with you right now.
So, all right. So I have two thoughts on it. One, not a great first impression for a lot of people on Mike Gansey. Right, it was the first time in a regular setting he did that. But the other thought I had is maybe and maybe I'm spinning this positive. Maybe he's just like a basketball sicko and doesn't really understand baseball. He's just totally focused on basketball.
And he was trying to endear himself to the city. Right. Like, hey, what do we got going?
Yeah, hey, look, he hasn't given up a hit. Like maybe he didn't realize the gravity if you don't say that, especially on the broadcast.
Yeah.
So are we blaming him that Luzardo gave up the hit?
I'm not, but I'm pretty sure there's a few that might. So that's why I say it's one of those things, Joe, where
it was pretty funny.
It's a slippery slope because people were probably looking at you and they were probably a little bit upset about it. But the bats were hot. We won the game, so that's all that matters.
That I think made it we can laugh about it, right? They won and whatever. So, but it was funny last night. Our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Quite a group of polls up here. So the Phillies keep Marsh, Harper, and Schwarber as the top three in the lineup. Even when Trea returns, we know he's back. Trea's going to hit leadoff today. Yes, Hugh came in at 89% on that one.
Oh, I was about to say 78.
Well, how about you can guess the next two? Which is more justifiable on the top 11 Philly athletes list? Hurts at 1 or Hurts off the list?
Hurts at 1, 78%.
68% Hurts at 1.
I know my people.
But this is the one I need you to guess on.
78%.
Is Jalen Hurts Rocky Balboa?
78%, yes.
You nailed the percentage. 78%.
78%,
78% no.
How many people voted? Like 3?
No, more than 3.
Well, I got all day.
Well, you want?
You don't.
You're saying small sample.
This is our last segment.
Small sample size.
Yeah.
Small sample size. I am not discouraged. A little bit perturbed.
You should be discouraged.
Not discouraged.
I mean, even
Might have been
Elliott,
Rocky
who's the president of the Jalen Hurts fan club, these days,
wouldn't
go
listen,
as far as say he's Rocky Balboa.
I commend Elliott for what he did. That was classic spin right there. You talk about filibuster. Man. And you know what I applaud him for? He didn't lose his train of thought, not one time.
Not like you yesterday with the Lamar conversation? And what was I going to say?
I was long talking way too long. We've been a part of some serious long talking in the last 24 hours, man. You know,
I'm done with long talking. Done with it. Enough.
We've been a part of some serious long talking in the last 24 hours.
Let's go to a guy that hopefully doesn't long talk. His name is Aaron. He's in San Diego.
Aaron.
Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Aaron, how we doing?
YouTube has been pretty interesting this morning. I mean, Joe G, you just got cooked by a guy that looks like Mark Davis, while Hugh Douglas is swiping left and right on his Tinder feed. I mean, it has been some
how did I get cooked by a guy that they could have won 12 games?
You know what's funny? I was wondering if they could see that because I was looking at my Tinder feed and I was like, there's a lot of rotund individuals in my feed.
Did they really see that?
Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah, I mean,
I was swiping left out.
You were locked in. I mean, it wasn't about the show. Unfortunately, it was about your phone. But man, you were absolutely positively locked in.
Does anything describe the show better than that?
Well, no, because y'all were going at it, and I was like, let me see.
Me and Elliott's going back and forth about Jalen Hurts,
and I was like, let me check my traps. Let me check. I was checking my traps, but there was a lot of
Yeah.
And as far as the top 11, here's my view on the top 11, and all we got to talk about is the top 2. Because, not only is the Sky Marshal number 1, but because he is the greatest Eagles quarterback of all time, he's also going to take that number 2 spot. So my number 1 is the Sky Marshal. My number 2 is the Field General. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I just don't understand. I mean, yesterday, Joe, you were talking about taking a chance on this train wreck. This kid out of Texas Tech.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
For a guy that is the most successful Eagles quarterback of all time, and he does nothing but produce. And dude,
that's not true. Look, I have a question. Does his play actually matter, or are you just happy that he's the quarterback and he could play like garbage and no one cares? Like, did anyone have eyes last season? He didn't play well.
Last season.
Why is it so hard to say it? Like when he, this is what I don't understand. No one can have a clear set of eyes. When he played great when he was young, I said he's playing great. This is awesome. He's playing like an MVP candidate. I didn't care that he came out of nowhere to do that. That's what he was playing like. He didn't play well last year. It's okay to say it. Like, can't you say it?
Who on the offense, Joe? Who on the offense played well last year?
Hold on a second.
Who had an all-pro season last year?
We're talking about individuals. First of all, Devontae Smith played well last season. I don't know what you guys talk about. He obviously played well. But the point is we're talking about individuals. So why are you using it's whataboutism? Like if a kid comes home with a D and he says, well, everyone else in the class got C's and D's, I don't care about the other kids. We're talking about you. Jalen Hurts didn't play well last year. If you want to come on here and say, well, Cam Jurgens didn't play well, that's cool, man. But I'm not talking about Cam Jurgens. Because the same logic applies the other way. Wait a second. The same you realize. Hold on. No. You realize by saying nobody else played well, you're telling on yourself. You know what you're saying? He only plays well when everybody else lifts him up. But you wouldn't like that. If I said at his best, he's only really good because the offensive line is good and Saquon's good, you would say that's not fair. But you're saying, well, nobody else played well, what's he supposed to do? How is the logic not the same?
No, what I'm saying to you is that he had a down year last year. But in his career, when he has a down year, he comes right back and has an outstanding
Wonderful.
year.
Then maybe he will, but we're not there
yet.
Stop,
Joe. Stop. You talk. Can I talk? Because this kid has had how many different coordinators? What quarterback in NFL history has had that many coordinators as Jalen Hurts has and has had the success, dude?
I got to be honest.
I mean,
I got to tell you something about the coordinator thing, man. I don't care anymore. 19 teams have new coordinators. This is football now. Every year you're going to have a new coordinator, or basically every other year. It's old. It's an old excuse we got to move off of. Sam Darnold just won the Super Bowl in his
okay.
first year with a new coordinator. Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl in his first year with Kellen Moore. It doesn't stop success. It's baloney. It's like boogeyman thing we've created. Does it stop
you
success,
are Mr.
Aaron?
What If, right? You are Mr. What If, right?
Does it stop success? Just answer the question. Does a new coordinator limit
you are
success?
Mr. What If, right?
Just
what
answer the
if
question.
Shane Steichen and Jalen Hurts
success?
had been together for the last 5 years? How successful would they have been?
Not much more than they have been. Like, how could they have been
you're
much
full
more
of
successful?
it, dude. Stop it. Listen, Joe,
What are you
we're going to
talking
keep the
about?
light
They've
on
been in the
for you.
Super Bowl
We'll
twice
keep
here.
the doors unlocked for you.
You guys
We
are
will welcome you
so
home.
clueless.
He said we're going to keep
I
the
need.
lights on for you.
How many people watch the game with their eyes open versus closed?
Not well. Aaron doesn't.
Well,
Aaron-
he's kind of playing into what I was talking about. You know, it's
Rocky?
like yes, and this is the main reason why when we made this list, I said out of fairness because even all last year, we talked about the offense as a whole wasn't playing well, and it starts with the offensive line.
But if I'm told he's the most important player, then his play should resonate
elevate
more or elevate.
And one could make the argument that his play got them 11 wins.
No,
you can
no
make
one can
that.
make-
You
no
can
one
make
can
that.
make that
You can make that argument.
How?
Because I look at that. You say take the Chicago game for instance. If you want to talk about the defense, they got dismantled. That defense got dismantled.
Jalen was horrendous in
Chicago.
game.
Yeah, that too.
Horrendous.
I mean, it was that. But Jalen has for us has told us on more than one occasion doesn't really care about the stats. The offense is gonna look like I want it to look, right? And for a lot of people, when they see that and they see the struggles of the offense, they correlate that to Jalen doing whatever he had to do to keep this offense afloat.
This is about as delusional as we've been about the quarterback play in about a half a decade. I just don't think anyone has their eyes open to what happened last season. He was bad. It just like the idea that he's the reason they won 11 games is preposterous.
Everybody.
If they had better quarterback play, they would have won 14
But
with this defense.
everybody was bad. Everybody was bad, and that's what I'm saying, Joe. But for him, it's always going to be looked at as different because of what he was able to accomplish.
I guess what frustrates me is I don't think we actually treat him fairly. I think we treat him like he's some sort of
deity.
No. I think people are telling on themselves they don't think he's that good when they say these things. If you think he's that good, you should expect more out of him. This idea that he just can fluctuate from good and bad, but he's still good, that doesn't resonate with me.
I think I don't.
Either you're good or you're not. Either you play well every week or you do not.
See, I don't think that's what it is, Joe. I feel like a lot of people feel when they talk about Jalen that he had a bump in the road last year, no question.
Yep.
But he's going to bounce back.
But that's not what anyone's saying. The conversation is top 11 now off of last year. The spin to he will do well, that's fine.
I'm with you.
Yeah, if you believe he could do great this season, that's cool. I hope you're right. But
I'm with you, Joe. But the reality is when people hear that and you hear you talking about the top 11 and other stuff, it to a lot of people it sounds like you're diminishing what Jalen has already accomplished. And to that point, for me, it wasn't about his resume. It was about the last year of playing football.
Well, you got it right.
Yeah, because it was like and for me, I kind of – that's why when Elliott said it, he said, well, okay, how does Lane make the list and Jalen doesn't? I kind of follow him on that because for me, nobody on the offense played well. And I didn't think, honestly, that it was fair, even though Schmitty played well, to put him on the list when you talk about the offense as a whole didn't look well. And so that's why, for me, it was like, okay, if I'm not putting Jalen on, then nobody gets on the list.
Yeah, I guess the part I can't wrap my mind around is why people can't recognize he didn't play well last year.
I see it. I see it.
He
But
just
it's like for a lot of people because of the tribulations and trials that Jalen has had over the last couple of seasons.
I don't care, man.
I know you don't. I know you don't. I'm trying to give you the. I'm trying to give you the insight of what most people are saying.
Treat him like he's not really
thinking.
a great player. Like that's what you do with underdog stories. That's what you do with backups when they.
Wait a minute, what did you say? Underdog stories.
Yeah, but like.
That's exactly what it is.
No, what strikes me about this is we've watched him play at an MVP level. That's the level he showed us. So if he doesn't ever get back to that, I base everything off of his best. At one point, he was an MVP candidate in the NFL. Like, he's done it before. He's had high-level seasons. So how could you watch that and then watch last year and be like, it's all right?
Because you just said it. He's looked at as the underdog.
But he's not anymore.
But he is the underdog, Joe. For a lot of people, he still is.
But you're telling that you don't think he's that good. You say about underdogs when you think they're just less talented. He's talented.
When you get down to the nitty-gritty. But I don't think that when you talk about Jalen, in particular in this situation, I understand what you're saying when you talk about looking at it as an underdog, but they don't see that. They see a guy that does whatever it takes to win a football game.
But he doesn't all the time.
But
so when they lose, what do you say? He didn't do what it takes to win the game.
But Joe, here's the.
It feels like you say that, but then what do I say about the playoff game? What was that?
That's where some people it's a little bit hard to differentiate because when you talk about the way they played last year, for a lot of people that's Kevin Patullo. That couldn't have been Jalen because Jalen did this, that, and the third. Right. You know what I mean? And then for a lot of us, that Super Bowl has stuck in our head because going into that game.
So when he wins, it's him. When he loses, everyone else?
No, it's not. It's
well,
not
you said
that,
the
Joe.
Super Bowl stuck out, but couldn't I say that was everybody else?
Well, Joe, the point that I was trying to make in the Super Bowl,
right?
He played in a way that he really hadn't played all season long. He played in a way that he didn't play in the playoffs.
Right. So once in a while he plays well.
But Joe, that's all that matters on the biggest stage for him at his position. He plays. Joe, when you hear them talk about Jalen, and we wax poetic about Jalen.
That's not. But I don't evaluate quarterbacks on just.
But and you don't. But most people don't look at it the way you do. They're looking at that performance in the biggest moment.
So so I'm glad. So we're done now. So Jalen Hurts' career's done, and we never evaluate him again.
No,
that's the way people talk. Like he won the Super Bowl, so I'm good with whatever the rest of his career is.
You know what? For some people, yes.
Well, that's sad.
He was about to say it's sick.
Well, I just find it.
No, he was about to say stupid.
It is stupid. It is stupid. Well, I mean,
but that's how most people look at it.
Well, do the Eagles operate like that?
No, they're not operating like that.
Exactly.
They're not operating like that.
But to me, it's every year's its own thing.
Yeah, to me, it's the same thing.
Well, that's why you had Sam Darnold number one.
That's why Sam Darnold is the best quarterback in the league this league year.
Wow, Hugh.
No, I'm just saying. I'm trying. See, Joe, listen. I try this with you and Kyle every day. And Kyle, I'm going to lump you into this. I try to bring y'all behind the curtain, man.
No, I don't want to be behind
Every time I try to bring y'all behind the curtain, y'all never want to go. Y'all go kicking and screaming. I'm here to try to enlighten both of you guys. Y'all don't want to be enlightened. I feel like I'm teaching kids that don't want to learn every day.
So an hour ago, you compared Hurts to Rocky.
Yes.
And
now
we're
I'm a teacher.
Now we're back to Darnold as the best quarterback in pro football.
Winning.
Okay.
I'm winning right now.
Winning what?
Except on my Tinder feed because there's a bunch of big girls on there today.
I'm a little surprised.
I'm just saying. I feel some kind of way because I'm like, dang, it's a lot of healthy eaters on my Tinder feed. I'm like, damn, the hell I'm doing. I'm just saying, dog. I'm just saying. I'm just like, hey, been taking a lot of L's lately.
I mean, how am I supposed to continue after that?
I'm just saying, taking a lot of L's lately. I'm just saying, dog.
All right, well, I'm so glad everyone saw you swiping on Tinder.
I was swiping left.
Okay.
Were you doing that during Joe and Elliot's argument too?
Well, because they were in it, and that's how I got the idea of moving to Cape Verde. Because then the Cape Verdeans rolled up, and then I was like, I'm going to Cape Verde.
We had a 2-hour show today, and
what are you talking about? I was locked in. I heard every word they said.
You were eating for the first 5 minutes of this segment.
I was not eating. Well, okay, the Mike and Ike's. Mm-hmm. I had some Mike and Ike's.
Okay.
I didn't consider that food.
Yes.
But I keep forgetting people can see me when I'm doing.
Yeah, we are on YouTube, buddy.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about that.
You don't consider Mike and Ike's food?
Well, it's like when he said eating, I'm considering like a sandwich or something.
Eating is anything.
No, we saw you chewing.
Came in here with it sounded like he had a cheeseburger like in a plate. It was like he had a nice little cheeseburger plate. I didn't consider that really eating. How y'all doing?
Send this segment in for the Marconi.
I think this is the one.
Yeah. Aaron, us back and forth on Hurts.
Hugh eating.
Mike and Ike's.
I'm just trying to give you insight. I'm just trying to be insightful when it comes to how people feel about Jalen.
And the people on the concourse at Citizens Bank Park are enjoying every second of it. All right, coming up, we'll get back to the Phillies, who do have a baseball game today.
Yes, they do.
Leading off, coming your way next, the Bulldog Dave Uram will join us as well in the next hour. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Golf's biggest names are chasing one of the sport's most coveted titles, and you could trade the entire championship on Kalshi. At Kalshi, you could trade the overall winner every single round or even select matchups. I'm coming up here, and I'm looking who else? Scotty Scheffler here, trading at 14% to win the next big tournament. A $100 trade pays out $673 on Scotty Scheffler. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. I mean, there's no house. And as the probability changes, you could buy in and out of your position for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app. Use code GIGLAO to get $10. You trade 10. KALSHI Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Sports Radio 94 WIP's official travel partner is Fans of Philly. Fly with Fans of Philly to catch the birds this season as they tackle Arizona, Tennessee, Chicago, and Jacksonville across the pond in London. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, and game tickets seated with those in bleed green. Reserve your tickets now at fansofphilly.com.
Sun's out, so dads are too. This Father's Day at Lowe's, shop the gear that'll make his summer. Get 2 free Select DeWalt power tools when you buy a Select 5 amp-hour battery kit for weekends in the garage. Plus, get a free Blackstone 6-piece stainless steel griddle kit when you buy a Select Blackstone griddle. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This weather won't last forever. Soon summer will be here and you'll go from always shivering to always sweating. And if your AC barely made it through last summer, Horizon Cooling's here to fix any HVAC issue now. And for a limited time, get a precision tune-up for just $79. But if you're in need of a new system, save big with up to $2,000 in free comfort upgrades plus 0% interest financing. So start now and avoid getting stuck with season passes to Sweatland. Book HorizonServices.com today.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtua Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly